Chapter 1. P.S. This is a funny sect leader who has activated the system, leading a group of funny disciples, flying all the way, funny, relaxed, hot-blooded story. First, this book is not a stud horse. Second, this book is more relaxed. It is more of a fantasy system. Third, this book is not a violent system. P.S. When you follow the plot and understand what it means to be unyielding and unyielding, you will realize that the name of this sect is not for fun. Young man, I see that your bones are exquisite. You are a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. You can consider joining my Iron Bone sect as a disciple. Your future achievements will be limitless. In the beautiful mountains, Jun Changxiao said with a smile to the martial artist in front of him. The curve of his mouth, coupled with his white face, gave people a very handsome feeling. It was not a feeling, it was real. If a woman saw him, she would definitely scream and would definitely be charmed to the point of staggering. That, the martial artist with the green scarf on his head said politely, "Can you first move your foot away?" Looking down, it turned out that one of Jun Changxiao's feet was stepping on the other person's face. On the other side of the person's face, there was actually a large footprint. He was beaten up. From the way he fell to the ground and the footprint on his chest, the beating was not light. Jun Changxiao retracted his foot, saying apologetically, "Seeing you flirt with the beautiful female disciple of my sect, I couldn't hold back. I'm really sorry." The green scarf martial artist was speechless. Meeting a beautiful woman in the wilderness, and just going up to say a few words, he was beaten up by the self-proclaimed Iron Bone sect leader. This was really bad luck. "Friend," Jun Changxiao said, "think about it." The green scarf martial artist said weakly, "I say I don't agree. Is that okay?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "My Iron Bone sect has always won people over with virtue. We will never force people to do things against their will." "Sorry." The green-clothed martial artist endured the pain, declining, "I have already joined the Spirit Spring sect. I cannot become a disciple of your sect." It was not easy for him to pass the Spirit Spring sect examination and become a registered disciple. How could he switch to another sect? Not to mention, Iron Bone? Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a trash sect from the Starfall continent. Going there would only be a waste of time and life. AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said regretfully, "Friend, you are not fated with my Iron Bone." Qian. He turned his head and asked, "This guy didn't bully you just now, right?" On a huge rock not far away, a woman in white sat quietly. Her eyes were as clear as a stream, and her skin was as white as snow. Although she was only 16 or 17 years old, she possessed all the qualities of a beauty. If one were to talk about a flaw, it would be that due to her age, she had not developed the right areas yet. Sect leader. Lu Qianqian lifted her cuffs and said indifferently, "He wanted to touch my hand just now." "Ha!" Jun Changxiao lifted his foot again and stepped on the green-clothed martial artist's face. His eyes were cold as he said, "You must be tired of living." A moment ago, he still had a gentle expression on his face, but all of a sudden, he was filled with killing intent. The speed at which he changed his attitude was definitely faster than flipping the pages of a book. The green-clothed martial artist hurriedly said, "Sir, I didn't." He swore that he had such thoughts just now, but he was beaten up before he even made a move. At most, it could be considered as an attempt to take advantage of her. Jun Changxiao said coldly, "Qianqian won't lie. I believe her. Today, I must teach you a good lesson." Bang, bang, bang. Gusts of wind blew on the green-clothed martial artist's bruised and swollen face. He did not feel comfortable because his bones were about to fall apart from the beating. Damn it! He tried hard to raise his head and looked at the two figures that were gradually blurring. The green-clothed martial artist clenched the soil and said hatefully, "I must take revenge." Jun Changxiao, the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan. This Iron Bone clan was very impressive. It was established by a martial artist with the surname Wang. Because he had jumped off a cliff in his early years and did not fall to his death, he was rewarded with a meal by a passerby. After that, he established a sect and established the Iron Bone clan. The purpose of the sect was to be an Iron Bone Clan person and to do Iron Bone Clan things. The first generation of the sect leader worked hard and made a name for himself in the Jianghu in just over 10 years. The sect also became a 9th-class sect from a non-class sect and became the most dazzling existence in Xinjiang village. However, unforeseen circumstances. The first generation of the sect leader went to the brothel in town to have fun. He had a conflict with someone and was arrested by the government. Because he failed to break out of prison, he was beheaded. The entire sect suddenly lost its leader and began to decline. There was no such thing as eternity in the world. A 9th-class sect as strong as Iron Bone Clan was just a flash in the pan. Every time the storytellers in the village mentioned the Iron Bone Clan and the sect leader Wang who failed to break out of prison and was beheaded, they all looked up to the sky and sighed. The children sitting on the benches and listening to the stories all shed tears. Although the Iron Bone Clan declined, it still existed. The 3 disciples sat together and happily finished the meal. One of them chose to stay and live alone in the sect, guarding day and night without leaving. Who was this person? It was the second generation of the sect leader, Jun Changshao. To be exact, it was the Jun Changshao of the past. Because of the night a month ago, he got up and went to the toilet. Just as he walked out of the main hall, a plaque engraved with the words Iron Bone Clan fell off and smashed on his head. Then he died. Coincidentally, no coincidentally. Jun Changshao, who came from Earth, transmigrated to this world and successfully occupied Yuan's corpse. I transmigrated, realizing that he was not dead. Jun Changshao was stunned for a while. Then he accepted the original owner's memory and understood that he was lucky to become one of the thousands of transmigrators. Very good, very good. Peerless cultivation methods, divine skill secret books, all kinds of systems appear. Since I, Jun Changshao, have come here, I will be like my peers, dominate the other world, beat up all the geniuses, and become the supreme divine god, emperor, demon, saint, and immortal. Hard work pays off. After stepping on countless ants and pinching countless fleas, the system was finally triggered. Ding! The strongest sect system is starting. Ding! The strongest sect system has been successfully activated. Starting to load the data panel for the host. Whoosh! After the mechanical voice stopped, rows of data appeared in Jun Changshao's vision. Sect name, Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changshao. Sect level, 9th rate. Sect construction, level 1. Sect members, 1/100. Sect contribution points, 0 out of 100. Sect main mission. Make Iron Bone Clan the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent within 100 years. Recruit 100,000 disciples. If the mission is not completed, the host's soul will be destroyed when the time is up. P.S. The Falling Star continent is full of spiritual power. The lifespan of an ordinary person is 200 to 300 years. When Lord Changshao saw the quest for the main quest, he felt a chill run down his spine along his thighs. After carefully going through the original owner's memory, he found out that he was the only one in the Iron Bone Clan, which was also the lowest level sect. He walked to the kitchen and raised the kitchen knife to his neck. After hesitating for a long time, he put the kitchen knife down and did not do anything to Iron Bone Clan. A 9th-rate sect, a sect that only had him, become the strongest sect in the continent within 100 years and recruit 100,000 disciples. Was God playing a joke on him, or was the system playing a joke on him? Ding! In his despair, the mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for starting the system. You have received a spatial ring. Spatial ring. Jun Changshao noticed that an exquisite jade bracelet had appeared on his right wrist out of thin air. The words interspatial ring were engraved on it. The corner of his mouth twitched. This is the first time I've seen such a large ring. Chapter 2. The reason why Jun Changshao was called Jun Changshao was because his parents wanted him to smile and be happy for the rest of his life. After crossing the Falling Star continent and becoming a sect leader and activating the system, he had completely forgotten what he should do to smile happily. To make the Iron Bone Clan the strongest sect and pull in 100,000 disciples was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, there was still 100 years left. Other people's systems would either give them equipment, experience, or a level 999 /. Why was it so F***ed up when it came to him? Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. As a transmigrator, how can I greet my peers when I go out? Although he was depressed. Since he was here, he had to live well, right? Sect leader Jun began to communicate with the spatial ring that was clearly a bracelet and quickly established a relationship with it. I hope there are divine equipment and divine skills inside. Jun Changshao prayed, and his thoughts merged into the magical space. After entering the spatial ring, he found that there was nothing in the illusory area except for a brick. Where were the divine equipment and divine skills? At least give me a divine beast egg and let me slowly hatch it. What a pity. There was nothing, only a brick. Jun Changshao didn't give up and walked over, secretly looking forward to it. Could it be a divine artifact? He had read many books and knew that a qualified transmigrator, a chosen one, even if it was a stone dug out from a latrine, it would be a long-lost, ancient divine artifact. Sect leader Jun began to imagine the beautiful scene of him holding a brick in his left hand and a string in his right hand. When Jun Changshao grabbed the brick, he could clearly feel it vibrating slightly. He was overjoyed. There's a heartbeat. Could it be that there's a powerful almighty hidden in the brick, and after waking it up, it will teach me a peerless divine skill? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jun Changshao's expression froze. The blood in his body couldn't be suppressed, and there was a possibility of it going up his throat. The brick showed a screen with words and a string of numbers on it. Self-destruct time remaining: 99 years, 355 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 46 seconds. There was a small paragraph at the bottom left corner. Note: complete the main mission within 100 years and the explosive device will be removed. Ding! Ding! After a few jumps, the time decreased. F***ck him. Jun Changshao threw the brick to the ground and cursed. This is not a divine weapon. This is a bomb. Ding! The brick fell to the ground, and the time on the screen jumped from 23:58 to 22:58. Host: this item is called the Soul Blaster. It has its own thoughts and emotions. If you make it unhappy, it will only speed up the countdown. Plop! Jun Changshao collapsed to the ground and sobbed. System, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. The system mechanically replied. The system has been activated. The host must complete the main quest. If the host remains passive during the process and waits for death, the soul detonator will detonate prematurely. Jun Changshao spread out his limbs and said weakly and sorrowfully, Where's the knife? Where's the knife? I want to commit suicide, ding. Host's first wish has been fulfilled. You have been rewarded with a hard-to-keep saber. Whoosh! A saber appeared in the space. Jun Changshao almost vomited blood. His wish to go home was not fulfilled, and he was happy to commit suicide with a knife. What a scam. Jun Changshao felt that he had been scammed. But after coming to the Falling Star continent and activating the system, he could only accept his fate. Thus, he adjusted the system's interface and looked at it carefully. The name of the sect leader, and the members of the sect were easy to understand. What puzzled him was, what the hell was sect construction? Level 1 and sect contribution points. 0/100 on the interface. Host. The system's voice sounded. Sect construction includes a lot of things. The higher the level, the more sect functions can be activated. For example, the host can use his mind to touch the sect construction and open the detailed data interface. There's such a function? Jun Changshao closed his eyes and used his mind to touch the word sect construction. A small interface appeared in front of him with a short explanation. Sect construction level 1. Function temporarily unavailable. Sect construction level 2. Open medicine refining pavilion. Sect construction level 3. Open smithing pavilion. Sect construction level 4. Open talisman pavilion. Sect construction level 5. Open spirit beast pavilion. There was a small line of words at the back. The content was, Sect construction can only be activated after reaching level 5. Jun Changxiao was speechless. How do I upgrade the Sect construction? In order to upgrade the Sect construction, the host must recruit more members. So it's like that. Jun Changxiao asked. What does the Sect contribution points mean? The system explained. Sect contribution points can be used to exchange for treasures in the Sect Commerce Store. Sect Commerce Store? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. From what he knew, a lot of main characters in novels would have a commerce store after obtaining the system. They would even give them a novice gift pack, giving them a set of face-smacking equipment in the early stages. Jun Changxiao carefully looked at the system's interface several times and asked in confusion, why isn't there a Sect Commerce Store? The host needs to obtain at least 1 contribution point to activate the hidden Sect Commerce Store. How do I increase the contribution points? To activate the Sect Commerce Store, the host must recruit more members. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao finally understood. The so-called strongest Sect system, regardless of whether it was Sect construction or contribution points, everything was inseparable from recruiting members. Good, Jun Changxiao said in high spirits. From tomorrow onwards, I'll start recruiting members. Reality was very cruel, because when he opened the 2 broken doors with peeling paint and posted the recruitment notice, no one asked about it for a month. After waiting for another half a month, just as Jun Changxiao was feeling disheartened, Lu Qianqian came. She stopped in front of the recruitment notice posted at the door, hesitated for a moment, then walked in and said, I want to join the Iron Bone clan. Jun Changxiao, who was squatting on the stairs in front of the palace and eating noodles, was immediately dumbfounded. After waiting bitterly for dozens of days, just as he was about to lose all hope, a beauty actually came. For him, this was undoubtedly a super blessing. Lu Qianqian looked at him and said indifferently, Are you an idiot? Shua. Jun Changxiao hurriedly threw away his bowl and chopsticks and enthusiastically went through the entry procedures. When he took out the Sect Master's seal, which represented his identity as the Sect Master, Lu Qianqian said with a questioning tone, You're the Sect Master? Correct. Jun Changxiao puffed out his chest and said seriously, This seat is the Iron Bone Sect Master. I'm leaving the Sect. Beauty don't. Using all his skills and shamelessly pestering, Jun Changxiao finally made Lu Qianqian stay, so that he was no longer the only person in the desolate sect. Ding! Sect members, 2,100. Ding! Sect contribution points, 1,100. Ding! Contribution points met. System activated. Sect store. After a series of notifications, Jun Changxiao pulled out the Sect attribute panel and saw that under the main mission, the word Sect store appeared out of thin air. There really is a store. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed, and his mind touched the Sect store. Shua! The scene in front of him changed, and a storehouse-like panel appeared, listing many products. 9 transformation marrow cleansing pill, dragon elephant prajna palm, fleeting dragon steps, 5 elements yin-yang harmony art, 1,000-year cold ice battle armor, sacred flame body. Looking at the martial skills, pills, and battle armor listed in the Sect store, Jun Changxiao's heartbeat sped up. Just by hearing the names, he knew that these things were absolutely awesome. In the next second, Sect Master Jun's expression froze, because the price of each item was at least 10,000 contribution points. It can't be. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. So expensive. Chapter 3. With only 1 contribution point, looking at the items that cost 10,000 contribution points to exchange for, he really felt like a dog. Host, the system reminded him, you are looking at a high-level store. Jun Changxiao just realized that there were a few buttons on the left side of the store, which were respectively written Novice Store, Beginner Store, Intermediate Store, and High-Level Store. No wonder it's so expensive, so it's a high-level store. He hurriedly clicked on a Novice Store, and the new panel appeared. There was only 1 item in the Novice Store, called Novice Gift Pack, which required 1 contribution point to exchange. Novice Gift Pack? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. This is it. He didn't believe that there would be something cheaper than this in the store. Ding. Host spent 1 contribution point. Received novice gift pack. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points. 0/100. Jun Changxiao didn't care that his contribution points returned to 0. He hurriedly entered the space ring and saw a red gift box next to the time bomb. Schwa. He excitedly opened it. Ding. Host unlocked novice gift pack. Received escape talisman X1. Ding. Host unlocked novice gift pack. Received escape talisman X1. Ding. Host unlocked novice gift pack. Received escape talisman X1. Ding. Host unlocked novice gift pack. Received escape talisman X1. After a series of notifications, for talismans appeared out of thin air in the space ring, and Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Escape? It sounded like he was running for his life. Escape talisman? It sounds like a defensive talisman. Escape? It sounds like it's used to hasten the journey. Crossing over to another world. If it's not to show off and slap faces, what's the point of living if you only know how to escape and take a beating? Ding. Host unlocked novice gift pack. Received escape talisman X1. Escape talisman? Jun Changxiao said, "What is this?" The system explained, escape talisman can be used to quickly increase the host's cultivation. Is that so? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. It seems that this was the most valuable item in the novice gift pack. How do I use it? Crush it. Pa. Jun Changxiao didn't even think about it. He directly crushed the talisman with the word experience. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, a majestic aura emerged from his body and flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the channel opening realm. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to level 4 meridian opening. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to level 5 channel opening stage. After the experience talisman was crushed, Jun Changxiao's cultivation broke through from level 2 to level 5. The warriors of the falling star continent had a total of 12 main meridians in their bodies. Opening 1 meridian meant opening 1 segment of the meridians. Opening all 12 meridians meant opening 12 segments of the meridians. Of course, opening meridians was just the beginning of the falling star continent. Above them were martial disciple, martial master, Wu Zong, martial king, Wu Huang, Wu Sheng, and martial emperor. The higher one's cultivation level was, the stronger one's strength would be. It was said that experts who had reached the level of martial king or even higher could fly in the air and behead people from 1,000 miles away. So good. Feeling the powerful energy gathering in his body, Jun Changxiao's face was filled with joy. If the warriors who lived in the falling star continent and cultivated their mental cultivation methods to break through knew that he had broken through 3 levels by crushing a piece of paper, they would be so envious that they would vomit blood. Jun Changxiao took out the yellow paper with the words opening seal and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" The system said, "The opening seal talisman is used to unlock the seal of the hard-to-keep saber." That saber has a seal? Yes, the hard-to-keep saber has a seal suppressing it. The host must rely on the opening seal talisman to unlock the seal before it can be used normally. Jun Changxiao's face was filled with black lines. The weapon given by the first wish needed to be unlocked before it could be used. What a F** kept upsetting. Sigh. Thinking of the F** king system and the first wish, Jun Changxiao looked up at the sky and sighed again. Don't sigh anymore. Lu Qianqian said indifferently. Let's hurry up. Otherwise, when the Qingyang city gate closes, we will have to sleep in the wild again. Since he wanted to develop the sect, he had to recruit disciples. According to the memories of the previous master, Jun Changxiao knew that the Qingyang city would hold a recruitment ceremony in half a month. At that time, it would attract many young men and women. This was a good opportunity to recruit members. As a result, sect leader Jun rushed over with Lu Qianqian and coincidentally met the green scarf martial artist in the wild. Qianqian. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "I'm a little tired. How about I rest for a while?" "No," Lu Qianqian said coldly. Jun Changxiao was speechless and could only continue on his way. Schwa, schwa. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Looking back, he saw several martial artists in uniform chasing after him and surrounding him. Senior Brotherly, the green scarf martial artist covered his face and said angrily, "He's the one who hit me." Humph. The martial artist called Senior Brotherly glanced at Jun Changshao and said coldly, "Your courage is not small, daring to hit the people of my Spirit Spring Sect." Spirit Spring Sect? Jun Changshao felt that this sect was a little familiar. Lu Qianqian said lightly, "Sect leader, Spirit Spring Sect is a ninth-rate sect of Spirit Spring Village." So that's how it is. Jun Changshao remembered. Hearing the woman call him sect leader, Senior Brotherly said in disbelief, "You are the sect leader?" Jun Changshao was very hurt. "I look so imposing. Don't I look like a sect leader?" Senior Brotherly, the green scarf martial artist covered his swollen face and said, "He said he is the sect leader of the Iron Bone Clan." Iron Bone Clan? Ha! Isn't it the sect leader who went to the brothel and was caught by the authorities and failed to escape from prison and was beheaded? I heard that the disciples had a farewell meal. How can they still exist? The Spirit Spring Sect disciples' face was full of disdain and ridicule. Although they are both ninth-rate sects, but their Spirit Spring Sect is superior to the Ironbone Clan in terms of foundation and disciples. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed inwardly. Knowing that the previous sect leader Wang was beheaded because he went to the brothel, he was speechless for a long time. Men, it is normal to go out and relax. Since you were caught, you should obediently accept reform. Why do you have to take the risk of escaping from prison? Jun Changshao could not understand because he still did not truly understand the purpose of the sect, to be a person of iron bone, to do things of iron bone. Everyone, Jun Changshao laughed. You stopped me just to humiliate my Iron Bone Clan? Heh, Senior Brotherly spat, saying, "A trash sect dares to call itself this sect. Do you really think you are someone important? A guy whose hair hasn't even grown out, what qualifications does he have to be the sect leader? The new disciple is really something. To be beaten up by this trash, if this spreads out, it will bring shame to my Spirit Spring Sect." The Spirit Spring Sect disciples did not put Jun Changshao in their eyes at all, doing their best to humiliate and ridicule him. This is simply a typical brainless villain. If I don't trample them under my feet, how can I live up to my identity as a transmigrator? Jun Changshao rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Qianqian, get further away. I want to teach this group of idiots a lesson." Lu Qianqian turned around and retreated, but left behind some words of indifference. "If you die, remember to pass the sect leader's position to me." Jun Changshao almost fell over. This cold and arrogant woman. She actually had the ambition to covet the sect leader's position. If he was not bound by the dam system, he really would be very happy to pass the sect leader's position to Lu Qianqian and then quietly be a leisurely handsome man in another world. Chapter 4. Okay, Jun Changshao said, "If I die, the position of sect leader is yours." While speaking, he clenched his right fist, and on his wrist gradually appeared 3 brilliant rings of light. Every time a martial artist of the Falling Star continent opens a meridian, when their spirit energy erupts, a ring of light will condense on their wrist. Only opened 3 meridians. This Ironbone sect leader is really weak. I don't know where he got the courage to face us 4th stage meridian opening cultivators. The Spirit Spring Sect disciples jeered. In their view, a sect leader, even if only a 9th-rate one, should at least be a martial disciple. A 3rd stage meridian opening cultivator as sect leader? This was simply a huge joke. Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes, saying, 3rd stage meridian opening is enough to deal with you. Is that so? The 3 disciples simultaneously released their spirit energy, and 4 rings of light appeared on their wrists. TSK, TSK. So they're all 4th stage meridian opening. No wonder they arrogantly came to find trouble with me. Kid, Senior Brotherly grinned. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, my Spirit Spring Sect can give you face and pretend that nothing happened. Ding! Side mission activated. Hearing the system prompt, Jun Changxiao was stunned. Opening the Sect panel that only he could see, he saw that under the main mission, there was a side mission. The content was, deal with the 4 Spirit Spring Sect disciples who provoked him. Damn, there's a side mission? The system said, the side mission requires specific conditions to trigger. If the host completes it, he will receive a certain amount of Sect contribution points. Jun Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. If he wants to develop the Sect, he must become strong. Strength depends on the goods in the Sect store, which require contribution points to exchange for. Since there's a mission that rewards contribution points, he must do it. Jun Changxiao coldly said, kneel down? You must have lost your mind. Shua. As soon as his voice fell, his right hand turned into a fist and suddenly punched out. This move was fast and fierce. Lu Qianqian thought with interest, my Sect leader doesn't seem weak. You're courting death. Senior brother Li coldly shouted, raising his fist to meet the attack. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the air rippled weakly. This was caused by the collision of spiritual energy. In Jun Changxiao's memories, high-level martial artists could shatter space if they used spiritual energy to resist. Dang, dang, dang. Senior brotherly retreated a few steps. When he stabilized his body, his right fist suddenly swelled up. Damn it! He was both angry and puzzled as he said, how can a 3rd stage meridian opening realm cultivator have such strength? Shua. Jun Changxiao walked over. Because I'm the Sect master. Boom! Dang, dang, dang. Senior brother Li retreated again and sat on the ground. Pain came from the attack on his chest, and his face turned ferocious. Ding! Take care of the 14 disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect. Looking at the changes in the side mission data, Jun Changxiao was stunned. We've already completed one? Damn it. Although Senior Brotherly had lost his ability to fight, he endured the pain and roared, go! Charge! Charge! Shua! Shua! The 3 disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect immediately attacked. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, many against few? Shameless. A trash as the Sect master is the greatest shame. The 3 disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect definitely wanted to fight with many and had no intention of stopping. Good, good. Jun Changxiao said coldly, since you guys are so shameless, don't blame me for being merciless today. As he spoke, a layer of air emerged around him, and the light rings on his wrist instantly turned into 5. 5th stage meridian opening realm. How is this possible? The 3 disciples of the Spirit Spring Sect stared with their eyes wide open. After seeing the 5 light rings on Jun Changxiao's wrist, Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. After joining the Ironbone clan, she always thought that the highest realm the Sect master could reach was 2nd stage. It was already surprising that he could reach 3rd stage. Now that he reached 5th stage, it was even more unbelievable. The original Jun Changxiao was only 2nd stage meridian opening realm, but the transmigrated Jun Changxiao relied on the experience talisman and easily broke through to 5th stage meridian opening realm. This cultivation level is nothing in the Falling Star continent, but it is enough to deal with a 4th stage meridian opening realm. Shua! Jun Changxiao stepped forward. Infused with spirit power, his right fist suddenly swung and directly sent a Spirit Spring Sect disciple who was in a daze flying. Ding! Dealt with the 24 Spirit Spring Sect disciples who provoked him. A bunch of trash, dare to be arrogant in front of me. You don't know life from death. Jun Changxiao swung his fist again and sent another Spirit Spring Sect disciple flying. Ding! Dealt with the 34 Spirit Spring Sect disciples who provoked him. Relying on the experience talisman to open 5 meridians, Jun Changxiao easily bullied this group of 4-stage meridian opening realm disciples. Seeing his companion being sent flying, another Spirit Spring Sect disciple hurriedly retreated in fear. You can't run. Jun Changxiao strode forward and threw a punch. Hung! The last Spirit Spring Sect disciple was sent flying and then fell to the ground dispiritedly. Ding! Dealt with the 44 Spirit Spring Sect disciples who provoked him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 4 Sect contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 4,100. Jun Changxiao opened the panel and saw that his Sect contribution points had changed from 0 to 4. The corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a bright smile. Although the reward was small, it was better than nothing. Clap. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and said, "Why haven't you scrammed yet? The green mountains do not change. The green water flows forever. We will meet again." Senior brother Li got up with difficulty, and after saying this, he took the 3 disciples and fled in a sorry state. For senior brothers, wait for me. The green scarf cultivator chased after him in a panic. This brother probably did not expect that the senior brother he found would be so easily dealt with by that guy. The conflict ended after Jun Changxiao revealed his true strength, and when he completed the side mission and received 4 contribution points, it could be considered a windfall. Lu Qianqian said, "We should kill them to prevent future troubles." Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, "There is no need to be so cruel, right?" As someone who came from Earth and received higher education, he really did not have the impulse to kill people because of a little conflict. Lu Qianqian said lightly, "In the falling star continent with a strong praise on the weak, being merciful to the enemy is the greatest cruelty. If you don't even know this, you are not qualified to be the sect leader." Jun Changxiao was silent. Yes, he was no longer an earthling, but a person of the falling star continent. Here, the strong praise on the weak. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Ding! While thinking, a sound rang in his ear. Side mission triggered. Another side mission was triggered. Jun Changxiao hurriedly pulled out the Sect panel. He saw that the side mission presented on the panel was educate Lu Qianqian with great principles and protect the dignity of the Sect leader. What kind of mission is this? Jun Changxiao was a little confused, but soon he understood something and thought to himself, Lu Qianqian is a disciple. If she teaches me, where is the dignity of the Sect leader? Chapter 5. Although the Ironbone Upright Sect was only a 9th-rate sect with only 2 people, Jun Changxiao was the sect master after all. If a disciple dared to preach in front of him, what dignity did he have as a sect master? No. He had to establish his dignity and let this woman understand that he was the Ironbone Upright Sect master and her immediate superior. Cough, cough. Jun Changxiao moistened his throat, put his hands behind his back, and said seriously, "Qianqian, what you said just now is right. We can't be merciful to our enemies. But we have to remember, we martial cultivators cultivate the Tao. What we cultivate is the heart. If we bully others and the weak, we are no different from local ruffians and bullies. Not to mention, a few trash disciples are no threat to me. If I kill them, it will definitely damage the sect's prestige." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have received 1 Sect contribution point. Ding! Sect contribution points, 5,100. It was completed just like that. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. He thought that he had to convince Lu Qianqian wholeheartedly to be considered a success. In fact, this side quest did not have a strict requirement. As long as Jun Changxiao made a statement and showed the dignity that a sect master should have, it would be considered completed. Whether Lu Qianqian listened or not was her own business. From the way she looked at Jun Changxiao, it was as if she was looking at an idiot. He knew that this woman did not listen at all. "I understand," Lu Qianqian said. "Killing these trash is a disgrace to the sect master's prestige. Let me do it on your behalf." Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and cold air spread. Jun Changxiao broke down and said, "Qianqian, why don't you understand? Hey, don't go. Lu Qianqian, you are a woman. A woman should act like a woman and not only know how to fight and kill." Lu Qianqian stopped, and her beautiful eyes were cold as she said, "Who said that women can't fight and kill?" She was very beautiful. From Jun Changxiao's point of view, there were no flaws. However, the coldness and murderous intent in her eyes made him feel apprehensive. He thought to himself, This is definitely a woman with a story. Jun Changxiao knew nothing about Lu Qianqian's identity and background when she joined Ironbone Upright Sect. He had once thought about whether he should find an opportunity to ask her, but after a short period of contact, he found that she was always cold and indifferent, so he gave up on the idea. It's not easy to get along with a woman with a cold personality. It's better not to provoke her. Qianqian. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "Put your sword away first." Clang. Lu Qianqian sheathed her sword and said indifferently, "You are the sect leader. I will listen to your orders. But remember, do not look down on women." Contempt? Jun Changxiao was speechless. "I don't want you to fight and kill because I'm worried that you'll encounter danger." Jun Changxiao felt that his position as the head of the sect was not very dignified because he did not see the slightest bit of respect and awe in the eyes of his only female disciple. How could he make her treat him with respect? Jun Changxiao thought about it all the way, but he could not think of any good ideas, so he decided not to think about it. He pulled open the attribute panel and looked at the 5 contribution points. He thought to himself, "Can I exchange for something in the shop?" He skipped the newbie shop and directly opened the beginner shop. A dazzling array of items appeared in front of his eyes. Fireball Talisman requires 10 contribution points. Icicle Talisman requires 10 contribution points. Beginner Cold Edge Sword requires 10 contribution points. 9 Heavy Collapsing Fist requires 10 contribution points. Jun Changxiao, who only had 5 contribution points, glanced at the items that required 10 contribution points to exchange for 1 by 1, and he was instantly disheartened. There was nothing cheap. There was nothing that required 1 contribution point to exchange for. There was. Jun Changxiao continued to look and found that in the last section, there was an item that only required 1 contribution point to exchange. It was called Beginner Healing Pill. He was not injured, so it was useless to exchange for this thing. Baba. Even if it's free, I can't exchange it. The items in the beginner shop, except for the Beginner Healing Pill, all required 10 contribution points. This made Jun Changxiao reluctantly put it away. Sigh. He could only go to Qingyang City and recruit disciples to increase his contribution points. Ga. Lu Qianqian, who was walking in front, stopped. Her jade-like hand lightly rested on the hilt of her sword. She frowned and said, "There's someone." "There's someone?" Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked and found that this was an official road. There were only trees and rocks on both sides. There was not even a shadow of a person. He did not think that Lu Qianqian would joke with him. He asked, "Where's the person?" Lu Qianqian did not say anything. She kept looking at the bushes on the side of the road. Jun Changxiao followed her line of sight and saw the bushes trembling slightly, as if there was something inside. He asked cautiously, "Could it be a berserk beast?" There were not only humans in the Falling Star continent. There were also berserk beasts. Although they did not practice martial arts, they were very powerful. For example, on the way here, Jun Changxiao encountered a berserk beast comparable to a martial disciple in a mountain forest where there were few people. That physique, that strength, it could smash rocks and trees with 1 punch. It was like a toy. After seeing the strength of the berserk beast, sect leader Jun decisively chose to take a detour. He said that the mountain forest ahead was full of feces and urine and was not suitable for walking. "It's not a berserk beast." Lu Qianqian said, "It's a person." "A person?" Jun Changxiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a berserk beast that could smash mountains and trees, there was nothing to worry about. Sect leader Jun swaggered over. When he pushed aside the bushes, he saw a cultivator covered in blood lying on the ground. It was not just a person. It was a heavily injured person. Lu Qianqian also walked over and said, "He's heavily injured." As she spoke, she let go of the sword hilt and looked up at the sky. She said, "It's getting dark. Let's hurry." Jun Changxiao blurted out, "We're not going to save him." Lu Qianqian looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. She said, "You're still planning to save him?" Jun Changxiao said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda." Lu Qianqian said indifferently, "Who knows if he's being chased by an enemy?" If you save him, you might bring trouble to yourself and the sect. Even though he had transmigrated, Jun Changshao understood this principle. He squatted down and lifted half of the injured man's blood-stained clothes. He said, "Do you think that the injury on his back was caused by someone?" Lu Qianqian shook her head and said, "It's a claw mark." Jun Changshao said, "So it was a vicious beast that injured him, not an enemy." Lu Qianqian agreed and said indifferently, "This person is heavily injured and could die at any time. How can you save him if you don't understand medicine?" "Although I don't understand medicine," Jun Changshao opened his palm and said with a smile, "but there are healing pills." Lu Qianqian glanced at the peanut-sized pill in his palm. She said indifferently, "From the color of this pill, it's nothing more than an ordinary wound medicine. Can it heal a heavily injured person? Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try." Jun Changshao turned the injured man over and opened his mouth. He threw the pill in and circulated his spiritual energy to push it into his body. Lu Qianqian did not say a word. This person not only had external injuries, but also internal injuries. Ordinary healing pills could not heal him. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the unconscious injured man coughed twice. His closed eyelids shook a few times and then opened with difficulty. He woke up. Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Jun Changshao grinned and said, "The effects of my healing pills look pretty good." Chapter 6. Where did the pill come from? Naturally, it was exchanged from the beginner's store in the Sect system. Jun Changshao did not have high hopes for this kind of healing pill that could only be exchanged with one contribution point. After all, that person's injuries were too serious and could be considered to be on the verge of death. Unexpectedly, after taking it for a while, the seriously injured person opened his eyes. Lu Qianqian was also very surprised. Ordinary golden sword medicine did not have such a powerful effect. What was even more amazing was that the claw marks on the injured person's back quickly healed and scabbed over. How is this possible? Lu Qianqian could not believe it. She even doubted whether what she saw was real. It was very real, because after a while, that person's injuries healed and he jumped up from the ground. A seriously injured person who was on the verge of death, after taking the pill for a short period of time, was as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. How inconceivable. I'm rich. Jun Changshao's eyes were burning. A beginner-grade healing pill that could be exchanged with one contribution point had such a powerful healing effect. He could definitely sell it. In the martial arts world, not to mention spraining an ankle or injuring a muscle, even serious injuries were common. A beginner-grade healing pill had a powerful effect. It was definitely hard to buy with money. If he exchanged for the remaining points, he would think of a way to sell it at a high price. With money, he could expand the sect's territory and decorate it well. Would he be afraid of not being able to recruit disciples? The more Jun Changshao thought about it, the more excited he became. He hurriedly pulled out the system panel and prepared to exchange his remaining 4 contribution points for beginner-grade healing pills. Sect store open. Beginner store open. He scrolled all the way down until he reached the end. He saw that the beginner-grade healing pill was a dark gray color. A small line of words appeared below it. The content was, "Purchase limited to 1 per month." Plop. Jun Changshao sat on the ground and howled in his heart. His uncle, there's a purchase limit. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian secretly said, "What happened to him?" After witnessing the effect of the beginner-grade healing pill, Jun Changshao began to plan for his beautiful future. But the words, "purchase limited to 1 per month," were like a needle that fiercely pierced the balloon that helped him fly up into the sky. He instantly fell from the sky and cried out miserably. Yes. Jun Changshao thought to himself, the main quest is already very difficult. The system won't leave me with such an obvious bug. AI. He heaved a long sigh and tried his best to stand up, only to find that the injured person from before had disappeared. Thus, he asked in surprise, "Qianqian, where is that person? Let's go." Gone? Jun Changshao almost fell to the ground again. I spent 1 precious contribution point in exchange for that fellow's recovery. Isn't it too F*** get up to leave without saying thanks? Lu Qianqian said indifferently, Sect Master, I advise you to be a bad person. Being a good person in the Falling Star continent often doesn't end well. Jun Changshao knew that this woman was mocking him on purpose. His temper flared up as he said, I don't believe that there's no conscience in this world. Conscience? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were suffused with a strong, murderous intent. She gnashed her teeth and said, Some people's conscience has long been eaten by dogs. Jun Changshao shuddered. Lu Qianqian also had a murderous aura just now. But now the murderous aura she emitted was abnormally terrifying. The story behind this woman was definitely not simple. And those people she mentioned, was it a large-scale attack or a single person? Jun Changshao's purpose of being a good person and doing good deeds was actually to save the injured person and then pull him into his own Iron Bonjing sect. In the end, she didn't even say thank you before disappearing. Jun Changshao was very helpless. At the same time, he understood that if you rush to do good deeds in this world, you would definitely be a super idiot. There were legal restrictions on Earth, but not here. There were moral shackles on Earth, but not here. Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and said with a firm gaze, Since I've come to the Falling Star continent from today onwards, I naturally have to follow the rules of this world. What rules? For simple words, the strong are respected, not to be bullied, have power and financial resources, have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and be worshipped by people? Yes. First of all, he had to become a strong person, an earth-shaking strong person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially comprehending the laws of the Falling Star continent and completing the hidden mission. The reward is 10 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 14100. Jun Changshao said with a dumbfounded look, There's a hidden mission. Yes. The system's voice sounded. The mission of the strongest sect system is divided into main mission, side mission, and hidden mission. The hidden mission is hidden in the interface. The host can only complete it by chance. Jun Changshao was speechless. The side mission needed to be triggered. At least he could see the details of the mission. The hidden mission was hidden and could only be completed by chance. This setting was really F***ed up. Of course. The system said again, there's a 4th type of mission called Epic Mission. Epic Mission? Jun Changshao pricked up his ears. The system explained, when the host reaches a certain level, the Epic Mission will be triggered. After completion, the host will receive a very generous reward. How generous? Jun Changshao's eyes were burning. The system said, the reward for the Epic Mission will be determined according to the host's completion rate and realm. Jun Changshao said, You mean the better the completion rate and the higher the realm, the more generous the reward? Yes. When can I trigger the Epic Mission? Sorry, the host has to figure out the Epic Mission by himself. The system will not give too many hints to avoid destroying the balance. Tisk. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, pulled out the attribute panel happily, and opened the Sect store. He completed a hidden mission in a daze and obtained 10 contribution points. He must find a way to spend it. What should I choose? Looking at the rows of goods, Jun Changshao hesitated. He felt that the items inside were not bad and had the idea of exchanging for them. Sect Master Lu Qianqian, who was walking in front, said coldly, We're almost at Qingyang City. Jun Changshao kept the data panel and realized that there was a city at the end of his vision. From afar, it looked like a lion lying between heaven and earth. He shook his head and said, This is Qingyang City, the largest city in Qingyang County? It doesn't look as grand as I imagined. Jun Changshao walked all the way and finally stood in front of the city gate. He looked up at the city wall that was dozens of meters high and said with a dumbfounded expression, It's really tall. Seeing his expression, the passers-by looked at him with disdain. Someone even whispered, Even if this guy hasn't seen Qingyang City, he should have heard of it, right? That girl looks good. Is she with him? Lu Qianqian frowned and instinctively took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from the sect master. It was as if she was telling the passers-by, that she didn't know this guy. Jun Changshao retracted his shocked gaze and grinned. In the future, I'll definitely make Iron Bone Sword Sect more magnificent than Qingyang City. Iron Bone Sword Sect? Someone whispered. Is this person a disciple of Iron Bone Sect in Qingyang Village? Wrong. Jun Changshao turned around and put his hands on his waist. I'm not a disciple of Iron Bone. I'm a second sect master of Iron Bone. Ga. There was a short moment of silence in front of the city gate. Then, there was a roar of laughter. Huh, this guy's the sect master. Stop joking. Although Iron Bone Sect exists in name only, it's not easy for a young guy to become the sect master. Ha ha ha. I can't. I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. Chapter 7. Have you heard? Because the sect leader went to the brothel, he was caught by the officials. The Iron Bone, who failed to break out of prison, came to participate in this year's recruitment. No way. This sect still exists? A young man with a brain problem, claiming to be the second sect leader of the Iron Bone. I estimate that the highest realm is only the second or third level of the channel opening. The second level of the channel opening has the face to inherit the sect leader. Us third and fourth level, can't we occupy the mountain and start a sect? Jun Changshao stood in front of the city gate and said flirtatious words with a Chinibu attitude, which immediately caused a heated discussion in Qingyang City. Of course, it was only a heated discussion as a laughingstock. In the past, the Iron Bone Sect still had a little prestige under the development of Sect Leader Wang. Now that people are gone, the tea is cold. It is already good to be remembered by everyone. Walking on the streets of Qingyang City, Jun Changshao heard their discussions and saw the contemptuous eyes cast at him. Although he was a sect leader, his treatment was no different from the protagonist who transmigrated into a waste and was ridiculed by others. No. After transmigrating, he opened his golden finger and walked on the path of hanging and beating geniuses, stepping on gods and demons, and marrying a beautiful woman. What about himself? Although he had a system, he still had a bomb tied to him. He was afraid that when the time came, he would not die miserably enough. Lu Qianqian said, Sect leader, do you want to find a hole to hide in now? This woman, can't you comfort my hurt heart? Who? Jun Changshao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Don't worry, I have experienced all kinds of storms and waves. Why would I care about other people's private criticism? Storms and waves? Lu Qianqian whispered, I'm afraid you have never been out of Qingyang Village since you were young. Hee. I have died once. Is it not enough storms and waves? Jun Changshao was too lazy to pay attention to this cold, sharp-tongued woman and walked to the west side of the city where the recruitment was held. On the way, many people were pointing at him behind his back. Ignoring their discussion, Jun Changshao walked away with his head held high and chest puffed out. This guy has an advantage. As a transmigrator, he had an extraordinarily thick skin. If this were the old Jun Changshao, or a martial artist who cared about their self-esteem, they would have vomited blood on the spot from being ridiculed by others. Lu Qianqian followed behind. She watched as the sect leader calmly faced the mockery of the passers-by. She thought to herself, he can even tolerate this? Even if he couldn't bear it, he had to. From Jun Changshao's point of view, only by using strength could they shut their mouths of ridicule. Just you wait. Sooner or later, when you talk about Iron Bone Clan, your eyes will be filled with admiration and reverence. Jun Changshao had no choice but to complete the main quest given by the system. After being ridiculed by passers-by, he had to complete it. There was a fundamental difference between being passive before and being proactive now. Qingyang City was huge. The west side of the city is also the location of the previous 100 sect recruitment, and the scale is also quite good. Jun Changshao walked over with Lu Qianqian and saw that there were many temporary tents set up on the martial arts field. Vigorous and powerful sect banners were hung on them. Great Saber Sect, the Golden Dragon Gang, Elite Mountain Village, Tiger's Howl Sect. A variety of sect names appeared in the eyes, giving people a dazzling feeling. Some of the young boys and girls who came first, accompanied by their parents or friends, inquired about the situation of each sect in detail. The general content was, how is this sect? Are there many members? What is the level of the martial arts cultivation method? If you cultivate here, what level of martial arts can you achieve in the future? After listening for a while, Jun Changshao shook his head and secretly said, how is this the 100th sect recruitment? It's simply a job fair. Sect leader. Lu Qianqian whispered, we have to find an open space and set up a front like them, so that we can meet the recruitment requirements and attract other people's attention. Since they were here, they had to do as the Romans did. Jun Changshao looked around and pointed to the open space in the distance. Here is good. Lu Qianqian looked in the direction and frowned slightly. The Great Saber Sect on the left is an 8th-rate sect, and the Tiger's Howl Sect on the right is also an 8th-rate sect. Are you sure you want to put your front in the middle of them? Jun Changshao said, since the two sects are 8th-rate, when the recruitment begins, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. We can more or less attract some attention if we are sandwiched in the middle. Lu Qianqian thought for a moment and said, it makes sense. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's set up the front. He took Lu Qianqian to the gap between the two 8th-rate sects, skillfully took out cloth strips, and quickly set up a simple small tent. This kind of perennial 100 sect recruitment was nothing more than a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Unless it was a flashy and powerful sect, it would be very luxurious. For example, the Great Saber Sect on the left and the Tiger's Howl Sect on the right. The two sects could be considered to have a bit of strength. The front was built luxuriously, and that was called extravagant. Compared with the simple tent set up by sect leader Jun, it was instantly turned into slag. Of course, this was what he needed. With two luxurious fronts on the left and right, his simple tent would easily attract other people's attention. Some people were eating and drinking. Jun Changshao's behavior was called freeloading, the glory of the scenery. After the manager of the Long Saber Sect finished talking with the young man, he saw a tent appear out of nowhere and shouted, which sect is so blind to dare to set up their front in front of my Long Saber Sect? The people of the Tiger's Howl Sect also noticed. A disciple rolled up his sleeves and fiercely said, Grandma, you dare to set up a camp next to my Tiger's Howl Sect? Did you eat a leopard's guts? Coincidentally, Jun Changshao had just hung up the sect's banner. After seeing the words Iron Bone Clan written on it, a deep disdain appeared on the faces of the two. Bah! The Tiger's Howl Sect disciple spat and said, a sect that was caught because the sect leader went to a brothel and set up a front next to my Tiger's Howl Sect. This is a great shame. Hey. The manager of the Long Saber Sect pointed at Jun Changshao and impatiently said, this is my Long Saber Sect's territory. Hurry up and set up a front. The two sects did not put the Iron Bone Clan in their eyes. After all, it was only a 9th-rate sect, one level lower than their 8th-rate sect. Lu Qianqian lightly said, the numerous sects' recruitment grounds have always been provided by the Qingyang City Lord. When did it become your little 8th-rate sect's territory? Jun Changshao was speechless. 8th-rate sects were just small under her poisonous tongue. His own sect was only a 9th-rate sect, so it must be even more unsightly. Hearing the words little 8th-rate sect, the manager of the Long Saber Sect was burning with anger, but he was speechless. Yes, the venue was provided by the Qingyang City's City Lord. Not to mention an 8th-rate sect, even a 7th-rate sect would not dare to say that it was their territory. The disciples of the Tiger's Howl Sect were also very angry, because Lu Qianqian's little 8th-rate sect included their own sect. Jun Changshao came out and mediated. The recruitment of the numerous sects is about to begin. We're the same as the numerous sects, so we should be friendly. There is no need to be so angry. If Master Wong was still here, I would regard the Iron Bone Clan as a member of the numerous sects, but now. The manager of the Long Saber Sect despised him and said, not even a fart. Yes. The disciple of the Tiger's Howl Sect raised his eyebrows and said, a sect whose disciples have already eaten a disbandment meal should have been disbanded long ago. Why did they come to Qingyang City to join in the fun? Jun Changshao's face changed again and again. In the face of the ridicule of passers-by, he could endure it. After all, ordinary people like to follow the trend, but being humiliated and ridiculed by two sects, he could not endure it. You too. He touched his nose and smiled. Today, I will build my front here. If you don't like it, you can come and bite me, or you can pack up your tent and get out. Chapter 8. Jun Changshao had set a goal for himself, to develop in a low-key manner and avoid trouble. After coming to Green Sun City, he did not cause any trouble, but trouble took the initiative to find him, especially after hearing two disciples from an 8th-rate sect speak rudely to him. Jun Changshao could not bear it anymore and began to verbally attack them. I'll go. The Tiger's Howl disciple was unhappy and said, You dare to tell my Tiger's Howl school to scram? Are you tired of living? Swoosh, swoosh. Several Tiger's Howl disciples who were resting rushed out of their houses. The Longblade Gates people also came out. These disciples not only had the strength of a 4th or 5th level channel opening cultivator, but they were also muscular. Our great sect Master Jun's stature is rather thin, so he looks rather weak as he is surrounded by these men. In fact, he can't withstand a single blow. What's going on? The Tiger's Howl School and the Longblade Gate are going to fight. The martial artists from the nearby sects all gathered around. When they saw Jun Changshao, they realized that it was not a fight between sects, but a fight against the same person. Huh? Someone said in surprise, Isn't he the guy who claimed to be the second sect master of Ironbone at the city gate? The Longblade Gate and Tiger's Howl disciples were startled and said, This guy is the Ironbone sect master? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Jun Changshao wished he could shout, I'm the sect leader. What's wrong with that? There's a problem. His strength is too weak, and he is too immature. At most, he is just a new disciple. The Longblade Gate's deacon cupped his hands and jokingly said, So you're the second sect master of Ironbone. Sorry for the disrespect. The Tiger's Howl disciple grinned and said, Offending a sect master is too scary, too scary. The hostile atmosphere weakened a lot under the two's ridicule and mockery. In fact, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to fight in Green Sun City. After all, the city lord had made it clear that private fights were prohibited. Jun Changshao said with a calm face, Everyone is surrounding my gate. Do you still want to recruit disciples? Ha ha. The Tiger's Howl disciple laughed. A sect without sect master Wang wants to recruit disciples. What a joke. You can't say that. The deacon of the Long Blade faction held back his laughter and said, Perhaps some ignorant youngsters will join the Ironbone clan. The Tiger's Howl disciple looked at the crowd, and the sneer on his face became even thicker as he said, Nowadays, it is easy to find a crippled youth, but it is not easy to find a blind youth. The two of them echoed each other, making the onlookers laugh. Ironbone's prestige plummeted after sect leader Wang's incident. Whoever joined such a sect was absolutely blind. AI. Jun Changshao sighed. Surrounded by many muscular men, he returned to his house. Lu Qianqian whispered, Sect leader, do you want me to cut a hole in the ground for you to crawl into? Jun Changshao, who was originally fine, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Because they were in Qingyang City, the two 8th-rate sects did not dare to teach the Ironbone sect leader a lesson. So after ridiculing him, they allowed him to sandwich his face between them. The onlookers also dispersed, but when they returned to their own houses, they began to talk about the Ironbone. Their words were full of contempt and disdain. Jun Changshao acted as if he did not hear anything and reclined on the chair to take a nap. Sect leader. Lu Qianqian said, You are really broad-minded. Jun Changshao said, Living in this world, one should be broad-minded. Thinking a lot, caring a lot, living will be very tiring. Lu Qianqian felt that it was reasonable, but she asked, The 100 sects recruitment has begun. How confident are you that you can recruit disciples? Jun Changshao confidently smiled and said, 100%. TCH. Because their faces were close, the people of the Long Blade faction and the Tiger's Howl school heard it and snorted. This Ironbone sect leader's cultivation was not high, and he was not old, but he was quite good at talking nonsense. Deacon Sunday, the Tiger's Howl school disciple, came out and shouted, Since we are idle, why don't we make a bet? Oh, The long blade faction deacon smiled and said, "Bet on what?" The Tiger's Howl School disciple intentionally or unintentionally looked at the Iron Bone sect's face and said, "Let's bet on how many people will come to consult this trash sect when the recruitment begins." The trash sect was definitely referring to the Iron Bone clan. A bit interesting. The long blade faction deacon smiled and said, "Might as well bet." The Tiger's Howl School disciple said in a clear voice, "I bet that on the day of recruitment, no one will come to consult one tail." The long blade faction deacon smiled and said, "In any case, it is still a member of the 100 sects. No matter how trash it is, there should be blind teenagers coming to consult. I bet that on the day of recruitment, one person will come to consult one tail." One tail was not much. The two did not intend to bet, but mainly to mock the Iron Bone sect. There was no other way. Who told Jun Changxiao to build his sect in the middle of two eighth-rate sects? Borrowing light could be borrowed, but there must be a price to pay. Maybe it was because they had nothing better to do. But after hearing the bet between the Long Blade faction and the Tiger's Howl School, all the martial artists began to talk. With the Iron Bone sect's current situation, on the day of recruitment, no one will ask. Not to mention, the city is going crazy. How could an ambitious young man or woman join such a trash sect? It is strange. Why is that good-looking girl standing in front of the Iron Bone sect? Is she a disciple? It can't be. How could such a lousy sect recruit such a beautiful female disciple? As the warriors from the various sects chatted, their gazes landed on Lu Qianqian. It had to be said, wherever a beauty went, it was a beautiful scenery. "Qianqian," Jun Changxiao said, "Come, massage this king's shoulders." Lu Qianqian's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Jun Changxiao lowered his voice and said, "So many people are watching. Give me some face." Lu Qianqian walked over and gently raised her hand. Then she started hammering rhythmically. This control of strength was no different from pounding a sandbag. Although Jun Changxiao was in pain, although he was collapsing in front of everyone, he showed a very enjoyable look. Damn, it's really the Iron Bone sect's disciple. Where is the justice? Seeing Lu Qianqian massaging Jun Changxiao's shoulders, the martial artist's eyes were not only surprised, but also deeply envious. 3 days later, the recruitment of 100 sects began. Jun Changxiao sat in a chair with his shoulders drooping, quietly waiting for the boys and girls to pour into the martial arts practice field. Lu Qianqian said, "Sect leader, do you need a shoulder massage?" No. Jun Changxiao hurriedly said, "I still want to live for 2 more years." Because of the beginning of the recruitment, the sects were busy preparing, and no one paid attention to or laughed at the Iron Bone sect. In the past few days of waiting, Jun Changxiao had learned a lot from the mouths of the various sects, such as some villages and towns, and there were youths with good qualifications coming to participate in the recruitment. Although boys and girls can freely choose to join a sect, the sect also needs to verify the other party's qualifications to determine whether they are qualified or not. For example, the higher-level 8th-rate sects, they have a certain qualification requirement for recruiting disciples. The 9th-rate sects are more casual. As long as they have a little qualification, they can enter. In this 100 sects recruitment, the popular candidate that the sects are fighting to win over is Li Qingyang, a direct descendant of the Li family in Qingyang City. It is said that at the age of 15, this child was verified to have a high-grade spirit root. If such a genius can be brought into the sect, there will only be benefits and no harm. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, and suddenly noticed that the surroundings were quiet. He instinctively looked up and saw that the disciples of the 2 8th-rate sects were staring at him in shock. Pahaha! Li Qingyang is a rare genius in Qingyang City. Many big sects are fighting for him. This guy actually wants to recruit him. There must be something wrong with his brain. It's good to be young. You dare to think about anything. The crowd burst into laughter. Jun Changxiao was speechless. If he unintentionally said a word, it would be magnified by them. Did he cross over and add all his attribute points to the hatred value? Sect leader. Lu Qianqian whispered, "Don't daydream." These words were like a knife, stabbing into Jun Changxiao's heart. He slumped in his chair and secretly howled. Can I still be the sect leader? Chapter 9. The recruitment of hundreds of sects began. Originally, there were only martial artists in the martial arts practice field, but in a short period of time, it welcomed a sea of young boys and girls. They had the dream of becoming a martial artist and actively inquired about the situation of each sect. The youths who participated in the recruitment must have the qualifications, and choosing a suitable sect would affect their life, so they must consider carefully. Gradually, there were more and more people. The faces of the various sects on the martial arts practice field were either in groups of 3 or 5, or gathered densely together, making it seem very lively. However, in stark contrast to that, there was a stark contrast. The face of the Iron Bone clan, which was sandwiched between the Long Blade clan and the Tiger's Howl clan, was never asked by anyone. Not even a fly flew over. It was right to borrow the light. The passing youths would curiously look over. However, when they saw the words Ironbone clan, they hurriedly retreated, afraid of being unlucky. These few days, the Ironbone clan had spread like wildfire in Qingyang City. After the youths who participated in the recruitment heard about it from various channels, they would definitely not come to consult this kind of sect that had no future and destroyed their own future. Sigh. Jun Changshao said helplessly, Is my Ironbone clan that bad? Very bad. Lu Qianqian said straightforwardly. Jun Changshao covered his chest and said weakly, Qianqian, can you not attack my fragile heart? Yes. Lu Qianqian said, Sect leader, since no one is consulting, let's pack up and go back. Jun Changshao was about to cry. This woman must have been sent by the heavens to deliberately attack me. The people of the Long Blade clan and the Tiger's Howl clan were bragging about their sects in front of the inquiring youths, occasionally glancing at each other, and the disdain and sneers on the corners of their mouths became more and more intense. Kid, recognize the reality, right? The face of the Ironbone clan had never been consulted by a youth. Compared with the bustling sects nearby, it seemed to be in a different world. Sect leader, Lu Qianqian said, Pack up and leave. No. Jun Changshao continued to sit. He did not believe that with so many youths, no one really came to consult. Li Qingyang from the Li family is here. It was unknown who let out an extremely loud shout, but it immediately startled the disciples and higher-ups of the various sects, causing them to raise their heads and look. How could a single sentence cause such a huge commotion? Jun Changshao thought to himself, I want to see if this once-in-a-century genius is as handsome as me. Shua! He stepped out and stood in front of the door. Through the gaps left by the crowd, he could see a man in white drifting over from the street that led to the training field. Jun Changshao was startled. This person looks a little familiar. Lu Qianqian looked over and whispered, Sect Master, he's the injured person who didn't even say thank you in the wilderness. With a reminder and the blurry figure of the injured person, Jun Changshao said with certainty, Yes, it's him. When Li Qingyang, who possessed a high-grade spirit root, arrived at the training field, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The aptitude of martial artists in the Falling Star continent was divided into low grade, mortal grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The level of the spirit root represented the strength of one's martial arts aptitude, as well as the upper and lower limits of one's future cultivation. In a city like Qingyang City, a 16-year-old youth with a mid-grade spirit root was an existence that was 1 in 10,000. Half a year ago, Li Qingyang's martial arts test had actually revealed a high-grade spirit root. He immediately became the most dazzling existence and was hailed as the #1 genius in Qingyang City. When the city lord congratulated him, he praised him in public. Li Qingyang is the future hope of my Qingyang City. If he cultivates diligently, it won't be a problem for him to step into the martial king realm. Li Qingyang's appearance had caused quite a stir in the various counties. Therefore, many sects from other counties had also come to participate in this 100 sects recruitment. Geniuses with outstanding spirit roots were urgently needed by any sect. After Li Qingyang appeared, the martial artists of the various sects swarmed over and threw out olive branches. Young Master Li, join my Iron Eagle sect. You will be the eldest disciple. What's so good about being the eldest disciple? Young Master Li, join our Azure Cloud sect, and you will be a high and mighty elder. Bah, your Azure Cloud sect has at least 90 elders, if not 100. The number is almost as many as the disciples. And you still have the nerve to recruit young Master Li? Young Master Li, join our Giant Whale gang. You can use all the martial arts resources at will. Young Master Li, join our Rui Lane. Senior and junior sisters will serve you all day long. In order to rope in Li Qingyang, the various sects tried their best. Unfortunately, the #1 genius of Qingyang City chose to bypass them and walk on the martial arts practice field filled with people. When he came to the 100 sects to recruit, he definitely had to find a sect to join. However, in his heart, these 8th and 9th rate sects were not in his consideration at all. Young Master Li, at this moment, an old man walked over and said with a smile, "Are you interested in joining my Song Mountain sect?" Song Mountain sect? The youths exclaimed one after another. Jun Changxiao said, "Qianqian, is the Song Mountain sect very powerful?" Lu Qianqian nodded and said, "Song Mountain sect is a 5th-rate sect in Qingyang County. There are many disciples, and their strength and foundation are very strong." 5th rate, Jun Changxiao said in surprise. "It is quite powerful." The lowest level of the sects in the Falling Star continent was the 9th rate, and the highest was the super 1st rate. The 5th rate Song Mountain sect was considered a huge monster to Qingyang City. Moreover, below the 5th rate, one could only use the word sect. Only those above the 5th rate were qualified to use the word sect. If the Iron Bone clan is also a 5th rate sect, why would they worry about not being able to recruit disciples? Jun Changxiao thought to himself. Lu Qianqian said, "This person has a high-grade spirit root, and his talent is not bad. Joining a 5th rate sect is the best choice at the moment. In that case, I have no hope of recruiting him." Jun Changxiao shook his head. Deacon Son of the Long Blade sect walked over and said indifferently, "A genius like young Master Li, even the 5th-rate sects would fight for him. Your Iron Bone clan should stop dreaming." Deacon Sunday, the Tiger Whistle sect disciple, laughed. "Don't forget, we still have a bet between us." Deacon Sun joked, "The recruitment has been going on for so long, but no one is interested in the Iron Bone. It seems that I am going to lose." Just as the two of them were mocking Jun Changxiao, Li Qingyang made a decision and said, "Sorry, I am not interested in joining the Song Mountain sect." Oh my God! He rejected the invitation of a 5th-rate sect. Everyone widened their eyes. A direct descendant of the Leaf family with talent and spirit root was so willful. The elder of the Song Mountain sect did not expect that Li Qingyang would refuse so decisively. He still did not give up and said, "Young Master Li, my Song Mountain sect is one of the top sects in Qingyang County. Are you really not going to consider it?" Not considering. Li Qingyang walked forward. He did not even consider joining the Song Mountain sect. The 7th and 8th rate sects that wanted to recruit him all gave up the idea. Li Qingyang continued to walk in the recruitment area. His every move affected the hearts of the youths and sections. The highest level in the 100 Sect Alliance this time was the 5th rate sect. Since he was not interested, which sect could accept this great Buddha? Soon, Li Qingyang walked to the front of the Long Blade sect. Deacon Sun and the Tiger Whistle sect disciple hurriedly smiled and flattered him. It was impossible for such a genius to join their sect, but it was not bad to be in close contact with him. Li Qingyang habitually glanced at the Long Blade sect, then suddenly stopped. He first looked at Jun Changxiao, then looked at the front of the sect and said, "You are the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan?" Gah! The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. The #1 genius of Qingyang City, who had not spoken much since he came to the training field, actually took the initiative to talk to the sect leader of this trash sect. Chapter 10. Li Qingyang was a first-rate genius in the hearts of the sections. In the future, he would at least be a martial king. As for the Iron Bone sect, it was a joke in the hearts of the sections. Maybe it would disband tomorrow and become an insignificant speck of dust in history. The gap between the number one genius and the trash sect was like heaven and earth. However, no one would have thought that Li Qingyang would stop in front of the Ironbone sect and take the initiative to talk. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jun Changshao. They all secretly thought, what did this trash sect leader do to make a genius take the initiative to talk to him? The flattering smile on the faces of the Long Blade sect's deacon and the Tiger's Howl sect's disciple froze. The number one genius of Qingyang City, from the beginning to the end, didn't even look at them. Now, he was standing on the side and talking to the trash sect leader. Was this a dream? Deacon Sun raised his hand and pinched his face. He immediately felt the pain. It was not a dream, it was real. Li Qingyang, who had a high-grade spirit root and dared to refuse a fifth-rate sect, was really talking to the Iron Bone sect leader. Yes, Jun Changshao said, I'm the sect leader of Iron Bone clan. Everyone snorted. Where did a sect leader of a trashy sect get the confidence to introduce himself in front of a genius so calmly and calmly? Young Master Li was the same. Taking the initiative to talk to the other party in public, was he not afraid of losing his status as the number one genius? In the eyes of the sects, Iron Bone sect was a piece of trash. Trash should be stored in a trash can in the corner and should not be the focus of everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, this was jealousy. Why did the high and mighty genius not talk to them and not talk to others, but talk to a piece of trash? Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said with shame, earlier in the wilderness, because I was in a hurry to go home, I left without even saying thank you. I was really rude. Please forgive me, sect leader. Gah! The cultivators of the sects were dumbfounded again. The tone of the number one genius of Qingyang City was obviously apologizing to that guy. Even Lu Qianqian, who was beside him, looked surprised. It was hard to imagine that the most outstanding genius of a city would apologize to the sect leader, especially in this kind of situation. Was his brain damaged? Look, good intentions are always rewarded. Jun Changshao smiled brightly. His previous irritation vanished like smoke in thin air. He shrugged and said indifferently, Young Master Li, it's just a small matter. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Lu Qianqian, she clearly remembered that just now, the sect leader had muttered softly, a guy with a high-grade spirit root, but no moral character. Just looking at him makes me unhappy. Li Qingyang smiled and said, Can you explain the Iron Bone clan to me? What? The eyes of the martial artists from various sects almost popped out of their sockets. The number one genius of Qingyang City actually wanted to know more about Iron Bone. Could it be that he had plans to join? At this moment, the Tiger's Howl School's disciple's face was extremely ugly. After all, he had purposely placed a bet to mock Jun Changshao. What were they betting on? 100 Gambling Sect recruitment began, and no one consulted Iron Bone. What about now? Not only did someone come to consult, it was even a number one genius of Green Sun City, Li Qingyang. His face had been slapped so hard that it sounded like a resounding slap. Ding! Side quest triggered. Just as everyone was shocked, Jun Changshao heard a system prompt in his ears. He hurriedly opened the sect's system panel and saw the side quest. Explain the glorious history of the Iron Bone clan and persuade the number one genius of Green Sun City to join. Jun Changshao could still accept the task of persuading Li Qingyang. But what the hell was explaining the glorious history of the Iron Bone clan? A sect that had not been established for many years. A secluded sect with only one disciple. What glorious history did it have? Or was it that sect leader Wang was caught visiting a brothel, then failed to escape and was beheaded? Was it the most glorious history of the entire sect? This side quest was not reliable at all. Although Jun Changshao's heart was crumbling, in order to complete the quest and obtain contribution points, his brain began to work crazily. Although the Iron Bone clan did not have a glorious history, he could make it up. After racking his brain, Jun Changshao said, Young Master Li, in the eyes of the world, my Iron Bone clan is nothing more than a secluded sect. Everyone coldly snorted. Since this guy knew himself, why did he shamelessly participate in the 100 Gambling Sect recruitment? However, Jun Changxiao's face suddenly became serious. In fact, my Iron Bone clan was once an ancient sect with a long history and deep heritage. Ancient sect? Pa, don't joke around. It's clearly a sect that was casually established, yet he managed to link it to ancient times. This guy's brain must have a problem. The martial artists of the various sects laughed mercilessly. Lu Qianqian, who was standing behind him, had black lines appear on her face. To be able to link the Iron Bone clan to an ancient sect, how thick did the sect leader's face need to be? How much courage did he have to do it? Li Qingyang asked with interest. Can you tell me more about it? Everyone's mouth twitched. Was there something wrong with the #1 genius of Green Sun City that he would listen to this guy's nonsense? That's right. Which normal person would reject a fifth-rate sect and consult a secluded sect? Young Masterly. Jun Changxiao said, Have you heard of the Eastern Sea? Li Qingyang nodded and said, I've heard of it. To the east of the falling star continent was a vast ocean filled with countless sea beasts. It was a very dangerous area. Jun Changxiao said, At the end of the Eastern Sea, there is a country called Aolai. Has young Masterly heard of it? Aolai? Li Qingyang shook his head and said, I've only heard of the Eastern Sea from books. I've never actually been there, so I don't know about the existence of a country. Not only did he not know, even the elders of Green Mountain Sect present had never heard of Aolai. Jun Changxiao said, There are 2 sacred mountains in Aolai. One is Huaba Mountain, and the other is Ironbone Mountain. Our Ironbone clan originated from Ironbone Mountain. The first sect leader was called Sun Wukong, and his celestial title was Great Sage equal to heaven. This guy brought up Journey to the West. Although it was an awkward comparison, the martial artists of the Falling Star continent had never heard of it, so they were stunned by his words. Some people even thought that the Eastern Sea really had Aolai and Ironbone Mountain. A bunch of nonsense. At this moment, the elder of Green Mountain Sect walked over and said, The Eastern Sea is extremely dangerous. Even someone as strong as Wu Huang didn't dare to enter. The existing records have never mentioned Aolai, let alone Ironbone Mountain. That's right. I've read a lot of books since I was young, and I'm familiar with astronomy and geography. I've never heard of Aolai and Ironbone Mountain in the Eastern Sea. This guy is obviously making up a story. Damn it. Do you think we're 3-year-old children? Everyone felt that their intelligence had been insulted, and they were very angry. Old man, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, I can only say that you know nothing about the Falling Star continent. Everyone's mouth twitched. A newbie at the Meridian Opening Realm actually said that the elder of Green Mountain Sect knew nothing. Good. The elder of Green Mountain Sect suppressed his anger and said coldly, This old man is ignorant. I'd like to ask Sect Leader Jun, who is this Sun Wukong you're talking about? And who is his master? Making up a story? Then I'll ask more, and you'll give yourself away. Chapter 11. Give himself away? That was impossible. Even if Jun Changxiao hadn't read the original Journey to the West, he had watched the TV series countless times. He could totally recite the story. He didn't even think about it, saying, I am the first leader of Ironbone. I absorbed the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. After countless years of nurturing, I broke out of the divine stone. My master is Grandmaster Bodhi of Lingtai, Fengxuan Mountain. The elder of Tsang Mountain Sect scolded angrily. Humans are made of flesh and blood. How can they come out of the stone? Don't talk nonsense and mislead people. Old man, Jun Changxiao said disdainfully, you know nothing about the evolution of thousands of creatures. The elder of Tsang Mountain Sect was so angry that his face turned red. Jun Changxiao said lightly, I have answered all your questions. If you're not satisfied or want to hear more, you can continue to ask. The elder of Tsang Mountain Sect couldn't take it lying down. He wanted to continue asking, but Li Qingyang said first, I didn't expect Ironbone Sect to have such a long history. Everyone almost fell down. That Li family's direct descendant wouldn't really believe it, right? But Li Qingyang paused and said, What you said is only the once glorious Ironbone Sect. What advantages do they have now? What advantages do they have? Right. Even if he wasn't lying, even if Ironbone had a strong foundation, it was only a ninth-rate sect now. Sigh. Jun Chang Shao sighed and said, "There is no such thing as eternity in this world. No matter how strong a sect is, there will be a day when it withers. Our Ironbone clan was not lucky enough to escape, and in the end, we declined to our current state. Didn't fall. Your Ironbone sect is not strong at all. Okay." Young Masterly. Jun Changshao looked over and said meaningfully, "But our sect is an ancient sect. Even if we fell from the altar, we still have a foundation. For example, the elixir you took before is the best proof." Elixir? Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingyang was silent. At that time, he was seriously injured and seemed to be unconscious, but in reality, he was conscious. He could vaguely remember that he had eaten a pill and then his injuries had healed. When Jun Changshao made up the story earlier, he only treated it as a story. However, when he mentioned that he had benefited from the medicinal pills, he could not help but think that perhaps the Ironbone clan was not as simple as it seemed. Jun Changshao said, "I want to revive the sect's former glory, and I need the assistance of a genius like you." Xiao Chun looked at the cultivators of the various sects who tried to rope in Li Qingyang earlier. Then he said, "I will find it difficult to fulfill the conditions they gave you. However, if you want to become a martial emperor, join the Ironbone Righteous Sect." Become a martial emperor? This guy really dared to say anything. Martial emperor. They were the strongest cultivators on the Starfall continent, the gods that everyone revered. Jun Changshao, who was only at the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, dared to let a person reach such a realm. His bragging ability was not ordinary. "All right," Li Qingyang said straightforwardly, "I'll join the Ironbone clan." A few simple words resounded in the air above the martial arts practice field. The faces of all the martial artists froze, as if they had turned into wooden stone statues. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 5 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 19100. Listening to the sound, Jun Changshao was a little dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "It's done just like that? Qingyang City's #1 genius was fooled just like that?" Qianqian. After being stunned for a moment, Great Sect Leader Jun said in a clear voice, "Bring me the entry form." Lu Qianqian placed the form on the table. Shua. Jun Changshao sat down elegantly and said, "Name, Li Qingyang. Gender, male. Age, 16 years old. Aptitude, high-grade spirit root. Realm, 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm." Jun Changshao almost fell off his chair. He, the Great Sect Leader, was only at the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. His second disciple had actually reached the 10th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, worthy of being the #1 genius of Qingyang City. Jun Changshao took out the sect leader's seal from his interspatial ring, exhaled, and stamped it on the entry form. "From today onwards, you are a disciple of Ironbone School. Disciple is Li Qingyang." Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, sect leader." Ding. Sect member, 3,100. Ding. Sect contribution points, 20100. Seeing that the members and contribution points had increased, Jun Changshao suddenly felt that the system's notification sound was very beautiful. No one would have thought that Li Qingyang, who had rejected a 5th-rate sect, would choose to join Ironbone School, let alone complete the entry procedures so quickly. The deacon of the Long Blade School sat on the ground and said stupidly, "Impossible, impossible. This must be a dream." The Ironbone School that he had always despised had recruited the #1 genius of Qingyang City. The reality was too cruel for him to accept. The disciples of Tiger's Howl School were also stunned. To be exact, when Li Qingyang joined the Ironbone School, everyone in the martial arts practice field was stunned. They all felt that they were dreaming, a ridiculous dream. Young Masterly. The elder of Songshan Sect said in a deep voice, "You have a high-grade spiritual root. Your future is unlimited. Joining the unrated Iron Bone School is destroying your own future. Old man, Jun Changshao said with a cold face, although my Iron Bone School is unrated, it is only temporary. Today, I will say that in a few years, we will definitely surpass your Tsongshan sect. His voice was sonorous and powerful. This was serious, unprecedentedly serious. Because as a sect leader, he hated it when people looked down on and laughed at his own sect. He had to become stronger. He had to use his actions to slap their faces. Surpass my Tsongshan sect? The elder of Tsongshan sect sneered. Kid, do you really think that you can make the sect stronger with just your mouth? With his mouth. It was definitely impossible. Jun Changshao dared to be so confident because he had the system, contribution points, and the sect store. You falling star continent martial artists rely on time and spiritual energy to cultivate. I will use contribution points and treasures to surpass you step by step. Old man, Jun Changshao said, wait for the day when my Iron Bone School becomes famous and shakes the continent. The elder of Tsongshan sect snorted. Good. I will wait for the day when the Iron Bone School becomes famous. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left. The best genius was taken away. There was no point in staying here. So he ordered the disciples to leave and prepare to return to Tsongshan sect. Elder Ma, however, just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe quickly came to the practice field and said, please wait. It's the Li family head. Everyone recognized that he was the Li family head, Li Qingyang's father. The Li family head quickly came with a few servants and politely said, Elder Ma, my son Qingyang is young and doesn't know any better. I accept your sincere invitation on his behalf. Li family head, the elder of Tsongshan sect, said unhappily, your son has already joined another sect. What? The Li family head was stunned. He looked at Li Qingyang in the distance and said with a serious face, Brat, why didn't you wait for your father to come and make a decision on your own? His voice came to an abrupt stop, and he saw the banner of Iron Bone Unyielding Sect hanging above his son's head from the corner of his eye. In an instant, the master of the Li family felt a strong, ominous feeling rise in his heart. As your son, which sect did you join? Li Qingyang calmly replied, Iron Bone School. Chapter 12. Hearing his son mention the Iron Bone Upright Sect, Patriarch Li felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his entire body was frozen in place like a wooden chicken. Half a year ago, Li Qingyang was tested to have a high-grade spiritual root, which made him ecstatic. The Li family was also boiling and regarded him as the pride of the family. They could even imagine that the family would be even more glorious under the leadership of this junior. After the test, Patriarch Li provided his son with the best resources and also planned his future. He decided to choose a sect with a strong foundation and prestige after the recruitment of 100 sects began. Little did he know that today, while he was bathing and changing clothes, Li Qingyang sneaked away and searched the mansion but couldn't find him. Brat, did he go to meet that little bitch in private again? Unable to find Li Qingyang, Patriarch Li was so angry that he hesitated back and forth in the hall. At this moment, the servant hurriedly reported, Patriarch, young master went to the recruitment venue first and was valued by the 5 Streams Song Mountain sect. They want to accept him as a disciple. What? Patriarch Li was overjoyed. Song Mountain sect was the top force in Qingyang County, and its status was not inferior to the city lord of Qingyang City. His son was recruited by such a sect. Not only did he bring honor to his ancestors, but he also had a great future. But the servant paused and said weakly, Young master rejected the recruitment of Song Mountain sect's elders. What? Patriarch Li almost fell to the ground. The same 2 words, but with a different tone. One could tell that his mood fell from heaven to hell. That bastard kid's head was kicked by a donkey? That's why he rejected Song Mountain sect's recruitment. No, this is a matter of life and the future of the Li family. We can't let him do as he pleases. As a result, Patriarch Li rushed to the recruitment venue with his men. He happened to meet the Song Mountain sect's elders who were about to pack up and leave, So he accepted the invitation on behalf of Li Qingyang. And when he learned that his son had joined a sect, Patriarch Li subconsciously thought, could it be that there was a sect better than Tsang Mountain Sect? The result, that kid joined the Iron Bone Upright Sect. The Li family was a small scale in Qingyang City, and it was comparable to an 8th-rate sect. Patriarch Li couldn't accept his son joining a 9th-rate sect. After a short days, he said in a deep voice, "Qingyang, don't joke with father." "Father." Li Qingyang said, "I'm not joking. I'm now a disciple of the Ironbone clan." This sentence was a double blow. The Li family head trembled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Patriarch." The servant hurried over to support him. The Li family patriarch steadied himself and pointed at Li Qingyang, his voice trembling as he said, "My Li family's face has been completely lost by you today." If his son joined a 6th-rate sect, he could accept it, but he could not accept joining Ironbone's sect. After all, it was only a 9th-rate sect. Furthermore, not only would such a trash sect have no future, it would also make the Li family a laughingstock. The martial artists from various sects who were watching the show laughed. The #1 prodigy of Qingyang City had a screw loose in his head. His father was still considered normal and knew that joining the Ironbone gang would be a disgrace. "Young master," the Li family servant hurriedly said, "don't make the patriarch angry. Quickly leave that trash sect." Crack! Jun Changshao clenched his fists. Even a servant of a clan thought that his sect was trash. That was really annoying. "Father," Li Qingyang said seriously, "a person must be honest. Since I have joined the Ironbone sect, I will not leave." "You!" The Li family head was so angry that his teeth were trembling. "Unfilial son." The Tsang Mountain sect elder couldn't take it anymore and said, "Young Master Li, filial piety is the most important. You disobeying your father like this is unfilial." Li Qingyang's face was filled with hesitation and guilt. "It's over," Jun Changshao said to himself. "The duck in my hand is about to fly away." After a while, Li Qingyang said with a firm gaze, "Father, I have followed the path you paved since I was young. Now that I am an adult, I should have my own choice." The Li family head pointed at the banner of the Ironbone sect and said, "Joining a 9th-rate sect is your choice." "Yes," Li Qingyang said seriously. The Li family head was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His fingers trembled as he said angrily, "If you don't leave the Ironbone sect, I will not be your father anymore. Young Master Li, Ironbone sect has no future. You should leave. There are so many excellent sects here. Any one of them is better than Ironbone sect. Don't be so stubborn." The Li family head is not young anymore. If something happens to him because of anger, as his son, you will regret it for the rest of your life. "Young Master Li, please think twice before you act." The warriors of various sects who didn't mind watching the show all clamored. They didn't do it for the Li family head. They just didn't want to see a genius with a top-grade spiritual root from a trash sect. A bunch of idiots. Jun Changshao cursed silently. The Li family head. He cupped his hands and said, "Your son should choose his own life. As a father, I should support him and not stop him. Not to mention," he paused and said, "the Ironbone sect is not as bad as you think. If young Master Li joins our sect, his future achievements will only be high." "High, not low." The Li family head suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Does Ironbone sect really think of itself as something important?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "The Ironbone sect is not an onion. It is a piece of jade waiting to be carved." Bah! A trash sect comparing itself to a piece of jade. How shameless. If I had a glib tongue like his, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to trick disciples. The warriors of various sects scoffed. The Li family head said angrily, "My son joining Ironbone sect must have been tricked by your sweet words." Jun Changshao said in all seriousness, "As the sect leader of the Ironbone Upright sect, I have always taken in disciples seriously. I have never bothered to deceive people." The Li family head said coldly, "With your cultivation, you are not even as good as my family's guest. How dare you call yourself the sect head?" Jun Changshao said, "Li family head, although my cultivation is not high, I can teach young Master Li and make him a powerhouse. This is enough. Damn, he really knows how to boast. Young Master Li is talented, and he wants to teach others. In my opinion, young Master Li can be the Iron-Bone Sect head and teach him how to improve his cultivation. Everyone despised Jun Changshao more and more, but they couldn't help but admire him. He was thick-skinned and could boast. He could be considered a talent. The Li family head became angrier and angrier. He wanted to point at Jun Changshao and curse, but after all, he was a famous person in Qingyang City. He forced himself to suppress the thought. Sect head Jun, at this moment, the Tsang Mountain Sect elder said, to make a disciple a powerhouse, he must first have an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. Since you are so confident, you must have rich martial arts experience, right? This old man is setting a trap for me. Jun Changshao could tell that if he said he had martial arts experience, he would deliberately make things difficult for him. If he said he had no experience, the Li family head would definitely force his son to leave the sect. It's so complicated. Chapter 13. In order to make a disciple stronger, one's own martial Tao might not be strong, but one must at least have a wealth of martial Tao knowledge and be able to give guidance during the cultivation process. Not to mention sects, even families and academies had corresponding martial Tao instructors. The Iron Bone Sect master had threatened to make Li Qingyang's achievements high, so the Blue Mountain Sect's elder had no choice but to stand up and ask. It was indeed a trap. If Jun Changshao said he had martial Tao experience, he would definitely ask for guidance. If he said no, Li family head would be angrier and firmly insist that his son leave the Iron Bone Sect. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. His words seemed to be amiable, but there was a hidden danger. He was deliberately trying to embarrass Jun Chang. The martial artists of the various sects all looked at him with disdain. A trash sect master with no cultivation. How could he have martial Tao experience? Jun Changshao habitually rubbed his nose and said, "This king doesn't dare to be arrogant, but I also won't belittle myself. If we're talking about martial Tao experience, I should be stronger than anyone here." This guy's bragging is getting more and more outrageous. If it weren't for the prohibition of fighting in Qingyang City, I would definitely kick him. I also have the same impulse. The martial artists of the various sects couldn't listen anymore. They swore that since they started cultivating martial Tao, they had never seen such a pretentious and nonsensical guy. Stronger than anyone here, Li family head said coldly. This Li wants to ask for Sect Master Jun's martial Tao experience today. The Blue Mountain Sect's elder smiled, but didn't say anything. He originally wanted to ask this question, but now that Li family head said it first, it was obviously the most appropriate. Jun Changshao said, "What does Li family head want to ask for advice?" Although this guy looked calm, he was actually nervously opening the system store to search for martial Tao-related goods. It hadn't been long since he transmigrated and was only at stage 5, so he definitely didn't have martial Tao experience. At this time, Sect Master Jun could only rely on the system store and hope that there were martial Tao-related goods in the system store. Li family head said lightly, "Qingyang City has a sword technique that has been passed down for 100 years. It's called 9-style wave stacking sword. According to the introduction, there are 9 styles, but there are only 8 styles. The last style needs to be deduced. Since Sect Master Jun has martial Tao experience, you should be able to deduce the last style, right? Ha ha ha. Family Headley, you're really good asking for guidance." The martial artists in Green Sun City laughed and schadenfreude. The 9 forms stacking wave sword art was an extremely famous sword art in their city. As long as one was at the 5th stage of the channel opening realm, they could purchase it from the various martial skill shops. It was written very clearly on the first page of the secret manual. The sword technique had a total of 9 forms, but only 8 were recorded. The last form required the cultivator to evolve on his own. For more than 100 years, there were at least 900,000 martial artists who had cultivated the 9 moves stacking wave sword technique, if not 1,000,000. However, from beginning to end, no one had been able to comprehend the final move. Rumor had it that the city lord of Green Sun City had comprehended the final move when he was young. But because it had never been used before, everyone knew nothing about the 9th move. 9 forms of wave stacking sword. The elder of the Tsongshan school murmured. He had heard of this sword art. Back then, he had even planned to buy the last move of the sword art. However, he gave up when he learned that it was only a low-level sword art. On the Falling Star continent, martial skills and mental cultivation methods were also divided into different grades. Just like spiritual roots, they were divided into low grade, common grade, medium grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The elder of the Tsongshan school had reached the peak of martial master. In the sect, he cultivated martial skills of common grade and above. Naturally, he didn't care about low-level skills. Speaking of which, if it was of a high level, how could it have become a popular sword art in Green Sun City? Sect Master Jun, the elder of the Tsongshan school, smiled. This old man has also heard of the 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique. If you can comprehend the 9th move, it proves that you have real skills. This old man was really good at fanning the flames. Jun Changshao said proudly. What's so difficult about comprehending a mere sword art? Everyone sneered. For 100 years, very few people had comprehended it. If a noob like you could do it, then it would be strange. Li Qingyang was looking forward to it. He had also cultivated the 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique, but he was stuck at the 8th move and couldn't comprehend the 9th move. If the sect master could do it, it meant that he had followed the right sect and the right person. Under everyone's gaze, Jun Changshao repeatedly scrolled through the beginner store, looking for items related to the sword art. However, he found nothing. It's over, it's over. Without these items, how can I show off? Bah. How can I comprehend the 9th move of wave stacking sword technique? Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's gaze stopped on the item called Talisman of Insight. He hurriedly clicked on the detailed introduction. This function of being able to see the detailed introduction of the item was discovered by chance. Item: Beginner's Talisman of Insight. Effect: After using it, you can see the opponent's martial arts and secret techniques, thus achieving rapid comprehension. Duration: 60 minutes. Price: 10 contribution points. Rapid comprehension. Jun Changshao was secretly delighted. It should help me comprehend the 9th move of the sword art. Schwa. He directly tapped on the Talisman of Insight. Ding! Host spent 10 contribution points and obtained Talisman of Insight X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 10100. Jun Changshao said, Masterly, this seat has never cultivated the 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique that you mentioned. How can I comprehend the 9th move? The best-selling sword art in Xinjiang City. As the sect master, he has never cultivated it. Although the 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique is a low-grade sword art, the price is still 100 taels. With his poor appearance, he definitely can't afford it. Makes sense. This sword art needs to be comprehended 1 move at a time. God knows how long it will take for him to comprehend the 9th move. Everyone discussed in private. Master Li's face fell again. At that moment, he felt that he was being played by this guy like an idiot. Suppressing his anger, Master Li put on a fake smile and said, It just so happens that this Li has a 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique manual with me. Sect Master Jun can take it and study it. After saying that, he took out a blue-covered manual from his spatial ring. Many thanks. Jun Changshao raised his hand to receive it. Master Li said, However, this Li will say this first. If Sect Master Jun cannot comprehend the 9th move, please expel my son from the Ironbone sect. If his son doesn't leave, then let this sect master expel him. Master Li was certain that a person who had never practiced the 9 forms of wave stacking sword technique would find it difficult to comprehend the 5th or 6th move, let alone the 9th move. No problem. Jun Changshao agreed readily. Li family head was still worried. Sect head Jun, you have to keep your word. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, My Ironbone clan's motto is to be a person of iron bone and do things of iron bone. Naturally, we won't break our promises. After getting a satisfactory answer, Master Li threw the sword manual over. There were so many martial artists watching at the recruitment site. He didn't think that the other party would go back on his word. Of course, Jun Changshao took the sword manual and said, "If this seat comprehends the ninth move, what will Masterly do?" In the past 100 years, only the city lord had comprehended it. Did he really think that he could do it? Masterly sneered in his heart. On the surface, he cupped his hands and said, "If Sect Master Jun comprehends the ninth move, my son Qingyang will be lucky to be able to cultivate in the Ironbone sect." With these words, Jun Changshao was relieved. Who? He took a deep breath and flipped through the sword manual. After seeing the complicated incantations and sword moves, he felt dizzy. Although he inherited the memories of the original owner and had some understanding of this world's martial arts secret manuals, he still felt like he was reading a heavenly book when he saw such a complicated sword manual for the first time. I hope the Insight Talisman can help me comprehend the sword manual quickly. Jun Changshao muttered to himself. His thoughts fused into his ring, and with a snap, he crushed the talisman that he had exchanged for. Xiao! A formless energy flowed into his knowledge, see through the ring. Jun Changshao felt the sky darken. That uncomfortable feeling disappeared quickly. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the incantations and sword moves in the sword manual. Everything was so easy to understand. Chapter 14. Jun Changshao, who crushed the Insight Talisman, looked at the sword manual again. He was overjoyed because he could understand the obscure sword techniques and strange sword moves at once. What was even more exaggerated was that the words printed on the sword manual seemed to be alive. They turned into streams of light and merged into the sea of consciousness. They began to arrange themselves and evolve on their own. Chua! Jun Changshao memorized the first page of sword moves and turned to the second page. When he imprinted it in the sea of consciousness, he began to turn the third page, the fourth page, the fifth page. Seeing him flipping through the sword manual, the faces of the martial artists from various sects were stunned. Sword manuals were different from martial arts. First, one had to be familiar with the sword techniques. Second, one had to be familiar with the sword moves. It was difficult for him to even remember the chant, let alone the sword moves. Did he choose to give up because it was difficult to comprehend? Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao completely evolved the first move of a 9-style wave stacking sword in the sea of consciousness. Qian. He closed the sword manual and said, "Give me the sword." Clang! The sword was unsheathed and handed over. Jun Changshao took it from Lu Qianqian's hand and waved his wrist lightly. Whoosh! The 3-foot-long sword cut through the air, forming a wave of air visible to the naked eye. The wave of air formed during the sword swing meant that he had comprehended the first move of the 9-style wave stacking sword. How could it be? The faces of the martial artists from various sects who were waiting to see a joke froze when they saw the wave of air. The Tsang Mountain sect elder was stunned. He didn't care about the wave-like airflow. What he cared about was that it didn't take long for this kid to comprehend the sword manual and skillfully perform the first move. Yes, not long after. In Earth time, it was only 1 minute. For many people, 1 minute was enough to go to the toilet and didn't even take off their pants. Jun Changshao had already comprehended it. Impossible. The Tsang Mountain sect elder secretly denied. As a peak martial master, although he could cultivate this kind of low-level martial arts, it would never be so fast, unless he had been cultivating it before. Shua! Jun Changshao turned his feet, retracted his arm, and waved his sword again. The second wave of air appeared and connected with the first. This was the second move of the 9-style wave stacking sword. It took him 1 minute and 5 seconds to comprehend it. At that moment, the martial artists from various sects opened their mouths. What a joke. How could this trash sect master comprehend the second move of the 9-style wave stacking sword in a few breaths? Li's face was full of disbelief. He deeply remembered that he had spent a total of 5 days to comprehend the second style back then. How did this guy do it? Or did he have practiced the 9-style wave stacking sword? Deliberately pretended he did Nestle in the Tsang Mountain sect elder. Any normal martial artist would think so. After all, It was absolutely impossible to comprehend the first 2 moves of the 9 moves of the wave stacking sword technique in such a short time. Lord, with the support of the Insight Talisman, Jun Changshao really did it. Shua! He brandished his sword once again, and a 3rd wave of qi was formed, connecting the previous wave and the next wave. It was one. All the martial artists present only blinked a few times before Sect leader Jun completely comprehended the 3rd move and used it skillfully. Terrifying. Terrifying. Li Qingyang's eyes flashed. The Sect master's comprehension speed is 10 times faster than mine. It seems that I follow the right person. Lu Qianqian thought the Sect master's spirit root should be higher than second junior brothers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao was immersed in the sword technique. Layers of waves swarmed out. They stacked together and became more powerful, like endless waves. Wave after wave, layer after layer. That was the origin of the name of the 9-style wave stacking sword. Whoosh! Jun Changshao swung his sword again. Waves formed. 7 waves had gathered on the martial arts practice field. It took him only 1 minute and 30 seconds to comprehend the 7th move. Humph! Li's family master said disdainfully, "You clearly comprehended the 9-style wave stacking sword. How shameless!" No matter how fast Jun Changshao performed the first 7 moves, he was sure that he had comprehended them before. That's what I said. How can a 9th-rate Sect master comprehend the first 7 moves so quickly? It turns out that he had practiced them before. Damn, I was almost fooled by him. His acting skills are good. Look, that guy is still acting. When Jun Changshao once again performed the 8th move, another layer of waves was formed. The attention of the martial artist was not on this, but on his face. 9th-rate Sect. His acting skills were first class. The Tsangshan Sect elder said lightly, "No matter how good his acting is, as long as he can't perform the 9th move, he will still be exposed." This sentence was approved by everyone. You like acting? Such a big martial arts practice field is for you to perform on. But if he couldn't perform the 9th move, his previous performance could only be described as lame. Li's family master sneered with his hands behind his back. Whoosh! After performing the 8th move, Jun Changshao withdrew his sword and stood still. He was lost in thought, as if he was searching for the last move. Can't act anymore? Everyone ridiculed. Jun Changshao didn't hear the outside world, because when he was comprehending the sword art, he suddenly entered a wonderful level. Gradually, a faintly discernible aura gushed out from his body, emitting a sharp aura. The Tsangshan Sect elder was stunned. The smile on Li's family master's face also froze. "This is..." Li Qingyang frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Sword realm." What? The martial artists of various sects heard this, and their eyes almost popped out. Sword realm, also known as the realm of sword intent. It was a kind of sword art level similar to Epiphany. If a martial artist triggered it and entered the realm of sword intent, he could benefit a lot from it. My God, what kind of luck does this guy have? He actually entered the sword realm. Since ancient times, how many sword art martial artists have never had such an opportunity in their lives? Maybe because they were too shocked, some martial artists' voices gradually became louder. The Tsangshan Sect elder said in a deep voice, "This kid has entered the sword realm, which is a great opportunity. Don't disturb him." The martial artists of various sects who had other thoughts hurriedly shut their mouths. The Tsangshan Sect elder stopped the crowd in time and didn't disturb. He wasn't a bad person. The reason why he targeted Jun Changshao was that he didn't want Li Qingyang to go astray and waste such a good spiritual root. Because of the Tsangshan Sect elder's reprimand, the martial arts practice field was silent. The martial artists of various sects were full of envy and jealousy. It was an opportunity that could only be found by chance. It was really unreasonable for a piece of trash to encounter it. Whoosh! Jun Changshao, who had been in a trance, suddenly flashed a sharp luster in his eyes. He waved his right arm, and the long sword frequently waved in the void. Whoosh! 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 The first move, second move, third move. When he performed the first 8 moves in one breath, he tiptoed, jumped into the air, and slashed down with his sword. Whoosh whoosh. The 8 ripples in the air were attracted and quickly gathered together, turning into a white sword light and bombarding the boulder outside the practice field. Bang! With a loud explosion, the boulder weighing thousands of pounds shattered on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this, the martial artists of various sects gasped in shock. Chapter 15. The boulder outside the martial arts practice field weighed a few thousand kilograms, yet it was shattered by Jun Changxiao's sword. Everyone gasped in shock. The martial artists present were either at stage 8 or 9 of the channel opening realm, or had reached the level of martial disciple. It was possible for them to break a boulder. However, they clearly saw that Jun Changxiao's martial Dao aura was only at stage 5 of the channel opening realm. It was already unbelievable that he could break a few thousand kilograms boulder. At the channel opening realm, every meridian open would increase one's strength by 100 kilograms. Even if one was born with divine strength and was at stage 5 of the channel opening realm, they could only exert 1,000 kilograms of strength at most. It was impossible to break a 2,000-kilogram boulder. Unless swoosh. Jun Changxiao floated down and smiled. Patriarchally, this is the 9th form of the 9 forms wave stacking sword technique. I have already deduced it. All the martial artists looked over and locked onto the sword in his hand. They did not find anything special about it. A high-quality weapon could provide a martial artist with more strength. Jun Changxiao's sword was ordinary, which meant, oh my god, could that really be the 9th form? I heard that if one could comprehend the 9th form of the 9 forms wave stacking sword technique, the power formed would not be weaker than a mortal grade martial technique. While everyone was discussing, they had an answer in their hearts. A stage 5 of the channel opening realm and an ordinary weapon could break a few thousand kilograms boulder. Only the 9th form, which was comparable to a mortal grade martial technique, could do so. Thinking of this, everyone's expression became interesting. It was rumored that only the city lord could comprehend the 9th form. Today, a 9th-rate Ironbone sect leader had actually deduced it. This was a heavy blow, a merciless slap to the face. Patriarchally said in disbelief, how is this possible? The Blue Mountain sect elder's gaze was complicated. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, Sect leader Jun, I am extremely impressed to be able to deduce the 9th form in such a short time. This was heartfelt admiration. You flatter me. Jun Changxiao returned the sword to Lu Qianqian. With his hands behind his back, he displayed the demeanor of a master. Patriarch Li had mixed feelings. He originally thought that he could use the 9 forms wave stacking sword technique to stump him. He did not expect that the 9th form, which no one had comprehended in 100 years, would be displayed. Patriarchally, Jun Changxiao said, Now that I have evolved the 9th style, can your son stay in my Iron Bone clan? Patriarch Li was silent. Using the 9th move of the 9th style wave stacking sword technique had shocked and surprised him. But it was a low-level sword technique after all. He still didn't think that his son would have a future if he followed him. Patriarchally, Jun Changxiao said, You should be a man of your word. Patriarch Li's face turned ugly. Just then, the elder of the Tsang Mountain sect cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Jun has an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. I have a problem here that I hope you can solve. Please speak. Jun Changxiao said. He had only used 2 minutes to comprehend the 9 forms of the wave stacking sword, so there was still quite a bit of time left. If he continued to perform well, he would be able to build up prestige for himself and his sect. Songshan Sect's elder said, This Ma has been practicing a kind of mental cultivation technique all these years, but it's difficult to improve after comprehending it to the 4th level. I hope Sect Master Jun can give me some pointers. All the martial artists were shocked. An elder of the 5th stream Song Mountain sect, a genuine martial master, was asking a 9th stream sect master for advice. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Jun Changxiao said, If Elder Ma is willing to tell me the chant of the mental cultivation technique, I can give it a try. Songshan Sect's elder smiled and stood motionless. A martial artist lowered his voice and said, Elder Ma is communicating with that guy using the sound transmission technique. Only when you enter the martial master realm can you use the sound transmission technique without batting an eyelid. I really hope that I can reach this level one day. Everyone was envious when they heard this. In the Falling Star continent, every time a martial master reached a higher level, they would develop special abilities. The sound transmission technique was one of them. A moment later, after learning the chant, Jun Changshao said, It's not a big problem. Songshan Sect's elder was a bit depressed. The mental cultivation technique he mentioned was at the mortal level. After studying it for more than 10 years, he had only cultivated it to the 4th level. But he actually replied with, It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao stood still and closed his eyes. The mental cultivation technique he memorized was running and analyzing in his mind. Elder Ma. A moment later, Jun Changshao whispered in his ear. The martial artists couldn't hear the content clearly, but they could clearly see the elder's expression. He was first stunned, then suddenly enlightened, and finally ecstatic. Jun Changshao said, According to my advice, go back and cultivate for a month or 2. You should be able to break through to a higher level. Swoosh! Songshan Sect's elder excitedly said, The mental cultivation technique has puzzled this Ma for several years. Today, after listening to Sect Master Jun's words, I feel enlightened. Li family head was dumbfounded. That guy really solved Elder Ma's martial Dao problem? Jun Changshao said modestly. Elder Ma is confused by the situation. If it were someone else, they would also be able to solve his problem. Songshan Sect's elder shook his head and said, Without Sect Master Jun's profound understanding of martial Dao, it would be impossible to solve this Ma's problem. To be able to receive such high praise from Elder Ma, that guy should be capable. Could it be? Is there really someone in this world who has such a high understanding of martial Dao despite not having a high cultivation? The martial artists of various sects secretly criticized. Sect Master Jun, Songshan Sect's elder, cupped his hands and said, This Ma has to return to the sect to deal with some matters. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely ask for your guidance. After receiving guidance, he would definitely be eager to go back and cultivate in seclusion. He would strive to break through the 5th level of the mental cultivation technique and enter Wu Zone from martial master. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, See you again. Songshan Sect's elder didn't hesitate and left with his disciples. He couldn't wait to go back to the sect and cultivate in seclusion. Watching Elder Ma leave, a middle-aged man came over with a trembling smile and said, Sect Master Jun, I also have a problem in martial Dao. I hope you can give me some advice. Of course. Jun Changshao said, But you have to pay me 100 taels first. Songshan Sect was a 5th-rate sect, after all. He gave Elder Ma face and was obliged to give him advice, but these 8th-rate and 9th-rate sects had to pay for their services. Of course. The middle-aged man hurriedly handed over a banknote worth 100 taels. In his opinion, if he could even solve Elder Ma's martial Dao problem, it was worth it for him to spend 100 taels. Jun Changshao took the banknote and said, Please speak. The middle-aged man was afraid of being overheard, so he hurriedly leaned over and whispered his martial Dao problem. Jun Changshao used his insight to quickly analyze the martial Dao that the other party mentioned and gave him the correct advice in a low voice. That's right. The middle-aged man slapped his forehead and said, Why didn't I know how to be flexible? Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master Jun. This Chin will take his leave first. Seeing that guy leave, no matter how stupid the martial artists of various sects were, they could see that the Iron Bone Sect Master was truly talented. Sect Master Jun, this Chong has a problem. Please, 100 taels. Of course. The martial artist surnamed Chong hurriedly paid the money. After receiving his guidance, he happily left. As a result, many martial artists who had encountered problems in martial Dao gathered around. Many of them had mocked Jun Changshao before. It's fine. I remember it all in my heart. Want to receive guidance? Sure, pay 200 taels. Although the martial artists who mocked Jun Changshao were devastated, they still painfully paid and received satisfactory answers one by one. Chapter 16. In any world, the importance of money was self-evident. Not to mention weapons and martial arts. Even daily necessities like rice, oil, and salt needed money. Ironbone's sect didn't have any money because the previous disciples used their limited assets to use their connections, hoping to save sect leader Wong from prison. The result? Less than half a day after the money was sent, sect leader Wong was executed for breaking out of prison. Ironbone's sect was already living a tight life, but now it was one disaster after another. The two disciples couldn't bear it anymore. After eating their last meal, they went back to their own homes. Jun Changxiao, who had transmigrated, stayed in the sect for a few days. He ate steamed buns and drank shanshui water for 3 meals a day. The noodles that Lu Qianqian ate when she joined the sect were also from Annie Wong in the village. Ironbone's sect wanted to develop, but they also needed to earn money. Therefore, sect leader Jun used the insight talisman that hadn't expired yet and started making money for the first time in this world. Didn't laugh at him for needing pointers? 100 taels. Didn't they laugh at him and at Ironbone for needing pointers? 200 taels. This was a small business, so no bargaining was allowed. Because he comprehended the 9th move of the 9 forms overlapping wave sword technique and gave pointers to the elders of Songshan sect, the martial artists were still willing to spend money to ask for pointers. In a short 30 minutes, Jun Changxiao gave pointers to 20 martial artists and earned more than 3,000 taels. Looking at the increasing amount of banknotes in his spatial ring, he thought happily, although I can't sell medicine, I can use the items in the shop to earn money. Sect leader Jun, just as he gave pointers to a martial artist, Li family head came over and said with difficulty, I also have a problem here. I hope you can give me some pointers. The 9 forms overlapping wave sword technique was just to make things difficult. Now that he saw so many people leave happily after receiving pointers from him, he was completely moved and wanted to solve the martial arts problem that had troubled him for many years. Okay, Jun Changxiao said 1,000 taels. What? Li family had almost lost his balance and said in shock, 1,000 taels? Jun Changxiao said, yes, 1,000 taels. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This guy was obviously making things difficult for Master Li on purpose. It must be because he had stopped his son from joining Ironbone. Sect, Master Jun. Patriarch Li was on the verge of collapsing. Others can't afford more than 200 taels. Why do I have to pay 1,000 taels? Jun Changxiao said, looking at Master Li's outfit, I think you don't lack money. Hearing this, Patriarch Li almost fainted from anger. That's right, I have money, but money doesn't come from nowhere. Sect Master Jun. Patriarch Li said in a deep voice, are you taking me for a fool? Jun Changxiao smiled and said, you can understand it that way. The Li family head was furious. Thinking that he had a favor to ask, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Sect leader. Li Qingyang stepped forward and said, please give father a discount on account of your disciple. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment, then said, all right, since you're the father of my disciple, I'll give you a discount of 1 tael. The cultivators of the various sects almost fell over. A discount of 1,000 taels to 1 tael. This was unheard of. Since he wanted to keep Li Qingyang, he definitely wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for Patriarch Li. So Jun Changxiao only gave him a token price of 1 tael to help him solve his martial arts problem. So that's how it is. Patriarch Li, who had received guidance, seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, when he had evolved the 9th style, he still had doubts. Now that the martial arts problem that had puzzled him for many years had been solved, he completely approved of Jun Changxiao. My son is an iron bone. Under his guidance, his future achievements will definitely be high. Not only Patriarch Li, but the cultivators of the various sects who benefited from his guidance also realized that the person they had underestimated was not simple. One insight talisman allowed Jun Changxiao to earn a lot of money and prestige. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wrong. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Because while Junimo Xie was helping them, He was also helping them learn all kinds of martial arts techniques. Although the level of these techniques was low, but sword techniques, fist techniques, heart techniques, and palm techniques were all there. If they were to be bought with money, it would cost at least a few thousand taels. Big profit, big profit. Everyone. Jun Changshao looked a little tired after he had given guidance to another cultivator. This master is tired. Let's stop here. Don't, Master Jun. The cultivators who hadn't been in line became anxious. A cultivator took out 4 silver notes and said, Master Jun, I am willing to pay 400 taels. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, helping you with your martial arts has consumed too much of my energy. It will be difficult to recover in 10 days or half a month. He wanted to continue making money, but the Insight Talisman's time limit had expired after he had given guidance to the previous cultivator. Jun Changshao had originally planned to exchange for another talisman, but when he opened the store, he saw that the Insight Talisman had a dark gray color, and the annotation was, this item can only be purchased once per month. Damn it. The healing pill was limited, and the talisman was also limited. Can I play happily? Can I make money happily? Without the blessing of the Insight Talisman, Jun Changshao was equivalent to being beaten back to his original state, so he could only show a very tired look. Sigh. The cultivators of the various sects returned to their homes in frustration, and the originally interrupted recruitment of 100 sects continued. Qingyang, Patriarch Li said, follow Master Jun and cultivate well. Don't let your father down. Li Qingyang nodded. Patriarch Li chatted with Jun Changshao for a while with a flattering tone, then hurried back to the Li family and went into seclusion to digest the guidance he had received. Father, I want to join Ironbone. Father, Mother, I've thought about it. I want to join Ironbone. Goodner, what are you waiting for? Let's go and register at Ironbone. The recruitment of 100 sects resumed, and the boys and girls who were originally considering which sect to join swarmed into Ironbone's front, scrambling to register. When Li Qingyang joined the Ironbone clan, they were moved. After witnessing Jun Changshao giving pointers to the elders of Tsang Mountain Sect, and even the cultivators of the various sects, they naturally did not hesitate to register. Just now, the sects were bustling with noise and excitement, but no one cared about Ironbone. Now, the sects were empty, but Ironbone's front was full of people. Don't push, don't push. Jun Changshao shouted one by one. Qingyang, don't just stand there, come and help. Because there were too many young boys and girls signing up, Jun Changshao was suddenly in a hurry. No, there were too many people. He had to choose the best. Jun Changshao ordered the first and second disciples to let the applicants fill in the entry form, and then decide whether to accept based on aptitude and cultivation. The main task given by the system was to make Ironbone Clan the strongest sect. What was considered strong? It must be that the sect was strong, and the disciples had to be strong too. Randomly choosing a group of ugly melons and cracking dates. The number of people was enough, but the strength was not enough. The sect level could not be raised, and in the end, it would be a waste of effort. Jun Changshao was very clear that what he needed now was elite troops. So he secretly requested that those who entered the Iron Bone must at least have a middle-grade spirit root, and if it was a high-grade spirit root, it would be even better. However, after some statistics, out of the hundreds of teenagers who signed up, only 10 had a middle-grade spirit root. The others were either low-grade or mortal grade, and as for high-grade spirit roots, there was no such thing. Although Qingyang City was the main city of Qingyang County, it was still a small place after all. It was already very good for Li Qingyang to have a high-grade spirit root. Bad is bad, but let's first expand the number of people in the sect to the limit of 100. Jun Changshao picked up the sect master seal and stamped it on the entry form for those with middle-grade spirit roots. Ding. Sect members, for 1,100. Ding. Sect contribution points, 11100. Chapter 17. Ding. Sect member, 53,100. Ding. Sect contribution points, 60,100. Jun Changshao continued to stamp, and soon recruited 50 disciples. The system prompt sounded frequently in his ears. It was wonderful and comfortable. Among the newly recruited members, 10 were middle-grade spirit roots, and the remaining 40 were all mortal-grade spirit roots. The martial artists who were watching from afar were full of envy. As far as they knew, this year's recruitment of more than 10 middle-grade spirit roots and 50 to 60 mortal-grade spirit roots were almost all recruited by Ironbone. Sigh. Today's work was in vain. They could only wait for the next session. The martial artists were very depressed. Jun Changxiao continued to stamp and recruit disciples with low-grade spirit roots. There was no other way. In order to gather 100 people, they could only choose from the short ones. Moreover, even if the spirit root talent was poor, it could be cultivated. Ding! Ding! Sect member. 100,100. Ding! Sect contribution points. 107,100. Ding! Sect member is full. The host needs to increase the sect's construction and expand the upper limit before continuing to recruit disciples. Reminder: if you forcibly recruit disciples after the sect is full, you will be severely punished. Sect contribution points overflow. The host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the overflow will be automatically deducted. Sect member is full. Conditions met. Ding! The system automatically opened the sect's achievement points and sect missions for the host. Jun Changxiao was startled and hurriedly opened the data panel. Sect name: Ironbone Clan. Sect leader: Jun Changxiao. Sect level: 9th rate. Sect construction: level 1. Sect member: 100,100. Sect contribution points: 107,100. Sect achievement points: 0 out of 100. Sect mission: none. Sect main mission: within 100 years, make Ironbone Clan the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent with 100,000 disciples. If it is not completed, when the time is up, the host's soul will be destroyed. System: Jun Changxiao was puzzled. What the hell are sect achievement points and sect missions? The system replied: Disciple has accepted a sect mission and completed it. Disciple will receive the corresponding sect achievement value. Jun Changxiao understood and asked, what's the use of achievement value? The system explained, once the achievement value reaches the maximum, the sect can be upgraded. Jun Changxiao was startled and said, didn't you say that recruiting disciples can upgrade the sect construction? Why is there another sect contribution point? The system calmly explained, recruiting disciples can activate the sect's mission. Completing the sect's mission can improve the sect's construction. There is no contradiction between the two. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He temporarily ignored the sect's contribution points and missions and placed his focus on the contribution points. The extra contribution points will be deducted in 24 hours, so he had to spend them quickly. Jun Changxiao skillfully opened the beginner's shop and carefully browsed through the items one by one. In the end, he chose the beginner-grade cold edge sword. Ding! The host has spent 10 contribution points and received the primary grade cold edge sword X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points: 97100. When Jun Changxiao retracted the panel, he took a look at the beginner-grade cold edge sword that he bought and found a note on it. Limited to 45 purchases this month. Heaven-defying pills and talismans are limited to 1 purchase per month, while weapons can be purchased 5 times. What a scam. The reason why Jun Changxiao chose the sword was because he had cultivated the 9-style stacking wave sword technique. Although the level of this sword technique was low, the 9-style was quite strong. Xiao! His mind entered the space ring. Jun Changxiao saw a sword floating next to the time bomb. There were 2 beads embedded in the scabbard, flickering with a weak blue light. Ha! Walking up, holding the beginner-grade cold edge sword, he immediately felt a cold aura seeping into his palm. It's quite cold. I wonder what the quality is. Jun Changxiao held the sword hilt and gently pulled it out. With a chong sound, the 3-feet-long sword was unsheathed. Hoo-hoo! A cold aura hit him in the face, making him shudder. The beginner-grade, cold-edge sword's width and length were no different from ordinary swords, but there was a faint cold aura lingering around the sword, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Although Jun Changxiao's understanding of swords was not high, he still praised from the bottom of his heart. Good sword. Sect leader. Lu Qianqian said with a sullen face. Who are you calling cheap? Jun Changxiao hurriedly withdrew his thoughts and laughed. I'm talking about myself. Li Qingyang and the others were speechless. Calling himself cheap, our sect leader is a bit strange. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and said lightly, Many people are waiting. Hurry up and stamp the sect leader seal. No need. Jun Changxiao said, These members are just right. If I take in too many disciples, I won't be able to raise them. The system had already reminded him that if he forcefully took in disciples after the quota was full, he would be punished, so he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, the remaining boys and girls all had low-grade spirit roots and were only at the first level of the channel opening stage, so there was no value in taking them in. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, Pack up. Let's go. Not recruiting anymore. Sect leader Jun, please consider, even if you want me to be a disciple in name, even if I have to do odd jobs, I, Iron On Yo, am willing. Many boys and girls begged. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, My Iron Bone clan is small. We can't accommodate too many disciples. If you want to join, you can come to Qingyang village when you become a martial disciple. Sigh. The boys and girls left in disappointment. They knew that without an outstanding teacher, resources, and opportunities, breaking through to martial disciple on their own would be impossible. Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, Put away the door. We can set off now. Let's go. Jun Changxiao waved his sleeves and left. When he first came to Qingyang City, he only had one disciple, and he was very poor. Now that he was leaving, he had money, martial skills, and disciples. It was definitely a great harvest. Stop. However, before he left the martial arts field, a cold shout came from behind. Jun Changxiao stopped and looked back. He saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe, surrounded by dozens of young disciples, walking over. It's Elder Wei Inu of the Spirit Spring Sect. His face is a bit ugly. Is he looking for trouble with the Ironbone clan? Elder Wei has a bad temper. If anyone offends him and the disciples of the sect, he will definitely not let it go. The martial artists of the various sects discussed in low voices, fear in their eyes. Those who were closer, seeing Wei Inu walking over with his disciples, subconsciously took a few steps back to make way. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao thought, This guy is only from the 9th Stream Spirit Spring Sect. Why are so many martial artists of the 8th Stream Sect afraid of him? The reason was simple. Wei Inu had a total of 4 brothers, named after happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. They were once disciples of the 5th Stream Sect, the Holy Spring Sect. After they succeeded in their cultivation, they went down the mountain and established the Spirit Spring Sect. The eldest brother became the patriarch, and the other 3 brothers became elders. The martial artists of the various sects were not afraid of the Spirit Spring Sect, but of the Holy Spring Sect. Chapter 18. Jun Changxiao didn't know anything about the Spirit Spring Sect, so he smiled and said, What's the matter? Of course there's something. Wei Inu strode over, his eyes full of disdain. You beat up my Spirit Spring Sect disciple. How can you leave so peacefully? What? Beat up a Spirit Spring Sect disciple? Iron Bone is in trouble. Last year, an 8th-rate sect disciple beat up a Spirit Spring Sect disciple. As a result, the head of the sect personally brought all the disciples to apologize. What happened next? The disciple who beat up the disciple was crippled and expelled from the sect. The 8th-rate sect compensated the Spirit Spring Sect with a lot of silver. So, Iron Bone is really in trouble. Everyone discussed in low voices, looking at Jun Changxiao with some sympathy in their eyes. The deacon of the Long Blade Sect coldly snorted. Provoking the Spirit Spring Sect is equal to provoking the King of Hell. Little brat, just wait for your bad luck. The martial artists of various sects paid Jun Changxiao to teach the martial arts, but he and the Tiger's Howl Sect disciples didn't go. After all, they were the ones who ridiculed him the most and didn't have the face to ask for advice. Now that the Spirit Spring Sect's elder appeared, their twisted mentality was instantly aroused. They wanted to see that guy being humiliated and bullied. So you're from the Spirit Spring Sect. Jun Changxiao pretended to be enlightened and nodded. Yes, I beat them up. He calculated and said, there should be 5 of them. 5? The martial artists of various sects twitched their mouths. Last year, when an 8th-rate sect's disciple beat up one, the head of the sect brought all the disciples to apologize. Now that you beat up 5, there's no chance of reconciliation. Wei Nu lightly said, since head Jun admits it, I will seek justice for the disciples who were beaten up. Ding. Side quest triggered. There's another quest? Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the status panel and saw the side quest. Teach a lesson to the Spirit Spring Sect's elder who came looking for trouble 0 to 1. Elite quest. Elite quest. As an Earthling, Jun had played online games before. There were elite quests, most of which required players to deal with a small boss. Elite quests were usually difficult, but the rewards were also very rich. Interesting. Jun Changxiao took back the attribute panel and rubbed his nose. Your disciple molested a female disciple of my sect. I'm kind and only gave him a small punishment. How dare you King lick your face and ask for justice in front of me? The martial artists of the various sects were all dumbfounded. The Iron Bone sect leader had already brought the mother Cur out. Wasn't he afraid of angering the other party and causing things to develop to an irreconcilable point? One was looking for trouble, while the other wanted to complete the mission. Adjustment? It simply did not exist. The deacon of the Long Blade Martial School and the disciple of the Tiger Whistle Martial School were secretly delighted, daring to swear in front of the irascible Spirit Spring Sect elder. This was definitely courting death. True enough. Wei Nu's face darkened, and his eyes flickered with anger as he said, Brat, you're fucking courting death. Crack. Clenching his fists, 12 rays of light appeared on his wrists. TSK, Jun Changxiao said disdainfully, and here I thought that the elder of the Spirit Spring Sect was some big shot. Turns out he's just a trash at the 12th stage of the channel opening realm. Everyone was speechless. You're the sect leader, but your strength is at most at the 5th stage of the channel opening realm. You have a nerve to say that. Hearing the word trash, Wei Nu's anger became even stronger. He immediately pointed to the side and said, Little bastard, you have the guts to challenge me on the grievance stage. Shwa, shwa. Everyone moved aside, and a stone platform about 10 meters long and 3 meters high appeared behind them. This was the grievance stage of Qingyang City. There was one in each of the 4 districts. Martial artists were not allowed to fight in the city. If there were any grievances, they could settle it on the stage. Elder Wei has issued a challenge. Everyone exclaimed. In a world where martial arts were respected, a martial artist issuing a challenge to another martial artist was a very serious matter. Will sect leader Jun accept the challenge? If the disparity in strength is too great, he has the right to refuse the challenge. Although sect leader Jun has rich martial arts experience, his cultivation is very low. He probably won't accept the challenge. That's true, but he is the sect leader. Since Elder Wei has issued a challenge, according to his position, he must accept the challenge. While everyone was discussing, they kept looking at Jun Changxiao. After all, no matter how much they guessed, the decision of whether to accept the challenge or not was up to him. Sect leader. Li Qingyang leaned over and whispered, on the grievance stage, life and death are not discussed. It can't be, right? Jun Changxiao's face slightly changed. Li Qingyang looked at Wei Nu and said, Let this disciple accept his challenge. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, The challenge was issued by an elder. How can I let this disciple take the risk? While speaking, he strode toward the grievance stage. He accepted the challenge. Sect leader Jun actually accepted the challenge. With his cultivation, he will definitely be beaten black and blue by Elder Wei. Martial artists from various sects were talking at once. Among them, there were people with ulterior motives, such as the deacons of the Long Blade sect and the disciples of the Tiger's House sect. That's too reckless. Lu Qianqian frowned. The elder of the Spirit Spring sect was at the 12th level of the channel opening realm, while Jun Changxiao was only at the 5th level. With such a big gap, wasn't he courting death? The new disciples were also worried. The sect leader was very good in martial arts knowledge, but his cultivation was too low. How could he face the elder of the Spirit Spring sect, who was close to the martial disciple level? When Jun Changxiao strode onto the grievance stage, no one was optimistic about him, whether it was martial artists from various sects or their own disciples. Ha ha! Wei Nu also stepped onto the grievance stage and laughed. Kid, if you were a coward, this elder might have let you go. Since you stepped onto the stage, you should be prepared to die. Is that so? Jun Changxiao disagreed. This kid was so calm. It was necessary to let him know this elder's strength. Wei Nu rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists. His muscles bulged, revealing his blue veins. Elder Wei's main cultivation is the physical body. Without any martial arts, he can shatter a 2,000 gene boulder with a single punch. Oh my god! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A martial artist at the 12th level of the Meridian Opening Realm could shatter a 1,500 gene boulder. This was already very powerful. This is nothing. A Spirit Spring sect disciple proudly said, Our elder Wei, in the wilderness, once killed a martial disciple-level beast with his bare hands. What? Everyone was shocked. A martial disciple-level beast was killed with his bare hands, with his Meridian Opening Realm strength. This was simply terrifying. Although the beast he killed was injured, but seeing the shock on the faces of the martial artists, Wei Nu's face was filled with pride. However, when he looked at Jun Changxiao, he discovered that he was holding up his little finger and was picking his nose. Ga. The martial artists of various sects were all dumbstruck. On the sacred and dignified grievance stage, this guy actually did such an indecent thing in front of everyone. What was even more exaggerated was that he even dug out a large lump and bounced it onto the shoes of the Spirit Spring sect elder. Wei Nu seemed to have received a great humiliation. He angrily roared, gathering his strength and punching out with his right fist. Huff huff. Wei Nu's strike was infused with his 12th level cultivation. Instantly, a visible wave of air appeared. Jun Changxiao's hands were behind his back, his face indifferent. Sect leader Li Qingyan's expression was grave. Lu Qianqian, who had always been cold, also had a rare look of worry on her face. It's over. That guy was hit. If he didn't die, he would be injured. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, rolling up waves of wind, blowing everyone's hair, sleeves, and corners of their clothes. Chapter 19. Swoosh! Swoosh! The cultivator, standing on the platform of gratitude and grudge, had his hair fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with shock. Elder Wei's punch was truly terrifying. Even if there was a heavy rock on the stage, it would be smashed into pieces. At that moment, they all secretly judged that the Iron Bone sect leader would be doomed after receiving such an explosive punch. They even looked below the stage, searching for the bodies that should have been sent flying. No one. Could it be that sect leader Jun was not sent flying but died on the stage? Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone turned their heads and looked at the grievance stage. Sure enough, they immediately caught sight of Jun Changxiao's figure. Their jaws dropped, and their eyes flickered with disbelief. Li Qingyang was also stunned. What did they see to make such an exaggerated expression? They saw Jun Changxiao standing on the stage without moving an inch. His exposed palms, neck, and even his entire face were bronze yellow, like a cast bronze statue. Why did his skin color change? Is this a martial technique? I've never heard of a martial technique that can change one's skin color. That was not the point. The point was that Elder Wei was standing in front of Jun Changxiao, and his right fist was close to his chest. It was obvious that he had hit him accurately. Why did he not move an inch when the force that was enough to smash thousands of kilograms of rocks hit his body? Why did he maintain that nonchalant smile from before? The martial artists from various sects were stunned. They had imagined the scene of Jun Changxiao being sent flying or killed, but they had never imagined that he would take a punch and stand there as steady as a rock. Wei Nu also did not expect that the force of his anger could not even make him retreat a little. You. He was still in the state of attacking and said in shock, "What kind of martial technique is this?" Jun Changxiao said lightly, "Golden Bell, Iron Skin Technique." Golden Bell, Iron Skin Technique? What kind of martial technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? The name is a bit strange. It shouldn't be a martial technique from Azure Sun County. Not only in the Azure Sun County, but in the entire Falling Star continent, there was no such martial technique. This was because it was a martial technique from the Earth's Huaxia country. Could it be that Jun Changxiao used to be a martial artist? He was a fart. On Earth, he was just an ordinary person. Not to mention knowing martial arts, he lacked exercise all year round. Running a few laps around the field would tire him out like a dog. Then this golden bell canopy, iron skin technique. So close, so close. Jun Changxiao stood calmly and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I have the talisman of resistance. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would be seriously injured. As it turned out, when Wei Yi's fury attacked him, he had crushed the talisman of resistance to beatings given by the novice gift pack. The moment he crushed it, Jun Changxiao's skin began to change. His muscles became as hard as an iron wall. At that time, he was also gambling. He bet that the medicinal pill that was worth 1 contribution point would have a heaven-defying effect. The talisman that came out of the novice gift pack would definitely not be weak. He made the right bet. The talisman of resistance to beatings was very strong, very strong. "I'll talk," Jun Changxiao said indifferently. "Did you not eat? Why is your punch so weak?" The talisman of resistance to beatings lasted for 60 minutes. Jun Changxiao wanted to use the remaining 59 minutes and 30 seconds to act pretentious. Hateful. Wei Yi angrily retreated a dozen steps until he reached the edge of the stage. Then he suddenly rushed forward. Whoosh! His right fist punched out again. This time, it carried a visible wave of qi. It's coming again. It's stronger than last time. Sect leader Jun is not moving. Do you want to take it head on? You're so confident. Boom. Wei Yi's powerful iron fist landed on Jun Changxiao's abdomen. A weak energy ripple appeared. And the result? Sect leader Jun was still standing in the same place. He didn't move an inch. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile as he said, "Elder Wei, you should use some strength. If you continue to fight like this, you will only waste my time." Wei Yi was about to go crazy. He didn't have time to increase his speed. He directly punched out. Bang, bang, bang. In a short period of time, Jun Changxiao's chest, abdomen, and shoulders were hit several times. However, he still stood in the same place with a disapproving smile on his face. At that moment, the scene that appeared in the eyes of the martial artist was that sect leader Jun was like a wooden stake, letting Elder Wei hit him again and again. Wooden stake? That thing was hit so hard. At least it had some reaction. As for Jun Changxiao, he let Wei Yi hit him nonstop. He was as steady as a rock. Not a wooden stake. It was an iron wall. Too scary. What a powerful defensive martial skill. Diamond shield, iron skin technique. If I encounter it in the future, no matter how much it costs, I must buy it. Everyone yearned for the martial skill that Jun Changxiao casually mentioned. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the sect leader dared to accept the challenge of the Spirit Spring sect elder. It turned out that he had cultivated such a powerful defensive martial skill. Boom! Boom! Wei Yi punched dozens of times. Finally, he stopped panting. This kind of unrestrained attack consumed the most spiritual energy. "What's wrong?" Jun Changxiao said disdainfully. "Tired? Damn guy." Wei Yi clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "If you don't have the strength, don't challenge me. Otherwise, you will only make a fool of yourself in front of everyone." Wei Yi was so angry that his teeth were chattering. Suddenly, he retracted his fist and took a few steps back. He held his face with one hand and laughed. "What's wrong? Elder Wei won't go crazy from anger, right?" Everyone whispered. Suddenly, Wei Yi stopped laughing. His face was ferocious. "Kid, to be able to force me to use my trump card, even if you die, you should feel honored." Jun Changshao said, "Trump card." Shua. Wei Nu stepped forward, slightly bent his bow, and put his hands in front of his abdomen, assuming a stance similar to a horse stance. Huff. Two energy masses appeared strangely and gathered in the center of his palms. They started to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. Damn! Seeing this, Jun Changshao thought to himself, "It can't be the Kamehameha, right?" Li Qingyang said with a serious expression, "This is the Sacred Spring Sect's unique martial technique. It's called the glorious, resplendent metal stone fist." Jun Changshao almost fell to the ground. It's just a martial technique. Giving it such a long name, what a fucking talent. And that second disciple of mine, he actually said it without stopping. He's also a great talent. Ridicule was ridicule. Jun Changshao's face became serious. After all, the two energy masses that gathered spiritual energy emitted an increasingly strong power. This light, Li Qingyang forgot the name of the martial technique. He paused for a moment and said, "What myriad something stone fist? It seems to be a mortal grade, mid-tier martial technique." Every grade of a martial technique would be subdivided into 3 small ranks. They were beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Although the 9-style overlapping wave sword technique was only a low-grade beginner martial technique, if the 9-style was used, its power could reach the mortal grade beginner martial technique. Since the Falling Star continent had a detailed division of martial techniques, it meant that the higher the grade and rank, the stronger the martial technique. No way. Mortal grade, mid-tier martial technique? In Qingyang City, this is priceless. As expected of a disciple from the Sacred Spring Sect, he actually cultivated such a powerful martial technique. Amidst the envious exclamations of the crowd, Wei Nu had already accumulated the light something fist to the extreme. The two masses of energy were shining with dazzling light. Huff. A gust of wind rose on the stage. Oh my god, such a strong aura. This is a mortal grade, mid-tier martial technique. All the martial artists held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with shock. "Kid!" Wei Nu shouted angrily. Jun Changshao took out a wooden comb and combed his messy hair. "My hairstyle is all messed up. It's very annoying." Plop! All the martial artists fell down. Elder Wei revealed his trump card, forming a whistling wind. He didn't care about his own safety. He actually cared about his hairstyle. Chapter 20. The arena was very sacred. Every martial artist who stepped on it would be in awe. However, after Jun Changshao stepped on it, he picked his nose first and combed his hair, which completely overturned their worldview. Wei Nu roared again. He was about to gather the energy he had been accumulating for a long time, and he was combing his hair. What was this? He was looking down on him. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear it. Swoosh! Wei Nu stepped forward and grabbed the energy ball with both fists. His face was twisted to the extreme. Huff. Both fists came at the same time, carrying a cold aura. The martial artists who were closer to the arena were shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back, afraid of being affected by the airwaves. Too scary. This force is at least 2,500 pounds. Even a ferocious beast comparable to a martial disciple can't withstand it. Everyone was so shocked that their hair stood on end. However, when they looked at Jun Changshao, they found that he had just finished combing his hair and was leisurely putting the wooden comb on his belt. Elder Wei was coming at him with great momentum, but he was calm like an ancient well. "Brother, you are really steady." Swoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao raised both hands and took the incoming fist head on. Everyone couldn't help but think, Sect leader Jun is going to make a move? Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion was slightly deafening. All the martial artists from the various sects looked at the incoming waves of qi, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On the arena, Jun Changshao stood still and took Wei Nu's fist with his raised palms. There was still a disapproving smile on his face. No way. He can take this. Could it be that his golden bell, iron skin martial skill has already reached the high level of mortal grade? Everyone was shocked. Wei Nu maintained his attacking posture and said in disbelief, "How? How is it possible? He had unleashed the brilliant, resplendent metal stone fist and had accumulated enough power to unleash it. This was definitely the most powerful attack he could unleash at the moment, yet he had easily received it. At this moment, Elder Wei's heart was about to break. "Hey," Jun Changshao said, "show me what else you have." Huff, huff. Wei Inu breathed rapidly, his face twisted. Elder Wei is dying. Although high-grade martial skills are powerful, they also consume a lot of spiritual energy. I've already used up a lot of energy from the previous barrage of attacks. Now that I've used a fist technique, I'm afraid I'm exhausted. Exhausted? Elder Wei took a few steps back, bowed his head, and covered his face with his hands, and burst out laughing again. Smiling again? Everyone was stunned. "Brat!" Elder Wei gradually raised his head and raised one of his hands. He said gloomily, "Do you think I only have martial arts?" Hoo-hoo! A large saber appeared out of nowhere. It was obvious that he had summoned his weapon from his spatial ring. Boom! The broadsword fell to the ground, and the stone floor trembled slightly. "This saber is heavy. Look, there's the word Fan carved on the blade. It's a weapon forged by Master Fan." Everyone cried out in alarm. Master Fan was the top blacksmith of the Starfall continent. In his lifetime, he had forged tens of thousands of weapons, and every single one of them was regarded as a treasure by the continent's martial artists. Swoosh! Wei Nu raised the saber and wiped it with his sleeves. He said proudly, "I spent a lot of money to buy this saber. I've always treated it like my life. Today is the first time I've shown it in front of others." Jun Changshao pointed at the saber and laughed. "There's a gap on the blade. It's obviously a defective product." Wei Inu roared. "Even if there's a flaw in a weapon forged by Master Fan, it's still very precious. Don't use the word defective to humiliate me." Jun Changshao was speechless. He was just speaking the truth. Was there need to be so angry? He didn't understand. In the Starfall continent, weapons were very important to martial artists. Master Fan's weapon was especially precious. It couldn't be blasphemed at all. "Brat!" Wei Inu's eyes were cold. "Today, I'll use your blood to taste my golden dragon broadsword." "Oh," Jun Changshao said as he picked his nose. Wei Inu's ego was once again fiercely whipped. He held the golden dragon broadsword tightly and said in a low voice, "Unbearable, unbearable, whoosh whoosh." A strong spiritual energy spread out and lingered on the golden dragon broadsword. In an instant, a heavy aura burst out. Elder Wei is going to make a move. This broadsword must be of the common grade. After infusing it with a martial artist's spiritual energy, it should be easy to kill a martial disciple. Sect leader Jun is in danger. Swoosh! Wei Nu pointed his blade at Jun Changshao and said coldly, "Show me your weapon." Weapon versus weapon was the rule in the arena. If one bullied an unarmed person just because he had a weapon, he would be mocked and despised by his peers. "It's just a small dispute," Jun Changshao said. "Just use your fists. There's no need to use your blade and spear." Everyone's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun, he used his blade and spear because he couldn't deal with you with his fists. "Cut the crap," Wei Inu roared. "Show me your weapon and fight to the death with me." He was angry, he was sullen. He wanted to kill the Iron Bone Sect leader to vent his anger. "All right." Jun Changshao raised his hand. Clang! Lu Qianqian unsheathed her sword. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I have a sword." "He has a sword?" Lu Qianqian was stunned. "Xiao." A sword appeared in Jun Changshao's hand. 2 pearls were inlaid on the scabbard. Under the sunlight, they emitted a dazzling blue light. Lu Qianqian said seriously, "This sword is extraordinary." "TSK," Wei Inu said disdainfully. "A sword is a weapon to kill enemies. The pearls inlaid on the scabbard are just decorations." All the martial artists agreed. The sword was sharp. No matter how well decorated the scabbard was, it was only used by scholars to pretend to be elegant. "Since you show me your weapon, I will show you my blade." Wei Nu held the blade with both hands and poured the last of his spiritual energy into the blade. Instantly, an even thicker aura was activated. "Great Desert Blade Art," he shouted coldly. The veins on his arms bulged. He raised the golden dragon blade high and suddenly slashed at Jun Changshao. All the martial artists opened their mouths, because in their field of vision, a 2-meter-long blade energy shot out close to the ground. Ka ka ka. Wherever it passed, the stone floor was dented. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Wei not only had a blade made by Master Fan, but also a special blade art. The power of this attack could probably directly crush a martial disciple. The next second, everyone looked at Jun Changshao. How could he face such a powerful blade attack? Or continue to use the golden bell shield and iron skin technique to resist? Clang! Jun Changshao held the sword hilt and quickly pulled it out. Shwa! 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 9 styles overlapping wave sword art. The first style, the second style, the third style. In the blink of an eye, he continuously swung out 8 styles and slashed out the 9th style. Whoosh whoosh! 8 layers of waves gathered together and turned into a stream of sword energy that flew out. From unsheathing to unsheathing the sword, the whole process was extremely fast. When everyone caught sight of the condensed sword energy, it had already met the heavy blade energy. Bang! The blade energy was directly cut into pieces. The sword energy's power did not decrease and rushed towards Wei Yinu. All the martial artists were stunned. Not good. Wei Yinu's expression was aghast. He subconsciously held the golden dragon blade in front of him. Bang! The sword energy slashed on the blade, and a golden sound was heard. Gotcha! Then, the mortal-grade golden dragon blade made by Master Fan suddenly shattered in front of everyone's eyes. When the shattered blade flew past him, Wei Yinu was already dumbstruck. The sword energy's power did not decrease, and ruthlessly slashed down, cutting his shoulder. His entire right arm flew out and landed on the stone floor 3 meters away. The palm that was separated from his body naturally loosened, and the golden dragon blade that was left with only the hilt rolled down. A painful scream came from the grudge stage. Chapter 21. Ding! Side mission completed. Host receives 20 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 117,100. Excess contribution points. Host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be automatically deducted. While Wei Nu was suffering miserably, Jun Changshao heard the sound of a quest completion notification. As expected of an elite mission, after completing the mission, he actually received 20 contribution points. Jun Changshao was overjoyed, but when he saw the bloody arm on the stage, he almost vomited. As a transmigrator, he hadn't even killed a chicken since he was young. It was normal for him to find it hard to adapt to suddenly cutting off a person's arm. He wanted to kill me, so I crippled him. There's nothing wrong with that. Jun Changshao gave himself a reason to comfort himself, and his mind gradually relaxed. In this cruel world, to those who want to kill you, you must fight back with cold means. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will die. A person must have principles. My principle is, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will offend them. Clang! Jun Changshao sheathed his sword and cupped his hands. Elder Wei, thank you for letting me win. Shwa! He jumped off the stage. Let's go. Yes. Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, and the others followed Jun Changshao and gradually disappeared from the stage. How is this possible? Sect Master Jun actually defeated Elder Wei, who is at the 12th stage of the channel opening realm. All the martial artists recovered from their shock. Shattering Master Fan's mortal-grade weapon and cutting off Elder Wei's arm was simply unimaginable for them. The deacon of the Long Blade School and the disciple of the Tiger's Howl School felt a chill down their backs. They were secretly glad that they didn't challenge him on impulse, or else they would have suffered a tragedy. A martial artist solemnly said, Sect Master Jun's sword has probably reached the high stage of mortal grade. This sentence received the approval of everyone. They found it hard to believe that Jun Changshao could severely injure Wei Yixiao. The only explanation was that his sword was of extremely high quality. That's right. The reason why Wei Inu was heavily injured was because of the initial grade cold edge sword. Jun Changxiao, who was walking on the street, also exclaimed inwardly, I didn't expect the elementary swords in the elementary store to be so powerful. At first, he thought that it should be stronger than the Golden Dragon broadsword, but after using it, he realized that he had underestimated it. Qianqian. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, My sword is not bad, right? It's all right. It was so valiant, but it was still passable. What kind of sword could enter her eyes? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I have extra in my ring. Do you want me to give you one? After completing the elite mission, his contribution points had exceeded the upper limit. Thus, when he left the training ground, he exchanged for 2 elementary cold-edge swords. Such a powerful weapon, he could only use one. The rest could be given to his disciples. The reason why he gave it to Lu Qianqian first was firstly because she was his eldest disciple. Secondly, he hoped to gain her favor so that she would be less sarcastic towards him in the future. No, Lu Qianqian said indifferently. To reject such a high-quality sword, there must be something wrong with his head. All right, Jun Changxiao did not force her. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, Senior sister doesn't want it, but I want it. Although he had a mortal elementary weapon, compared to the Sect Master's sword, there was still a big gap. Jun Changxiao said, Perform well when you return to the sect. You will get everything. The implication was that he did not intend to give it to Li Qingyang. It was not a preferential treatment. The main reason was that the second disciple had just joined the sect and did not have any performance or contribution. It was inappropriate to give a sword directly. Jun Changxiao did not want his sect to become a charity organization. Understood. Li Qingyang said, Disciple will perform well and get the sect master's approval. Jun Changxiao nodded and looked at the disciples behind him. Once you return to the sect, it will be difficult for you to see your parents again. Go home and accompany them. After 10 days, report to the sect. This sect master was quite humane. Thank you, sect master. The disciples left one after another, leaving only Li Qingyang standing in the same place. Jun Changxiao said, Why don't you go back? Li Qingyang shook his head and said, Father should be in seclusion after the sect master's guidance. There's no point in going back. Jun Changxiao said, Then follow me back to the sect first. Sect master. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, Disciple has a presumptuous request. Speak. Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang was silent for a moment and said, Disciple wants to bring someone back to the sect. Who? Someone I love deeply. A woman? Wasn't this nonsense? If you don't love a woman, how can you love a man? Although Li Qingyang was speechless, he still nodded and said, Yes, a woman from a poor family with mediocre aptitude. Poor family? Mediocre aptitude? Was such a woman worthy of the number 1 genius of Green Sun City? Jun Changxiao seemed to understand something and said, So, this is another reason why you joined my Iron Bone clan? Yes. Li Qingyang didn't deny it. Jun Changxiao held his chin and thought for a while, then said, The sect has just started and lacks people to take care of the chores. Let her come with us. Thank you, sect master. Li Qingyang said gratefully. He could have joined Green Mountain Sect, but he refused because he knew that such a large sect wouldn't accept his woman. He joined Iron Bone for 2 reasons. First, he thought that he had potential because of his outstanding pills. Second, the lowest 9th-rate sect wouldn't mind him bringing an outsider up the mountain. But Jun Changxiao leaned over and whispered, Isn't it too early for you to fall in love at 16? Li Qingyang said, Sect master, my cousins who are half a year younger than me are already married and have children. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Marriage was understandable, but having children was a bit ridiculous, wasn't it? Li Qingyang said in surprise, Sect master, don't you know that you can marry and have children after the 14-year-old coming-of-age ceremony on the Falling Star continent? Cough, cough. Jun Changxiao said with his hand behind his back. Of course I know. He thought bitterly in his heart, getting married at 14, and with this body of mine, I'll be 18 in 2 months. Won't I be a senior single dog? I don't want to be a single dog. I want to show off my love. Sect master, I'll bring her here. Yes, go ahead. Li Qingyang left, and soon returned alone with a letter in his hand. Where's she? Jun Changshao asked. Li Qingyang lowered his head and said painfully, she didn't want to delay my future, so she left a letter and left. Jun Changshao said, if that girl is really as you said, born poor and with mediocre talent, quietly leaving would be the best ending for you and her. Sect Master. Li Qingyang looked up and said, do you also think that she's not good enough for me? Jun Changshao said, it's not me who thinks so. It's others who think so. Li Qingyang clutched the letter tightly and said, when I become strong, I'll find her no matter where she is. Then, in front of the whole world, I'll tell her loudly that only I, Li Qingyang, am good enough for you, and you're not good enough for Li Qingyang. Good. Jun Changshao applauded. In his previous world, marriage of equal social status was very important. The falling star continent, where martial arts were respected, was definitely better than that. Li Qingyang was talented, but he didn't care about the girl's humble status or the judgment of the world. That alone was very precious. Lu Chanqian said untimely, another idiot. Jun Changshao was speechless. It turned out that this woman not only knew how to attack him, but also his junior brother. Chapter 22. What? Li Qingyang joined Ironbone? What? The head of Ironbone taught the elder of Tsang Mountain Sect, and he was extremely grateful? What? The elder of Spirit Spring Sect had an arm cut off by that guy? The cultivators who did not see it with their own eyes, after hearing it from others, had the same expression on their faces. It has to be said, the three things that Jun Changshao did at the martial arts practice field, any one of them was very sensational. When he happily left with Lu Chanqian and Li Qingyang, in just half a day, the city was in an uproar, and everyone was talking about it. It's impossible. That trash sect, how could they have such a valiant head? Is it a rumor? It's not a rumor, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes at the martial arts practice field. This is simply inconceivable. Ironbone cut off Elder Wei's arm. Isn't that the same as completely offending Spirit Spring Sect? Spirit Spring Sect is not to be trifled with. In my opinion, it won't be long before they bring people to Qingyang Village to cause trouble for Ironbone. What everyone was worried about, Jun Changshao was also worried. However, thinking that he still had 97 contribution points, which could be exchanged for more goods, he fearlessly said, as long as the people of Spirit Spring Sect dare to come, I'll make them go back lying down. Why did he cross over to another world? Wasn't it to become stronger, to act pretentious, to be bullied? To be bullied at his door? This kind of thing could not be tolerated, and neither could his aunt. Head Jun was now looking forward to the Spirit Spring Sect coming to cause trouble for him. This way, he could better raise the prestige of the sect and let the world know, my Ironbone sect is not to be trifled with. After a gust of wind, the two dilapidated wooden doors creaked, as if they would fall off at any time. Li Qingyang stood 10 meters away from the door and looked at the dilapidated building. He then looked at the plaque that said, Ironbone Clan, hanging on the door. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Sect leader, is it too late for me to leave the sect now? It's too late. Jun Changshao's heart was filled with bitterness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my Ironbone upright sect. In 100 years, he had to develop it into the strongest sect and recruit 100,000 disciples. This was simply hell mode. Hey, hey, hey. A naked 3-year-old child hopped over and stopped at the corner of the door. He supported his penis and diligently fertilized the weeds. Jun Changshao drew his sword and roared, Little brat, you dare to pee in front of my Ironbone sect. I will cut off your little penis. Sect leader, calm down. Sect leader, calm down. Li Qingyang hurriedly dragged it back, afraid that he would do something irrational. Wah! The 3-year-old child was so scared that he started crying. He twisted his butt and ran away. He even shouted in grievance, Mom, Gosheng bullied me. Jun Changshao roared. Little brat, if you call me Gosheng again, believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Sect leader, calm down. Sect leader, calm down. Li Qingyang held on with all his might. Huff! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As the leader of a sect, how can I lower myself to the level of a 3-year-old child? Swoosh! He waved his sleeves and said, let's go, and plop. Just as he walked to the door, the plaque hanging above was blown down by the wind. It directly hit his head, and he fell to the ground with his limbs in the air. Li Qingyang, Lu Qianqian, I want to smash it. Sect leader, calm down. Sect leader, calm down. This is our Iron Bone Upright Sect's plaque. Since our Iron Bone Upright Sect wants to develop, we must first tidy up the sect inside and outside. These broken doors and windows must all be replaced. Sitting at the head of the sect hall, Jun Changshao said with a deep tone, this trip to Qingyang City had made him rich. The first thing he had to do was to rebuild the sect. Even if it was not grand, it had to at least be pleasing to the eye. Sect leader, Li Qingyang reminded him softly, your head is still spurting blood. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changshao patted the wound that was hit by the plaque and said, I'll leave these things to you. You must complete them seriously. Yes, Li Qingyang said. All right. Jun Changshao handed him a few banknotes and stood up shakily. I'm a little dizzy. I'll go back and rest first. Iron Bone Upright Sect was built on a barren mountain near Qingyang village. Because of sect leader Wang's death, the villagers rarely came here anymore. But these few days, the villagers found that Qingyang village's carpenters and bricklayers went up the mountain in large batches. All kinds of building materials were also transported up. Iron Bone Sect is going to be renovated? Gosheng, that brat, is rich now. Impossible. He went to Aunt Wang's house to beg for food a while ago. How can he be rich now? Let's go up and take a look. The villagers went up the mountain in groups of 3 to 5, but they were stopped by Lu Qianqian at the entrance. Our sect is being renovated. Those who are not disciples of our sect are not allowed to enter. Mississippi, a villager, smiled and said, we're from the foot of the mountain. With dogs, clang. Lu Qianqian unsheathed her sword and said coldly, sect leader has ordered that whoever dares to call his nickname will be killed. Swoosh! At that moment, the villagers of Qingyang village turned into martial arts experts and disappeared without a trace. Lu Qianqian sheathed her sword and said in a low voice, Gosheng is a much better name than Jun Changshao. Why is sect leader so resistant? The matter of the sect's renovation was handled by Li Qingyang. Sect leader Jun sat cross-legged in his room and said thoughtfully, it's full, but we need disciples to do missions to improve the sect's construction. Swoosh! He opened the system panel again and found that there were no missions for the sect. Puzzled, he asked, System, when will there be missions for the sect? The system said, wait. Jun Changshao was speechless. He opened the system store to see if there was anything he needed. He had martial skills and weapons. He didn't need anything for the time being. Wrong. He lacked a realm. Jun Changshao didn't think that a 5th-level meridian opening cultivator would be able to stay in the falling star continent forever. The most important thing right now was to increase his realm. Is there any experienced talisman? He began to search, but couldn't find anything even after scrolling to the bottom. Jun Changshao lay on his bed, clutching his bleeding head as he said, could it be that I have to rely on meditation to increase my cultivation like the other cultivators here? It wasn't impossible, but it was too slow. After all, his body's aptitude was average, and he didn't have any advanced mental cultivation techniques. If he cultivated normally, breaking through to martial disciple would be difficult. That's right. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and blood spurted out. I can change my aptitude. Swoosh. He opened the system panel again and entered the beginner's system store. He kept scrolling down and quickly locked onto an item called Aptitude Changing Fluid. He clicked on the detailed description. Item, Aptitude Changing Fluid. Effect, can change one's aptitude and increase it by 1 level. Note, can only be used by people with low aptitudes. Effectiveness, lifetime. Price, 50 contribution points. 50 points? Jun Changshao scrolled down and saw that the price was indeed 50 contribution points. He collapsed. Aptitude-changing items are so expensive? That's right, that's right. Aptitude determines a martial artist's cultivation speed and upper limit. It's reasonable for it to be expensive. Without hesitation, he chose to buy it. Ding! Host spent 50 contribution points and obtained aptitude, changing fluid X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points for 7100. Chapter 23. A bottle of aptitude modifying liquid cost 50 contribution points, which made Jun Changxiao's heart ache. But on second thought, it could improve his aptitude, so he comforted himself. It's not a loss, not a loss. He took out the small bottle containing the aptitude modifying liquid from his spatial ring. Pa! Opening the bottle, wisps of red gas floated out. Jun Changxiao sniffed and felt a little choked. He couldn't help but worry. This thing won't be poisonous, right? I don't care so much. Let's drink first. Sect leader Jun raised his neck decisively, and the red liquid in the bottle entered his mouth and flowed into his body. It was a little bitter, but also a little malt mellow. Come on. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. What was he doing? He was preparing for the pain that would occur when the liquid entered his body. In Jun Changxiao's opinion, this kind of aptitude-modifying item was equivalent to washing one's marrow and bones, so he must bear the same risk. Whoosh whoosh. As expected, the liquid spread in his body, and a majestic aura burst out instantly. Jun Changxiao clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. No matter how unbearable the pain is, I can resist it with my great willpower. Ding. Host used aptitude, modifying liquid X1, modifying spirit root aptitude. Spirit root aptitude modification completed. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. He was prepared to face the pain, but the modification was completed so quickly. It was too simple, too casual. The next second, Jun Changxiao felt that the wisps of heaven and earth spirit qi floating in the air were very friendly to him. The higher the aptitude, the better the compatibility with heaven and earth spirit qi. For a high-grade aptitude like Li Qingyang, as long as he used his mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit qi would rush and compete to be absorbed. Jun Changxiao couldn't do it. He had tried to use his mental cultivation method to cultivate, but the spirit qi ignored him. But now, there was an obvious change in its attitude. Jun Changxiao couldn't help but be happy. It's worth 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your spiritual root has been upgraded from low grade to mundane grade. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, Sure enough, my body's aptitude was the worst of the low grade. No wonder it didn't even care about spiritual energy. Who? He spread out his arms and took a deep breath. He immediately felt refreshed. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to channel opening stage 6. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to channel opening stage 7. Hearing the beautiful notification, Jun Changxiao said with a dumbfounded expression, 2 meridians opened with just one breath? The system explained, the increase in the host's aptitude will lead to an increase in the basic cultivation base. I see. Jun Changxiao roughly understood. He had forcefully opened 2 meridians in order to raise his cultivation from low tier to mortal tier. If he could raise his cultivation from mortal tier to intermediate tier, he should be able to raise his cultivation further. What should he do after his spiritual root aptitude was upgraded? Of course he would cultivate. Jun Mo Xie took advantage of the time when his second disciple was busy with the sect's repairs. So, he didn't go out of the sect's main gate and went into closed-door cultivation. This meditation art should be a mortal tier mental cultivation method. I can use it to cultivate. The meditation art was a mental cultivation method that the Songshan sect's elder had asked for guidance. Jun Changxiao had relied on the clear vision talisman to not only memorize it, but also comprehend it to the 4th level. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the mental cultivation method. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the room was drawn and rushed into his body. After the spiritual energy entered his body, it followed the fixed path of his meridians and gathered in his dantian. Under the meditation art's refinement, It formed a fingernail-sized energy ball. In Jun Changxiao's memories, this was called spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy in the dantian reached a certain level, it could be used to break through the blocked meridians in the body and achieve a breakthrough. Continue. Jun Changxiao threw away all distracting thoughts and continued to circulate the mental cultivation method. However, after a night of hard work, the energy ball in his dantian only increased a little. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. It might take a few months to reach the standard of breaking through the meridians. A few months was also the credit of the meditation art. If this was the lowest mental cultivation method and the lowest spiritual route from before, it would already be considered good to be able to condense enough spiritual energy to break through the meridians in a year. Too slow. Jun Changxiao said, "System, is there a way to quickly open the meridians?" "Yes," the system said. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. "What way?" The system said, "Click on the Sect contribution points." Jun Changxiao was stunned, then pulled out the system panel and clicked on the Sect contribution points. Suddenly, a new panel popped up. It only wrote, "Contribution points for cultivation points." Damn! Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. So there's a button for contribution points and a function to exchange for cultivation points. The system reminded, although this function is convenient, it will instantly consume all of the host's contribution points. Please consider carefully before making a decision. Is that so? Jun Changxiao held his chin and thought seriously. If he used all of his contribution points to exchange for only one level, it would be a huge loss. No. After thinking for a while, Jun Changxiao said seriously, "My current cultivation is too low. The most important thing now is to raise my martial arts realm as soon as possible." Furthermore, during this period of time, he found out that other than a few talismans and weapons, other beginner-level items were not only expensive, but also required certain conditions. For example, the 9 heavy collapsing fist in the shop. Although it only required 10 contribution points, the detailed description stated that one must be at least at level 10 of the channel opening realm to cultivate it. Phew! Jun Changxiao exhaled. Contribution points can be earned again, but if I can't raise my cultivation, how can I survive in the falling star continent? Shua! While speaking, he resolutely clicked on the exchange button on the panel. Ding! Sect contribution points. 0/100. The original 47 contribution points were instantly reset to 0, making Jun Changxiao's heart ache. After all, he had worked hard to earn those points in Qingyang City. Ding! Host successfully broke through to level 8 of the channel opening realm. Ding! Host successfully broke through to level 9 of the channel opening realm. Ding! Host successfully broke through to level 10 of the channel opening realm. A series of notifications sounded. Jun Changxiao could clearly feel a strong spiritual energy condensing in his body. With a strong momentum, it broke through all 3 of his main meridians. Damn, he was pleasantly surprised. I actually opened 3 meridians. For Jun Changxiao, opening 3 meridians with 47 points of experience was still acceptable. The system said, host cultivation is currently low. If you use contribution points to exchange, you can achieve consecutive breakthroughs. But if you wait until your cultivation is higher and then exchange again, it will naturally not be worth it. Jun Changxiao ignored it. He clenched his fists, and 10 dazzling rays of light appeared on his left and right wrists. He grinned. The feeling of becoming stronger is awesome. Bang! With a punch, the house collapsed. Great Sect leader Jun was directly buried under the collapsed tiles. The next day, Li Qingyang stood in front of the ruins and said solemnly, "Sect leader, this punch of yours will require at least 200 taels of silver to rebuild." Jun Changxiao, who was covered in dust, heard this and immediately rolled his eyes. Chapter 24. 97 contribution points were squandered by Jun Changxiao in a single night. He had no choice. After coming to this world, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to pay a price. Next, I just have to wait for the Sect missions to appear and earn contribution points to improve the Sect construction. Jun Changxiao mumbled. There were no side missions, and he did not know what the hidden missions were. Right now, he could only rely on improving the Sect's construction to increase the upper limit of the number of members and earn contribution points. Sect Master. Li Qingyang walked over and said, I'm out of money. Out of money again? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This guy came every day to ask for money. He did not know how to save money at all. Li Qingyang said, Sect Master, the Sect is too old. Renovating it is the same as rebuilding it, so it will cost a lot of money. All right. Jun Changxiao threw him a few more banknotes and said, In 3 days, your junior brothers will come to report. Can you finish it? Li Qingyang said, It shouldn't be a problem. All right. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, Go do your work. Li Qingyang bid farewell and left. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began to meditate. Without contribution points, he could only obediently cultivate the traditional way. However, after a day, the speed at which spirit energy condensed in his dantian was very slow. This made Jun Changxiao realize that the higher his realm, the harder it was to open his meridians. Sigh. He sighed. How great would it be if I had an endless supply of contribution points? The next day, Jun Changxiao stopped cultivating. He stood up and walked out of the inner courtyard, heading to the outer courtyard. During this period of time, he had been cultivating. He did not ask about the Sect's renovation other than the daily payment. Iron Bone Clan occupied an area of about 100 acres. It was divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. The inner courtyard was where the Sect master's disciples lived, and the outer courtyard was where they practiced their martial arts. When Jun Changxiao walked through the winding path, paved with cobblestones, and entered the outer courtyard, his expression froze. What appeared before his eyes was originally a deserted hall. Not only was it brand new, with vermilion tiles and jade tiles, even the stone stairs were carved out of jade. The pillars used to support the main beam had been repainted with lifelike carvings of birds and beasts. There were also many buildings on both sides of the outer courtyard. It looked very majestic. In the area between the main hall and the main gate, there was a large martial arts practice field. The ground was paved with bluestone slabs. With one look, one could tell that the material used was extremely high-end. What was even more flirtatious was, in the empty space in the outer courtyard, there were not only ponds and artificial mountains, but also pavilions and pavilions for resting and sightseeing. Only a master architect will be able to design such a small place so well. This is my sect. Jun Changxiao stood in place, feeling as if he was in a dream. He even secretly wondered if he had transmigrated to the inner court of the imperial palace of a certain dynasty. It wasn't a dream, it was real. This was because Li Qingyang had just walked out of the main hall and arrived in front of him. Sect leader, are you satisfied with the renovation of the outer court? How was this a renovation? This was simply a reconstruction. Satisfied, Jun Changxiao said, very satisfied. As he spoke, he got up and went to the main hall. He was shocked again when he entered because the ground was also paved with neat stone slabs. There were large mahogany chairs placed on both sides. It could be said to be extremely luxurious. Sect leader, Li Qingyang pointed to the extraordinary chair at the head of the hall and said, Your throne is made of 1,000-year-old Phoebe. Is that so? Jun Changxiao sat down on the chair and immediately felt that it was much more comfortable than the creaking chair he had been sitting on before. He naturally placed his arms on the armrest and said quite satisfactorily, Not bad, not bad. This was what a sect should be like. Sect leader, Jun Changxiao handed over an account book and said, This is the breakdown of the cost of the renovation. Please take a look. He was indeed from a famous clan. The cost of the renovation was all recorded down. There was an account book that could be checked. Qingyang. Jun Changxiao took the account book and casually flipped through it while praising. Your performance made me very satisfied. The voice stopped abruptly, because when he flipped to the last page of the account book, he clearly saw that the total amount of money spent was 4,650 taels. Jun Changxiao nearly jumped up and said, You spent so much. As he spoke, he hurriedly checked his spatial ring and found that there was only a pitiful 300 taels of silver left. Jun Mo Xie had been busy with his cultivation for the past few days. So, he had given Li Qingyang money every time he had asked for it. He didn't care about how much money he had given and didn't care about how much money he had left. His contribution points had been used up, and he didn't have much money left. This made Jun Changxiao howl in his heart. How am I going to live in the future? Sect leader Li Qingyang said, this disciple plans to rebuild the inner courtyard as well. It will probably cost around 4,000 taels. Pooh! Jun Changxiao collapsed on the wooden chair, foaming at the mouth. Money was a good thing. It was fine as long as the money was spent. Li Qingyang had spent a lot of money to renovate the dilapidated Iron Bone upright school. It now looked like a sect. But every time he thought about the 4,000 taels of silver, sect leader Jun had the urge to hug a pillar and cry. He didn't really care about the money, but the disciples would report tomorrow. Wouldn't so many people eat, drink, and defecate? Wouldn't each person have 2 sets of uniforms? What could he do with the remaining few hundred taels? Sigh. Sitting on the carved railings of the stone steps, Jun Changxiao was not only worried about how to earn contribution points, but also about how to earn money for the daily expenses of the sect. Qianqian. He asked for help. Is there any way to earn money quickly? Go rob. Lu Qianqian said indifferently. Money comes quickly. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. My Iron Bone clan is a righteous sect. How could we do something so despicable that the people of Jianghu would despise? Lu Qianqian said, then let's sell the sword. This, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, it's an emergency measure. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked in from outside and said, Junior brothers are here. Let them in. Jun Changxiao stood up and patted the dust off his butt, showing the dignity of a sect leader. Not long later, more than 20 disciples entered the sect one after another. They stood on the martial arts practice field and looked at the magnificent buildings around them. They were all shocked. They didn't expect their sect to be so luxurious. They spent a few thousand taels of silver. How could it not be luxurious? Why are there so few people? Jun Changxiao frowned and said, where are the other disciples? Reporting to sect leader, a disciple said respectfully, some of the senior and junior brothers live in a remote mountain village. It will take some time for them to rush over. I see. Jun Changxiao understood and said, Qingyang, arrange a place for them to stay. Yes. Li Qingyang received the order and was about to bring his junior brothers to the inner courtyard when he heard a weak shout from outside the door. Sect. Sect leader. Jun Changxiao frowned and hurriedly walked out. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian also followed. When the 3 of them arrived at the gate, they saw a young man lying on the floor covered in blood. Junior brother's son. Li Qingyang hurriedly squatted down and put one hand on his pulse to check his junior brother's injuries. The injured disciple endured the pain and said weakly, Sect. Sect leader, there were more than 30 of us. We were ambushed by bandits on the way, and our junior brothers were taken away. Before he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and the blood-stained letter in his hand fell to the ground. Li Qingyang said, Sect leader, junior brother just fainted. It's not a big deal. Jun Changxiao picked up the letter and opened it. He saw a line of crooked words written on it. The content was, prepare money in 3 days and come to Black Mountain to ransom them. Otherwise, they will be killed. Damn it. Jun Changxiao angrily held the letter and said sternly, how dare you kidnap my Iron Bone clan's disciples? You must be tired of living. Chapter 25. There was a notorious mountain in Azure Sun County called the Black Mountain. Mountain bandits occupied the mountain all year round. They would come down the mountain from time to time to rob and show their presence. After half a month, they made their move again. Their presence was to kidnap more than 30 disciples of the Iron Bone sect and leave a letter asking for money. Other bandit groups would usually block the road and rob people for their money and belongings. Kidnapping people and brazenly demanding a ransom was quite creative. Damn it. Jun Changxiao walked out of the door with a murderous look and said, how dare you bully the people of the Iron Bone sect? I don't care if you are a mountain bandit or a bandit. I will kill you all. It was not easy to recruit 100 disciples, but more than 30 of them were kidnapped. This was intolerable. Being able to release a murderous aura and say such harsh words was enough to prove that Jun Changshao had completely adapted to his new identity and the cruel falling star continent. Sect Master, Li Qingyang chased after him and said, I will go with you. As the second senior brother of the Iron Bone sect, he could not do nothing when his junior brother was kidnapped by bandits. Lu Qianqian also followed him out. Jun Changshao stopped and said, There are still disciples who have not reported. You two stay in the sect and take care of things. You don't have to follow me to the Black Mountain. Li Qingyang said with a serious expression, Sect Master, there are at least 200 bandits on the Black Mountain. I heard that the leader is a martial disciple. If you go alone, I'm afraid, Jun Changshao said in a deep voice, This is an order. At that moment, he had the dignity of Sect Master. Although he wanted to continue to dissuade him, Li Qingyang could only cup his hands and say, I will follow Sect Master's order. Jun Changshao walked down the mountain. His gaze was still cold. Anger. He was serious. Senior sister. Seeing Jun Changshao's figure walking down a mountain, Li Qingyang could not help but worry. Sect Master, if something happens, what will happen to the Iron Bone sect? It's very simple. Lu Qianqian stood in front of the door and crossed her arms. I will be the Sect Master, and you will be the senior disciple. Li Qingyang's lips twitched upon hearing this. Black Mountain. It was 50 miles away from Azure Sun Village. There were layers upon layers of mountains and cliffs, and the terrain was very dangerous. It was because of the complicated terrain that the bandits were fearless and dared to go down the mountain to do whatever they wanted. The government and many sects had come to suppress the bandits many times, but the Black Mountain was easy to defend and hard to attack. Every time, they would return in defeat. Over time, the Black Mountain was regarded as a forbidden area by the cultivators of the Azure Sun County. Today, on the winding mountain road, Jun Changshao climbed the stairs one step at a time. If a martial artist knew that the Iron Bone faction sect leader was climbing the Black Mountain alone, they would definitely cup their hands and say, I respect you as a man. Although he was angry. He began to think seriously about how to deal with the bandits. From Li Qingyang, there are not only 200 bandits on a mountain, but there was also a martial disciple. This was tricky. With the elementary grade cold edge sword, the 9-style wave stacking sword, and 10 open meridians, Jun Changshao could deal with 20 or so level 4 or 5 meridian opening stage cultivators. But it would be difficult to deal with 200. Moreover, if there was a martial disciple, it would be easy to go up but difficult to come down. Jun Changshao's thoughts entered his spatial ring. Looking at the sprint talisman and escape talisman given to him by the newbie gift pack, he thought to himself, these two talismans aren't suitable for fighting. At this moment, his gaze landed on hard to keep saber. Seeing this made him angry. After all, it was just a casual sentence, and it had been given to him as his first wish. Jun Changshao weighed hard to keep saber and found that it was quite heavy. He muttered, what quality will it be? He unconsciously held the hilt and gently pulled it out of the scabbard. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Jun Changshao was sent flying dozens of meters away. In the outside world, his body unconsciously moved back a few steps and almost fell down. Jun Changshao said with lingering fear, that was close, that was close. When he pulled out the saber, a violent aura suddenly emerged between the hilt and the scabbard. If he did not throw the saber away quickly, he would have been injured. The system's voice sounded, hard to keep saber must be unsealed before it can be used. Forcibly pulling the saber out of the scabbard will only injure yourself. Jun Changshao collapsed. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system said, you didn't ask. Jun Changshao was speechless. After calming down, he was overjoyed. The aura was so terrifying. The quality of hard-to-keep saber must be very high. Maybe it can help me save my disciple. In a flash, Jun Changshao's confidence increased. Suddenly, he stopped. Two tall and sturdy men stood on the stone steps in front of him, each holding a weapon. They had a malicious smile on their faces. "Brother Six." The shorter man smiled. "Did I see wrong? Someone actually dares to climb the Black Mountain?" The man called Brother Six glanced at Jun Changshao and said indifferently, "He looks so weak that he can't even stand a gust of wind. He must be a scholar who came here to play." Shua. The shorter man jumped down and waved his large saber. "Boy, do you know that you have entered a den of thieves?" Jun Changshao calmly said, "I know." The shorter man was startled. He grinned and said, "You know and you still dare to come up. Are you tired of hanging yourself?" Jun Changshao asked, "Are you a bandit?" The shorter man rested his large saber on his shoulder and proudly said, "Yes, I am a bandit of the Black Mountain. People call me Iron Saber, Little Overlord." Jun Changshao shook his head. A bandit has such a strong sense of superiority. Public morals are degenerating day by day. The bandit called Brother Six impatiently said, "Brother Seven, don't waste time with him. Quickly deal with him." "Okay." Iron Saber, Little Overlord put on a ferocious face and said, "Boy, will you take the initiative to hand over your valuables or let me search you?" "Go ahead," Jun Changshao said. Iron Saber, Little Overlord sneered and said, "The consequence of letting me search you is to cut you into pieces." Jun Changshao said, "What if I take the initiative to hand them over?" Iron Saber, Little Overlord said proudly, "I can leave your corpse intact." Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, "You mean no matter what I choose, I can't escape death?" "Ha ha!" Iron Saber, Little Overlord laughed and said, "Boy, from the moment you stepped into the Black Mountain, you were destined to die. There is no life, Poochie." Jun Changshao had unknowingly summoned the cold-edged sword and directly pierced it into his chest. He said in a low voice, "Sorry, I haven't lived long enough, so I will let you die first." Iron Saber, Little Overlord was startled. His face immediately turned ferocious as intense pain spread through his body. "Poochie." Jun Changshao pulled out his sword. Iron Saber, Little Conqueror's body immediately fell and rolled down the stairs, leaving a long trail of blood on the stone steps. Seventh brother. The bandit called Brother Six angrily pulled out his saber. Swoosh! At this moment, the cold-edged sword was placed on his neck. Jun Changshao's eyes were cold as he said, "Answer me. Did you kidnap the disciples of the Iron Bone clan?" Gulp. The bandit called Brother Six swallowed his saliva and said in horror, "Yes, Poochie." The sword slashed and blood splashed 3 feet away. Ugh! The bandit covered his bleeding neck in despair until he lost consciousness and rolled down the mountain path like Iron Saber, Little Overlord. Swoosh! 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 After killing 2 people, it alerted the people above. More than 10 bandits rushed down with weapons and stared at Jun Changshao angrily. Clang! Jun Changshao sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "Tell your leader that the leader of the Iron Bone clan is here to ransom them." Chapter 26. Halfway up the Black Mountain, there was a strategic location. The throat leading to the interior was not only blocked by rows of wooden stakes, but there were also sentry towers erected at every distance, giving the place a military feel. Jun Changshao walked through the narrow passage, not in the mood to observe. He thought to himself, "I killed someone. Yes, he killed people, 2 of them." Transmigrating to the Falling Star continent and becoming a martial cultivator, he had to experience this kind of thing sooner or later. Strange. Jun Changshao was puzzled. When I cut off Elder Wei's arm at the grievance platform, I almost vomited blood. Why didn't I have any reaction when I killed someone for the first time? He killed 2 bandits with 1 sword strike each, and his state of mind was calm from beginning to end. The system explained, because the host is adapted to his new identity and has enough understanding of the Falling Star Continent's law of the jungle, he can handle things calmly. Oh, Jun Changshao understood. Throwing away distracting thoughts, he began to size up the surrounding environment. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the only entrance is blocked by layers of layers. It will be very difficult to attack. Of course, The government and the various sects suffered a lot in this place. Let's go. A bandit in front of him urged coldly. Behind him, dozens of bandits holding swords and spears followed, all glaring angrily at Jun Changshao. Two of their companions were killed, and they wanted to rush forward and chop this guy into meat paste, but the great master ordered them to bring him into the stronghold, so they could only suppress this thought. Third brother, what is the great master thinking? Why didn't he let the brothers do it, but let him into the mountain? This guy is the Iron Bone Sect's sect master. The great master must have taken into account his identity in the Jianghu, so he didn't let us do it. Bah, this kind of trash. How can he be the sect master? I've been wandering in the Azure Sun County for so long, but I've never seen a sect master who is not even fully grown yet. The bandits talked about Jun Changshao's identity as the sect master. They all agreed that this guy was too inexperienced and had no reason to be the sect master. Sigh. The great master Jun sighed. At that moment, he wished he could put the words, "I am the sect leader," on his forehead to prove that he was indeed the boss of Ironbone. Brothers, do you think this guy is an imposter? If he dares to impersonate him and is exposed by the first master, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Hee. I hope it's an imposter. That way, I can once again admire the first master's methods of torturing people. Under the escort of dozens of mountain bandits, Jun Changshao passed through layers of guards and stopped in front of a door made of wood. There were 3 words carved on it: Black Wind Stronghold. TSK, TSK. The bandits had already established a stronghold in the mountains. Open the door. Creak. The 2 wide wooden doors were slowly pushed open, and the bandit leader said indifferently, "Kid, come in with me." Jun Changshao stepped into the stronghold. The interior of the Black Wind Stockade was larger than the Iron Bone Stockade, and there were many simple wooden houses on both sides. Pa! Pa! As soon as Jun Changshao walked in, he heard the sound of whips. In the open space in the distance, there were 5 wooden stakes tied to 5 disheveled people. Their hair was disheveled, and they were covered in blood. There were eye-catching whip marks under their torn clothes. A muscular bandit with a bare upper body was lashing one of the people with a whip. There was only the sound of whips and no screams. Jun Changshao frowned slightly. He knew that the person being whipped did not scream because he was already on the verge of death. Save me. Suddenly, he heard a weak groan. Jun Changshao lowered his head. A man was slowly wriggling on the ground. His legs had been cut off, dragging 2 long trails of blood. His face was abnormally ferocious, and he was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with fear, despair, and pain, as if he knew he was going to die, but he still hoped to live. Pucci, the broadsword fell, and the head rolled. The bandit raised his broadsword and kicked the head into a brazier full of charcoal residue. He cursed, running around without legs. Brother Nyo, that guy will die sooner or later. Why not let him die a painful death? In my opinion, Brother Nyo is just soft-hearted. You want him to leave quickly. The bandits next to him joked. Soft-hearted my ass. The bandit called Brother Nyo cursed. He dirted the ground. I have to clean it up. Makes sense? Makes sense. Everyone burst into laughter. Jun Changshao frowned even harder. He did not catch the slightest pity in the eyes of these bandits. There was only cold-blooded cruelty. Brother Nyo put away his broadsword and looked over. The other bandits also jumped down from the platform and stared at Jun Changshao with a mocking look. Crack! A bandit raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. He made a strange sound, and then he laughed eerily. The other bandits, scattered in the stockade, saw a stranger come in, and they all looked at him coldly. For a moment, hundreds of bandits in the stockade stared at Jun Changshao. Pa pa pa! The bandit with the whip lashed a few more times. He grabbed the hair of the person tied to the wooden stake and cursed. Damn, he died again. He is so weak. Jun Changshao did not say a word and walked straight. After walking for a few dozen steps, they saw many people either hanging or hanging. All of them had their heads lowered, and it seemed that they were no longer breathing. Damn it! In the shabby house on the right, A bandit walked out and cursed angrily. I was careless, and that woman bit her tongue to commit suicide. Hee hee, I'll go take a look. Damn, Xiaoba, how anxious are you? You even dare to do a dead person. A bandit joked. He called Xiaoban in the house and said, I've been holding it in for half a year. Even if it is a sow, I dare to do it. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Jun Changxiao walked past them, and his eyes gradually became cold. This was not a stockade or a den of bandits. It was a slaughterhouse like hell. The bandits here were no longer human, but a group of cruel and bloodthirsty beasts. Jun Changxiao did not want to be a good person. However, along the way, he saw corpses that had been tortured and whipped to death. When he saw the piles of corpses piled up together, he became furious. Seeing the stockade like a slaughterhouse only made Jun Changxiao angry. Then, when he saw the heads kicked into the brazier and saw the despair, fear, and helplessness in the eyes before death, the only thought in his mind was to kill them all. Chapter 27. Calm down, calm down. The first thing to do now was to rescue the disciples and then deal with the inhumane bandits. Jun Changxiao suppressed his anger and killing intent and arrived at the hall at the end of the hall. There were 10 bandits standing at the door. Their aura seemed to have reached level 7 or 8 meridian opening. They should be the elites of Blackwind Stronghold. While thinking, he stepped into the hall. However, as soon as he entered, he felt numerous cold gazes locking onto him. There were 8 martial artists in the hall, their brows filled with killing intent. These people are at least level 10 meridian opening. Jun Changxiao thought. Kid, a fair-skinned, long-haired man reclined on a chair and smiled. You have guts to kill my Blackwind Strongholds man. A middle-aged man with a full beard said, If not for the head's order, I would have twisted your head off and kicked it like a ball. Jun Changxiao ignored him and said with his hand behind his back, I have personally come to Black Mountain to redeem my people. Is this how you treat your guests when you send these dog-meat lackeys to welcome me? Despicable guy. How dare you call us dog meat? The 8 martial artists in the hall stood up angrily, their eyes filled with killing intent. They had the urge to kill Jun Changxiao. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laughter sounded. A burly middle-aged man walked in from the side door and sat on a tiger skin chair. Head Jun, we are honored by your presence. Your presence brings light to my Blackwind Stronghold. Headmaster, the 8 martial artists said respectfully. Jun Changxiao's face was calm, but when he saw the spirit energy around the man, he thought he should be a martial disciple. Although martial disciple was only the 2nd realm in the Falling Star continent, it was much stronger than a meridian opening realm martial artist. In Jun Changxiao's memory, a martial disciple was comparable to 10 level 12 meridian opening realm martial artists. With the support of a high-grade martial technique, one punch could easily carry 10,000 pounds of force. Damn it! Facing a martial disciple, the pressure was too great. Headmaster, Jun Changxiao said, I don't like to talk nonsense. This time, I came to the Black Wind Stockade only to take my disciples away. The great master raised a finger and said with a smile, I, Zhou Tianba, won't beat around the bush. 100 taels per head. After paying the money, Sect leader Jun can take them away at any time. 100 taels? Jun Changxiao frowned. It's a little expensive. He only had 300 taels of silver on him, so he could only redeem 3 of them with money. Zhou Tianba said, I'm giving you the lowest price because of Sect leader Wang. If it were any other sect, it would be at least 200 taels per head. Oh, Jun Changxiao said, does the Dongjia know our sect's previous sect leader? Zhou Tianba leaned back in his chair as he reminisced about the past. We used to meet quite often in the small Phoenix brothel. We can be considered old buddies. Brothel mates, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. It turned out that this fellow was the same as sect leader Wang, who liked to visit brothels. If that's the case, Jun Changxiao said, the Dongjia, why don't you give Jun a lower price, because we're brothel mates? Huh, does this fellow think he's selling vegetables at the market? Why is he bargaining? The 8 small leaders sneered. Zhou Tianba said, Sect leader Jun, how much will it take for you to accept it? Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "How about this? Jun will give you 100 taels, and the Dongjia will release all of our disciples." If money could solve the problem, he would rather redeem his disciples first, send them to a safe area, and then go to the Black Wind Stockade alone. "Huh, 100 taels? Is this fellow bullsh asterisk ting?" A few of the small leaders started laughing. Zhou Tianba said with a gloomy face, "Sect leader Jun, the price you gave is not sincere at all." Jun Changshao shrugged helplessly and said, "Our Ironbone sect is very poor. We can only give you 100 taels to redeem our disciples. The Dongjia, please make an exception because you're brothel mates with sect leader Wang." "Exception?" Zhou Tianba snapped his fingers and said, "Okay." Soon, two bandits came out of the side door with a young man who was tied up. Jun Changshao frowned. The young man was the disciple he had recruited in Xinjiang City. His hair was messy, and his face was swollen. It was obvious that he had been severely abused. "Sect leader," the young man saw Jun Changshao. His desperate eyes flashed with hope. He shouted weakly, "Help me! Help me!" Plop. He was thrown in front of the tiger skin chair. Zhou Tianba stepped on the young man's head and laughed. "Sect leader Jun, if I kill him today, I will have one less head. This way, you won't have to pay more ransom." Jun Changshao clenched his fists behind his back. Anger surged from his body. As the leader of a sect, how could he watch his disciple be humiliated? Don't kill me." The young man seemed to feel the breath of death. He said helplessly, "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm willing to join the Hafen gang. I'm willing to be your slave. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." "Ha ha ha. What a coward. Look, his pants are wet. He must have peed himself." The 8 bandits laughed unscrupulously. Jun Changshao was even angrier. "Damn it. What kind of disciple did I recruit?" "Pucci." Zhou Tianba pulled out the long sword hanging in front of the chair and cut off the young man's head. He laughed and said, "Sect leader Jun, since you are so afraid of death, I'll take care of you." Ding. Sect members, 99100. Jun Changshao ignored the system announcement that the number of members had decreased. He slowly raised his head and looked at Zhou Tianba. "I have something to say," he said coldly. This sentence was full of anger. He was very angry and disappointed that his disciple was so afraid of death. However, he was still a disciple of the unyielding sect. Why did outsiders have to kill him? This guy seems to be angry. Shouldn't the sect leader thank him for taking care of a disciple who is afraid of death? The 8 bandits laughed disdainfully. Since Jun Changshao came in, they didn't take him seriously. Zhou Tianba's eyes flashed coldly, but he also put away the long sword. He smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun, what's your problem?" Jun Changshao said coldly, "The disciples of the unyielding sect, no matter if they are afraid of death or have made a big mistake, only I can punish them. No one else has the right to intervene." Ha ha ha. Does this guy really think he is the sect leader? A 9th-rate sect, even worse than the Hafen gang, dares to talk nonsense in front of the sect leader. He must be tired of living. Zhou Tianba put his hands together and rested his chin on the back of his palms. He said, "So, I am meddling in your business?" "Yes." Jun Chang smiled and said, "You're meddling in other people's business." The smile on Zhou Tianba's face disappeared, and his eyes became cold. The 8 bandits saw this and realized that their sect leader was angry. "Boy." The bearded man slapped the armrest and shouted angrily, "Our sect leader will give you some face since we are all from Jianghu. Don't think too highly of yourself." "Pucci." Jun Changshao held the cold sword and stabbed it into the bearded man's chest. Chapter 28. As the bearded man spoke, Jun Changshao's eyes flashed coldly. He took out the cold-edged sword and stabbed the bearded man in the chest. 3 words: fast, ruthless, and accurate. 9th brother. The 7 underlings were furious. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhou Tianba's eyes gradually turned cold, and the spiritual qi around him began to boil. "First master," Jun Changshao said calmly. "Your underling interrupted. He doesn't know the rules at all. I'll help you clean up the sect today. You don't have a problem with that, right? Kill my disciple? Sure, pay with your underling's life. As the sect leader of the Ironbone clan, he was very strong at this moment. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from the wound and dripped on the ground. Swoosh. Jun Changshao pulled out his sword, and blood gushed out. Ew. The bearded man looked ferocious. He wanted to step forward and punch, but the severe pain from his heart and the loss of consciousness were not enough for him to do so. Finally, he fell to the ground with a plop. A level 12 Meridian opening realm cultivator was easily killed. The main reason was that the cold-edged sword was too sharp, and Jun Changshao's sword was so fast that the bearded man could not dodge it. Damn it! A bald leader rushed forward and gathered strength in his fists. He said angrily, "You killed my 9th brother. Die. Back off," Zhou Tianba said in a low voice. His voice contained a wave of energy that rippled in the air. The bald martial artist who attacked suddenly stopped. He dispersed the power in his fists and returned to his seat angrily. What a strong aura! Jun Changshao was shocked. At the same time, he withdrew his sword. If Zhou Tianba hadn't stopped him, he could have used many methods to cut down the bald man. Forget it. I'll let you live a little longer. Clap, clap. Zhou Tianba clapped his hands and smiled. Sect leader Jun's sword was fast and accurate. It's enough to prove that your sword Dao is extraordinary. I admire you. How could he laugh after killing his underling? Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said indifferently, "You flatter me, First Master. With my skills, I can only bully your subordinates. If I were an expert, I would definitely make a fool of myself." When he said the word subordinates, he deliberately looked at the other small leaders. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously. Crack! The leaders were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The armrests that supported their palms were also crushed. Sect Master Jun, Zhou Tianba put on a fake smile and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I have 31 disciples of your sect here. You can take them away after paying 3,100 taels." It was no wonder that she could hold herself back. She still wanted money. "I'll give you 100 taels," Jun Changshao said. "I'll take my disciples and leave. Our grudges will be resolved." "Pa!" Zhou Tianba slapped the armrest and said coldly, "Jun Changshao, I have shown you enough respect. Don't be so ungrateful." He couldn't help but explode. It wasn't easy for him to hold it in for so long before revealing his fangs. "First Master," the bald martial artist stood up and said angrily, "Let us kill him. We can take his money back." "Yes, kill him and avenge 9th brother." The other 6 leaders also stood up. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, and their fists were shining. They did not like Jun Changshao since he came in. Now that he killed the 9th master, they could not wait to skin him and avenge their brother. "Kid," Zhou Tianba said coldly, "since you don't know what's good for you, don't be cruel." Swoosh! He waved his right hand and signaled for them to attack. Ding ding! The bald martial artist stepped forward again. Just as he was about to attack, Jun Changshao said indifferently, "First Master, this place is small. If you want to fight, you should fight outside, right?" Zhou Tianba smiled coldly and said, "As you wish." Outside the main hall, the martial arts field was covered with mud. Nearly 200 bloodthirsty bandits surrounded the field and stared at Jun Changshao angrily. In the Qingyang County, Master Jun was surrounded by disciples from 2 8th-rate sections. Now, facing hundreds of bandits, he felt like a sheep in a pack of wolves. "Kid," the bald martial artist stood in the field and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. He said, "I let you live a little longer." "Really?" Jun Changshao smiled indifferently. "Damn, his smile is too annoying. 6th manager, kill this guy and take revenge for the 9th manager and the 2 brothers who died. Killing him is too easy. We must break his tendons and hang him on a pillar for a few months." "Yes, yes." The bandits jeered. They often used this kind of method. Otherwise, there would not be so many shriveled bodies around. Zhou Tianba sat on a high chair outside the martial arts field and said lightly, "Sixth Master, this kid moves very fast. Don't be careless." Sixth Master took a small step forward with his right foot, the tip of his foot sinking half an inch into the mud. He said with a sinister smile, "First Master, I will let him know the meaning of fast." This posture, is Sixth Master going to use the 7 steps shadow transformation? That's a mid-level mortal rank movement skill. It is said that once you master it, you will only be able to see a shadow when using it. Sixth Master rarely uses it. It's a great honor to be able to witness it today, as the bandits cried out in alarm. They looked at Jun Changxiao with schadenfreude. They thought that once the Sixth Master used his movement skill, that Brat would definitely be beaten to the point where he wouldn't know which way was north. Everyone looked sluggish, because when they looked over, the Iron Bone Sect's leader was stretching his legs, then stood up on his tiptoes and shook his head from side to side. What is this guy doing? Are you having epilepsy again? Humph, in my opinion. He is just pretending to be crazy. The martial artists of the Falling Star continent did not know that they were actually stretching their muscles and bones, warming up before the battle. After a while, the warm-up was over. Jun Changxiao leaned to one side and raised his right index finger. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I don't know much. Don't scare me." Gah! Everyone was silent. The bandits looked at his strange posture and could not help but think that there was something wrong with his brain. "Damn it," Sixth Master cursed. "You don't know much. It's none of my business." As he spoke, he rubbed his toes in the mud. His eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and then he rushed over. 1 step, 2 steps, it was like a devil's step, ba ba ba. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 7 steps. When Sixth Master took the 8th step, the air behind him suddenly twisted and turned into a faint shadow. This was the 7 steps shadow transformation. When a martial artist mastered it, after 7 steps, there would be a shadow and the speed would increase by several times. Just as expected, Sixth Master, who was dragging the shadow, suddenly sped up and rushed over like a ray of light. So fast, Jun Changxiao's face changed. At this moment, he could only see a shadow and could not see Baldy Chong clearly. Chapter 29. Oh my God, the 6th Elder is so fast. I can only see his shadow. I can't even see the hem of his clothes. Is it a mid-tier mortal movement skill? That's terrifying. The bandits were full of admiration and envy. Not bad, not bad, Zhou Tianba said with satisfaction. 6th Elder's 7-step shadow shift has improved a lot since half a year ago. The 2nd Elder, the fair-skinned man, smiled. With 6th Elder's speed, it would be very difficult for me to catch him. If 2nd Elder can't do it, then it's even more impossible for us. The fat 4th Elder grinned. Why were they able to chat and laugh here? After the 6th Elder sped up, he did not rush to attack Jun Changxiao. Instead, he kept circling around him. "Kid, I'll show you what speed is." Whoosh, whoosh. The 6th Master's footsteps continued to speed up. After images covered the martial arts field, and the wind brought up bursts of dust. The 2nd Elder shook his head and smiled. 6th Elder is flirting with that guy. No matter how fast the sword is, it can't be faster than 6th Elder's speed. A few of the small leaders were full of smiles. 6th Elder, break his tendons and make him scream on the ground like a dog. Torture him until he's half dead. Then cut off his arms and legs, gouge out his eyes, and throw him into a vat for us to enjoy. Hundreds of bandits shouted loudly. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the middle of the practice field, had his hair messed up by the wind. His face was also covered in dust. He said impatiently, "They're buzzing around my ears like flies." Whoosh. He took a step forward, and the basic grade cold edge sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. Unfortunately, he did not manage to hit the 6th Elder. Ha ha ha. The 6th Elder is so fast. If he can hit him, then Poochie. While they were talking, the bandits saw something fly out of the training ground. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and then rolled outside the training ground. Looking closely, it was the 6th Master's bald head. The bandits' expressions changed, and they hurriedly turned around. The afterimage on the training field gradually disappeared. The 6th Master dragged his headless body and ran a few laps before falling to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Jun Changshao maintained his sword stance and said indifferently, "Idiot, don't you know how to turn around? Why do you have to collide with my sword?" It turned out that after this fellow had casually poked the sword, he turned his wrist and raised the sword horizontally, turning the blade from up to down to left and right. The sixth elder circled around Jun Changshao in a clockwise direction. Because he was moving too fast, he was inevitably hit by the sword, and his head flew off from his body. Not to mention the incomparably sharp cold-edged sword. Even if he pulled an iron wire in front of him, with Baldy Chong's speed just now, he would definitely be beheaded. It had to be said, with his 7 steps shadow transformation, the sixth head speed was extremely fast. With Jun Changxiao's 10th stage meridian opening realm cultivation, it was very difficult for him to catch a glimpse of the six heads figure. However, strength was not the only thing that mattered in a fight. Sometimes one had to rely on one's brain. Otherwise, one would be no different from an ordinary person. Sixth brother, sixth brother, sixth master. Sorrowful cries came from outside the training field. Whoosh! In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with anger. 200 bandits locked onto Jun Changshao, their eyes flashing with undisguised, killing intent. Damn it! The skinny 8th master and the short 7th master rushed into the field angrily. One of them was holding a Buddhist monk's knife, and the other was holding a mace. Bandits were bandits. After seeing their companions killed, they were controlled by anger and did not care about the number of bandits. Swish! Jun Changshao used his footwork to avoid the attacks of the 2 bandits. He smiled and said, "What? You can't beat me. So you want to bully me with your numbers? Go to hell." The 4th master and the 5th master's fists carried spiritual energy and attacked from behind. Swish! Jun Changshao stepped to the right side. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes flashed with coldness. He had realized that these cruel bandits would not follow the rules of the Jianghu. They were determined to kill him together. "Big Master," Jun Changshao said indifferently, "is this how the Haifeng Stockade treats their guests?" Zhou Tianba almost fainted when he heard this. "You killed 2 of my men on the Black Mountain. Then you entered the Haifeng Stockade and killed 2 of my men. How dare you call yourself a guest?" "Humph," Zhou Tianba said with a gloomy look. "Kid, you killed my men. Even if you pay the ransom, I will kill you here." Swish! Swish! While they were talking, the 4 bandits attacked from 4 different directions. Jun Changshao was not confident that he could defeat 4 level 12-channel opening realm martial artists with the elementary grade cold-edge sword. He immediately used the drifting cloud steps to dodge. He learned the drifting cloud steps when he was teaching a martial disciple in Qingyang City. Although its level was not as high as the 7-step shadow, it was still at the elementary grade of mortal grade. It was more than enough to dodge the attacks of the 4 bandits. Thump, thump, thump. Jun Changshao used the drifting cloud steps and dodged left and right in the limited space. He then stopped in a safe area and said coldly, "You forced me to use my trump card." Huff, huff. Spiritual energy surged around him. Trump card? There's so many of us in the Haifeng Stockade. Even if he has a trump card, he will die for sure. The bandits sneered. The 4 bandits stopped attacking and waited to see what kind of trump card Jun Changshao would take out. Zhou Tianba held his face and said with interest, "Kid, I hope you can take out a good trump card." Bandits killed and robbed. If the opponent took out a good trump card, such as a weapon or treasure, they would definitely take it. Huff! Jun Changshao released his spiritual energy and took a deep breath. After a while, the elementary grade cold-edged sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a saber-like weapon. Facing a martial disciple, 6 level 12-channel opening realm martial artists, and 200 fierce bandits, he finally took out the saber that was given to him by the Prime Minister. A saber? Zhou Tianba shook his head in disappointment. He also used a saber. The saber he used to kill the Iron Bone disciple was of the high grade of mortal grade. It was given to him by a white-bearded old man when he was traveling the Jianghu. It was called the Green Dragon Saber. Wait, isn't this guy's saber a bit short? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This was the first time he took out the saber, and he found that it was only half a foot long. Half a foot. It was about the size of a normal toothbrush. Fortunately, it was only 1 inch wide. Otherwise, Jun Changxiao would feel like an idiot who was using a toothbrush to fight the enemy. This was not scientific at all. It was more than 3 feet long in the infinite space ring. How could it be so small when he took it out? Even if there was a difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show, the difference was too big. This guy took out a saber? Even a normal dagger is longer than his saber. F***CK. Even if I straighten my thing down there, it's longer than this thing. Ha 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 ha. The hundreds of bandits around the training field laughed. Chapter 30. The unstoppable blade was short and small, like a mini toy, so when it was shown, it immediately caused the bandits to roar with laughter. Jun Changxiao wanted to find a hole to hide in. After all, it was too embarrassing. Impossible. Impossible. A knife that could only be unsealed by the opening talisman would not be so short and weak. There must be something special about it. Jun Changxiao comforted himself. He put 2 fingers on the hilt and said coldly, "Hand over the disciples of my sect, and there is still room for negotiation. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you in the Hafeng stockade." Even if it was embarrassing, he had to act tough. It was just that he was holding a mini knife that looked like a toy, which looked very funny. Start a massacre? With that knife? Can this knife cut a watermelon? Throw away part of the hilt, and the rest of the knife can cut an apple. That's amazing. Ha ha ha. No, I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Many of the bandits were laughing so hard that tears were about to come out of their eyes. Kid. The 4 leaders either clenched their fists or waved their weapons. They walked over step by step and said, "Are you using your life to make a joke?" "Phew." Jun Changxiao sighed and said, "Just take it as a joke." "Cut the crap," Zhou Tianba said impatiently. "Capture him and search for anything valuable on him." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the 4 heads looked at each other and rushed over. This time, their attacks covered more than half of the area. Jun Changxiao, who was forced into a corner, could not escape, unless he ran out of the field. But there were hundreds of bandits outside. Jun Changxiao had no doubt that if he took 1 step, he would be swallowed by the crowd and be in a more passive situation. He had no choice. He could only use the opening talisman. Bang! When the 4 leaders were about to attack, Jun Changxiao merged his thoughts into the infinite space ring and crushed the opening talisman without hesitation. Ding! The host used the opening talisman X1. Ding! The seal of the hard knife has been unsealed. When a system notification sounded, Jun Changxiao clearly felt that the hard knife in his hand was emitting psionic energy. Hoo-hoo! Right at this moment, the 4 managers attacked from different directions. Some of them leaped into the air, some struck out with their fists, some brandished their sabers, and some pressed down with their maces. The situation was perilous. Jun Changxiao, who was in danger, placed his left hand on the scabbard and his right hand on the hilt. His body was half bent as he prayed for a miracle. He didn't forget to act pretentiously and said, "Bankai." Hoo-hoo! On the martial arts practice field, rays of light shot out. The bandits found it hard to open their eyes. Even Zhou Tianba, who was a martial disciple, had to close his eyes. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Could it be that the unremarkable knife was a high-quality weapon? While he was thinking, the strong light suddenly weakened. Zhou Tianba opened his eyes and found that there was something like the tip of a knife in front of his nose. It wasn't similar, it was the tip of a knife. Zhou Tianba focused his eyes and looked at the tip of the knife. He saw Jun Changxiao, who was 40 meters away, holding the hilt with one hand. Between him and Jun Changxiao, there was a very long knife hanging in the air. Outside the martial arts practice field, it was silent. More than 200 people, more than 200 pairs of eyes, stared at the saber from Jun Changxiao's hand, all the way to the great master's nose. The expressions on their faces had completely frozen. What about the 4 managers who attacked? They were scattered on the ground. Their bodies were either cut in half or cut in half. Their blood was mixed with the mud. They were all dead. When Jun Changxiao pulled out the knife, the light flashed, and they were all killed by the 40-meter-long knife. Gulp! Zhou Qianba swallowed his saliva. Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. His palms on the armrest were trembling slightly. The length of the knife was not scary. What was scary was that the tip of the knife was emitting a cold light, which made it difficult for him to breathe. He had no doubt that if Jun Changxiao took a small step forward, his head would be easily cut open by the knife. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. It was definitely a medium-grade weapon. The first manager guessed the quality of the hard-to-withdraw knife. His heart beat faster, and his eyes were filled with fear. The second manager and the others sitting on both sides were shocked. They didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the knife was too long. They could cut it with just a wave. Is this the hard-to-withdraw knife? Jun Changxiao held the 40-meter-long knife in one hand. His expression was very interesting. The first wish weapon given by the system didn't let him down after the seal was removed. Its aura and power were far stronger than the primary grade cold-edge sword. But this 40-meter-long knife was too damn long. Just now, he thought it was too short. Now, he thought it was too long. This guy was really hard to please. Zhou Qianba, who was facing the knife, said in horror, "Sect leader Jun, please put the knife away. Let's talk nicely." He was scared. He was really scared. Jun Changxiao said lightly, "Once I pull out the 40-meter-long knife, it's hard to withdraw it, so swoosh." With a twist of his wrist, the knife cut off the second manager's head. He said, "Give him a proper burial." Plop! The head rolled on the ground, and the expression on his face was still shocked. Jun Changxiao's knife was not fast. The second manager should have been able to dodge it with his cultivation. Why was his head cut off? When the hard-to-withdraw knife came, it would lock on the target according to the user's thoughts and burst out a strong pressure, making it difficult for the target to move. In other words, the second manager was like a prisoner who was tied up and could only kneel on the ground with his head stretched out, waiting for the executioner to cut him off mercilessly. This was the first wish weapon given by the system. This was the hard-to-withdraw knife that could only be used after the seal was removed. After testing the knife, Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, "Strong." If it had been a moment ago, the bandits would have been enraged by the death of their second head. They would have charged over regardless of the consequences. But now, they were all cowering outside the martial arts field. Their faces were full of horror, and their eyes were full of fear. It was a 40-meter-long knife. As long as that guy turned his hand, it would definitely sweep over and kill a lot of them. Who dared to attack? Who dared to attack? If they did not attack, would they be able to avoid the disaster? The answer was no. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his right hand, and the 40-meter-long knife drew a stream of light. It was as if he had activated the unparalleled mode of cutting grass, and directly cut off more than 20 bandits. Huh! The only two leaders who were sitting on the chair slammed their palms on the armrest and burst out with their 12th-stage cultivation and attack from the left and right. The length of the weapon had its advantages and disadvantages. The long weapon was good at long-range battles, but it was a taboo to be close to the enemy. The two took advantage of the gap between Jun Changxiao's attack and rushed over, hoping to restrict him in close range. It was useless, because Jun Changxiao turned around and stared at them. The hard-to-withdraw knife's pressure swept over, and the two were instantly frozen on the spot. Poochie! Poochie! The knife flashed, and a head flew out. At this point, the 8 leaders of the Black Wind Stronghold were all dead, and only Zhou Tianba was left. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao raised his 40-meter-long knife and walked toward the stage step by step. Because he was locked in place, even though Zhou Tianba was a martial disciple, he could not move an inch under the terrifying pressure. He could only watch in horror as Chun Fan approached step by step like a demon. Thud! Jun Changxiao stepped on the stage with one foot and pointed the hard-to-withdraw knife in his other hand. He said, "I will let you run 39 meters first." Chapter 31. The blade was 40 meters long, and the opponent ran 39 meters. Very particular, very particular. Zhou Tianba was unable to move under the strong pressure. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the fear in his eyes became stronger. "It seems," Jun Changxiao said, "the leader is also afraid of death." Zhou Tianba was not too afraid of death. After all, as a bandit, he had long been prepared to die. However, under the pressure of the hard-to-retract blade, he experienced an unprecedented fear. It was as if he was in hell. Zhou Tianba was scared. At that moment, he wanted to live even more. Jun Chang smiled and said, "So today, this seat will clean up the house on behalf of the people of Azure Sun County and those wronged souls." No, 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 Zhou Tianba hurriedly said. "Leader Jun, I am willing to let go of your disciples. Do you still want the money? Don't. The 40-meter blade would chop down at any time. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to take it. He even regretted that he was foolish enough to kidnap the disciples of the Ironbone clan and provoke such a terrifying guy. Zhou Tianba now had no doubt that if the other party wanted to kill him, whether it was himself or more than 200 men, they would all be cut under the blade. Jun Changshao said, "Leader, I am very curious. How do you know my name?" This, Zhou Tianba paused for a moment and said, "I have heard a little about the recruitment of hundreds of sects not long ago." Shua. Jun Changshao pressed the blade down in front of his head. His eyes were cold and stern. "I hope you can tell the truth." The blade was only a palm away from his head. The strong pressure made Zhou Tianba's face turn green. At this time, he did not care about anything else. His voice trembled. "It's the Spirit Spring Sect. It was the Spirit Spring Sect who gave me a sum of money to kidnap your disciples and take your life. Go on your way." Jun Changshao got the answer he wanted and swung the blade. Puchi, Zhou Tianba kept his mouth open, and his head flew out from his body. That cowardly disciple of the Ironbone clan had been beheaded by him. Now, Jun Changshao had beheaded him as well. It could be considered karma. First Master, seeing Zhou Tianba's headless body fall to the ground. The Black Wind stronghold bandits were all terrified. Shua. Jun Changshao turned around, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. With all the leaders dead, the Black Wind stronghold was without a leader. Logically speaking, letting these bandits go would be, let them off? Those who were whipped to death by bondage and stake, do you agree? Those corpses that were hung up, and dried under the sun, do you agree? The head lying in the brazier had despair, fear, and helplessness in its eyes. Do you agree? Finally, I'll ask Jun Changshao if he agrees. Disagree. These inhumane beasts, letting them go was the same as letting the tiger return to the mountain. Therefore, today he borrowed the 40-meter saber to seek justice for the dead. Die, Jun Changshao said sinisterly. At that moment, his entire body was filled with endless killing intent. No. Hundreds of bandits felt their scalps tingle and their faces turn pale. A strong aura of death surged into their hearts. Shua. The saber flashed and blood splashed. The desperate bandits would never have thought that the person who came in would be a god of death, a demon. Huff. Flames rose from the brazier for no reason. The head with despair and fear in its eyes watched those beasts die one by one. Suddenly, the burning face seemed to smile. At the martial arts field, Jun Changshao stood with his saber in hand, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Countless corpses were scattered around him. Blood gathered into a river, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. At this moment, the 10 leaders of the Black Wind stronghold and more than 200 bandits were all dead. You have killed a total of 226 people. The system said. Jun Changshao, who had never killed anyone before, had killed too many people today. Should I kill them? In your previous world, even if they were the most evil, they would be judged and punished by the law. This is a different world with different laws. Not to mention their evil deeds, they should be killed for kidnapping and killing my disciples. The host has adapted to the Falling Star Continent. Adapting is not my character. I will let the Falling Star Continent adapt to me. Anyone who bullies and humiliates me will have to pay the price, including the Spirit Spring Sect. Buzz. The hard-to-keep saber flashed and immediately shrank from 40 meters to half a foot, turning into a mini saber again. Without it, it would have been really difficult for me to save the kidnapped disciples today. Jun Changshao inserted the small saber into the scabbard. Buzz! The moment the scabbard closed, the hard-to-keep saber trembled slightly, as if some kind of force was attached between the hilt and the scabbard. Jun Changshao was stunned. This saber won't be sealed again, right? Yes. The system said the hard-to-keep saber is powerful. It is a double-edged saber, hurting others and the user. After using it, it will automatically seal itself. The host must continue to use the unsealing talisman to unseal it. Jun Changshao was speechless. However, thinking of the process of using it, he was a little scared. It was better to seal this powerful weapon so as not to accidentally hurt him. Wait! Jun Changshao was stunned. Double-edged saber? Hurting others and hurting oneself? The system said, "You don't feel tired?" Tired? I don't feel. Before he could say a word, Jun Changshao's body seemed to have been hollowed out, and he suddenly collapsed on the high platform weakly. The system said, after using the hard-to-keep saber, the host will be weak for 30 minutes. During this time, the host will have no strength and no defense. Even a 3-year-old child can kill you at will. What a F***king setting. Jun Changshao lay weakly on the stone floor and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I killed them all. Otherwise, I would be the one to die." 30 minutes passed quickly. Jun Changshao gradually recovered from his weak state. Then, he jumped up and walked into the side door of the hall. Soon, he found the stone prison at the back of the mountain. Sect leader. Sect leader is here. Sect leader is here to save us. The 30 or so disciples locked up in the stone prison saw Jun Changshao appear, and their first reaction was to be stupefied. Then, they began to shout with joy. Clang! The chains broke and the prison door opened. Jun Changshao put away the cold-edged sword and said with a smile, "My darlings, I've wronged you." The key to the strongest sect system was the disciples. Was it too much to call them my darlings? It was not excessive at all. It was very loving. The 30 disciples had goosebumps, but they were still deeply moved that the sect leader came to save them personally. At the training field, the rescued disciples looked at the corpses, the broken limbs, and the blood that had gathered into a river. Their faces stiffened, and some of them could not help but vomit. "Senior brother," a disciple pointed at Zhou Tianba's head and said in shock, "It's the head of the mountain bandits." His head was cut off. Everyone looked over and gasped. The mountain bandits of Black Mountain had been wreaking havoc in Qingyang County for a long time. The government and the big sects could not do anything about it. Now, even their leader was dead. This was unbelievable. They were all killed by the sect leader alone. The sect leader is the only one in the stronghold. If it didn't kill them, who else could it be? Oh my God, this is too scary. In an instant, the admiration of the 30 over disciples towards their sect leader was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Jun Changshao was not interested in the disciples' worship. At this moment, he had already found a secret passage in Zhou Tianba's bedroom that led underground. He walked down the stairs and was blocked by a locked iron door. He took out his sword and cut off the chain. He kicked the door open and saw a floor full of gold, silver, and jewels. I'm rich. Jun Changshao's eyes shone with a golden light. He took all the treasures without any hesitation. After returning from a rewarding journey, he put the azure dragon saber that was leaning on the tiger skin chair into his spatial ring. Then, he left with his disciples. Huff, huff. The Black Wind stronghold, which was like a military base, was engulfed in a raging fire. The stronghold, wooden posts, watchtowers, and corpses were burned to ashes in the flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, Eliminate Evil for the People. The reward is 50 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 50100. Damn! On the way down the mountain, Jun Changshao said in surprise, "So, destroying the Black Wind stronghold is a hidden mission. The reward is so high." Chapter 32. Jun Changshao brought his disciples down the mountain. The mountain bandits, their leader, and the Black Wind stronghold were burned to ashes in the fire, becoming a thing of the past. The harvest of this trip was quite bountiful. Not only did he obtain 50 contribution points for completing the hidden mission, but the gold, silver, and jewels in his spatial ring were piled up into a small mountain. Jun Changshao didn't know much about the currency of the falling star continent, but he could roughly estimate that it would be worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Then I'll have the money to rebuild the inner courtyard. On the way back, sect leader Jun's face was full of smiles, but his eyes gradually became cold. Spirit Spring Sect, spending money to hire bandits to kidnap my disciples. When Jun Changshao first came to the Black Wind stronghold, Zhou Tianba directly called him by his name. Who knew that there was something fishy going on? Kidnapping a disciple for ransom. If I don't go, the other disciples will be bitterly disappointed. If word gets out, it will damage the sect's prestige. If I go, even if I pay the ransom, I will still die. That's a good plan. Jun Changshao shook his head. Unfortunately, the leader and the Spirit Spring Sect will never dream that I have an unstoppable blade that can easily destroy the Black Wind stronghold. Sigh. He rubbed his temples and said irritably, I just want to keep a low profile in the Falling Star continent and complete the main mission to survive. Why do you have to provoke me? Spirit Spring Sect. He stretched lazily and said, sooner or later, I'll go and seek justice from you. Why is it sooner or later and not now? Because the unstoppable blade was sealed again. With his current cultivation, it would be a bit tricky to go to the Spirit Spring Sect to seek justice. Is there an opening seal talisman in the store? Jun Changshao opened the data panel and searched the store, but didn't find an opening seal talisman. The system said, the opening seal talisman is not for sale. The host will only have a chance to obtain it if he completes a specific mission. There's a chance to obtain it from a specific mission? Jun Changshao shrugged. Does this mean that if I want to obtain the opening seal talisman, I have to look at my face? Yes. It's harder than winning the lottery. Sect leader Jun muttered. He always thought that he was an African and that he was black when it came to looking at face. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother. The sect leader has returned with the senior and junior brothers. In the outer courtyard of Ironbone, a disciple ran over excitedly and shouted loudly. Li Qingyang hurriedly walked out of the main hall, seeing the sect leader safe and sound, and bringing back more than 30 disciples. The stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Although he had just entered the sect, the #1 genius of Qingyang City had already approved of Jun Changshao. The eldest disciple, Lu Qianqian, was different. She leaned against the entrance of the hall and glanced at Jun Changshao. She said indifferently, how come you don't even have a wound on your body? With the sect leader's return, Ironbone became lively all of a sudden. What? The Black Wind stockade on the Black Mountain was destroyed by the sect leader? The disciples who didn't see the corpses on the ground were all dumbfounded when they heard about it. Li Qingyang said in disbelief, Sect leader, did you really get rid of the bandit leader on Black Mountain? Jun Changshao said, yes. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said with admiration, the bandits on Black Mountain have been harming the villagers for many years. The sect leader got rid of them, undoubtedly for the people. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Jun Changshao said. The government and the major sects repeatedly went up the mountain and were defeated time and time again. The sect leader got rid of them, but it was just a small matter. What was a big matter? Li Qingyang wondered. Sect leader, there were 32 disciples who were kidnapped. Why is one missing? Jun Changshao said. That coward was killed by the bandit leader. The disciple who begged for mercy in front of Zhou Tianba and was killed disappointed him. He also realized that he could accept any disciple, but integrity and loyalty were a big problem. Greedy for life and afraid of death. Li Qingyang understood something, so he didn't ask anymore. Lu Qianqian was still leaning against the door of the main hall and said, Sect leader, since the Black Wind stockade was destroyed by you, you should have a good harvest, right? Jun Changshao said, just a little. When Li Qingyang learned that the bandits were destroyed, he thought of getting rid of evil for the people, which showed that he had a chivalrous heart. Lu Qianqian's focus was on the harvest. Clearly, she was not interested in anything else. She was only interested in money. My first disciple and second disciple have completely different personalities. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "Is the inner yard still under renovation?" Renovation, of course. Jun Changshao was rich now. He threw a few gold bricks to him and said, "Is this enough?" "Enough. Enough." Although Li Qingyang was born in a famous family, he had been practicing all the time. He had never seen such heavy gold bricks. Have the other disciples reported to the sect? Sect leader, they are all here. Pass down the order. Gather at the martial arts practice field tomorrow morning. Yes. The next day, Jun Changshao wore a clean long robe and stood on the steps of the main hall. In the martial arts practice field, 98 disciples stood neatly. Because they were not given the uniform of the sect, they all wore different clothes. They looked out of place when they stood together. He had to find a tailor as soon as possible to make a batch of sect uniforms. Cough, cough. Jun Changshao coughed and put his hands behind his back. He said, "Since you have come to the Iron Bone sect, you must remember that the first principle of the sect is to be a member of the Iron Bone sect and do things of the Iron Bone sect." Then what is a person of the Iron Bone sect? What is a person of the Iron Bone sect? Jun Changshao paused for a moment and said, "Inside the sect, you will share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together. Outside, you will be a person of the Iron Bone sect." All the disciples said in unison, "Share honor and disgrace, advance and retreat together, do things of the Iron Bone sect." Jun Changshao said again, "When faced with other people's humiliation and provocation, you must fight back to the best of your ability. Even in the face of death, you must straighten your spine. If you are not afraid of death, you will do things of the Iron Bone sect." Yes, all the disciples shouted in unison. Okay, dismissed. Jun Changshao waved his sleeves and left. All the disciples in the martial arts practice field looked at each other in confusion. They thought to themselves, what did the sect leader mean by, oh? It was the first time he gathered all the disciples for a sect meeting. Jun Changshao did not talk too much. He just pointed out the most important principle. Of course, the sect could not have only one principle. There must be more comprehensive sect rules. So he called Li Qingyang over to discuss. Sect leader, the sect rules are set by you and the higher-ups of the sect. I am not qualified to participate. Li Qingyang said humbly. If I say you're qualified, then you are qualified. Jun Changshao handed over the written sect rules and said, Quick, quick, see if there is anything that needs to be changed or added. Li Qingyang was quite embarrassed, but he still read the sect rules on the paper and made the corresponding corrections. He also added some necessary sect rules. For example, the disciples could not leave the sect without permission and could not kill each other. After some discussion, the Iron Bone sect rules were preliminarily completed. It was no different from the other sect rules, but it emphasized more on being an Iron Bone sect person and doing things of the Iron Bone sect person. Jun Changshao handed over another piece of paper and said, Go to the town and find a good tailor shop. Make 2 sets of school uniforms for each of them according to the blueprint and the ratio of male and female disciples in the sect. School uniforms? Li Qingyang was a bit confused. Jun Changshao said, The uniform worn by the sect. Oh, Li Qingyang took it and saw the different uniforms drawn on the paper. He was stunned and said, Sect leader, aren't these uniforms a bit, go? Yes. Chapter 33. Li Qingyang went down the mountain on the same day. He went to a good tailor shop in town and paid a deposit. In a few days, more than 200 sets of the sect's clothing were delivered. With enough money, it was easy to get things done. Jun Changshao ordered the disciples to change into brand new sect clothing and then gather at the training field. After a long time, the male disciples led by Li Qingyang came over. They were wearing purple robes with a short shirt inside. Their trousers, waistbands, wristbands, and boots were also purple. Second senior brother, these clothes are too eye-catching. The collar of the short shirt is so wide open. Their entire chest is almost exposed. They will definitely be laughed at when they go out wearing this. The disciples kept complaining. The mainstream clothing of the falling star continent was similar to that of the ancient dynasties on Earth. The sect clothing designed by Jun Changshao was bright, simple, and unconventional. It was hard for them to accept. Sigh. Li Qingyang sighed. He had seen the sketches of the sect leader's clothing. It was easy for him to get used to it, but when he wore it, it was still very difficult. After a while, the female disciples came out of the inner court together. They were wearing red short shirts with light gauze around their wrists and a thin and long belt around their waists, which outlined their slim figures perfectly. The knee-length jacket was very short, and they didn't have any undergarments. A pair of fiery red boots over their knees wrapped around their slender legs. This female clothing abandoned the cumbersome and wide mainstream female clothing of the continent. It looked light and simple, but valiant and heroic. The female disciples chosen by Jun Changshao were all good-looking. They were wearing the same clothes, which highlighted their slim figures. They could be described with the word beautiful. Wow, senior sisters and junior sisters are so beautiful. The male disciples leaned together with silly smiles on their faces. They looked like perverts. Senior sisters, they are looking at us. It's so embarrassing to wear such clothes. The women of the Falling Star continent were more traditional. Most of them covered their bodies tightly. It was definitely difficult for them to accept such simple and masculine clothing. The deep-rooted ideology made the male and female disciples unable to get used to the avant-garde fashion clothes designed by Jun Changshao. They had to get used to it even if they didn't want to. This was the sect leader's order. They couldn't go against it. Eldest senior sister is out, someone shouted, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the inner courtyard. They saw the beautiful Lu Qianqian, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and fiery red boots, walking out with a frown. This woman often wore a white dress and light muslin, like an otherworldly fairy. Now that she had changed into a fiery red blouse, she was like a delicate and beautiful rose. However, it was a rose with thorns. Because her face was covered in frost and her starry eyes were slightly angry, as if they were burning flames, there was a different type of charm to her. The disciples hurriedly retracted their gazes and secretly cursed. Who made senior sister unhappy? Ta! Lu Qianqian stopped at the front of the martial arts practice field. Because she used too much strength, the ground trembled. The disciples behind her were so scared that they took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from the eldest senior sister. Li Qingyang shook his head. He knew that since grand senior sister was so angry, she definitely had a problem with the sect's uniform. Ahem. At this moment, Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall in a white robe. He had a gray-white belt around his waist, and even his boots were white. This tailor-made sect leader's uniform was white. Coupled with his good looks, he looked like a gentleman from an aristocratic family. Not bad, not bad. As Jun Changshao walked, he admired himself. I finally look like a sect leader. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Qianqian, who had already changed into the sect's uniform. He held his chin and said, "A beautiful woman looks beautiful in any clothes." However, when he met Lu Qianqian's eyes and saw the flames in her eyes, he couldn't help but shut his mouth. Sect leader, Lu Qianqian said coldly, "I hate red." Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Red represents joy and liveliness. Isn't it the favorite color of you girls?" "I hate it. I hate it," Lu Qianqian said. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. All the disciples were present. She didn't give him any face at all. Lu Qianqian also realized that she had lost control of her emotions. She took a deep breath and said with a struggling and painful expression, "If sect leader insists that I wear it, I can only obey." Although she often attacked Jun Changshao, she was still a disciple. Otherwise, she wouldn't force herself to wear the sect's uniform in her room. Seeing the strange expression on the woman's face, Jun Changshao said to himself, "This is definitely not just because she hates red. There might be an unknown story that is very painful for her, but she doesn't want to think about it." "I understand," he said. "Qingyang, go down the mountain and change your senior sister's uniform to white according to this style." "Yes." Li Qingyang turned and left. He thought to himself, what is grand senior sister's background? During this period of contact, although Lu Qianqian was taciturn, her behavior showed that she was extraordinary. Perhaps she had an unknown identity and background. Since you have changed into the sect's uniform, it means that the life of the sect has officially begun. From tomorrow onwards, your second senior brother will be in charge of your daily training, Jun Changxiao announced. Li Qingyang, who had not yet left, almost fell to the ground. He was in charge of rebuilding the inner and outer courtyards, helping to modify the sect's rules, going down the mountain to customize the sect's uniform, and now he was in charge of teaching the daily cultivation. Am I a disciple or a steward? Sigh. Li Qingyang sighed and said to himself, It seems like I've fallen into a ditch. That's it. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, Everyone disperse. Yes. The disciples received the order and dispersed. Qianqian, Jun Changxiao said, Come to the main hall. I have something to say. Lu Qianqian followed him into the main hall. As soon as she walked in, she said, I have offended the sect master just now. I am willing to be punished. Jun Changxiao sat on the sect master's chair. His right elbow was on the armrest, and his palm was on the side of his face. He said, If I wanted to punish you, I would have done it outside. Lu Qianqian was silent. Jun Changxiao's other hand was on the armrest. He crossed his palms and rested his chin on them. He said, I have been in the Iron Bone sect for some time. I know nothing about your identity as the grand disciple. He still took this step. There was no other meaning. He just felt that as the sect master, shouldn't he know the identity of his disciple? Lu Qianqian said, My name is Lu Qianqian. This is my identity. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He said, I mean, where are you from? Where do you live? How many people do you have? And how many acres of land do you have? Lu Qianqian said, I am from another place. My parents are both dead. I don't have any land or land. This answer was very perfunctory. Jun Changxiao was very dissatisfied. Sect master. Lu Qianqian looked at him. The coldness on her face faded slightly. She said in a deep tone, Knowing too much may not be a good thing. It may be a disaster. Disaster? Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, It sounds scary. Fine, fine. He waved his hand and said, Since you don't want to say, I won't force you. Let's talk about business. I will leave the daily cultivation of the female disciples to you. Second junior brother teaches the male disciples, and I teach the female disciples. What will you do, sect master? Lu Qianqian looked at him. Cough, cough. Jun Changxiao said, Of course I will be in charge of supervising. Occasionally, I will give pointers to the disciples to solve their problems and shortcomings in martial arts. Lu Qianqian said suspiciously, I think sect master wants to be lazy. You want to be a hands-off shopkeeper, right? How is that possible? Jun Changxiao pretended to be serious and said, I still need to develop the sect. I still need to rely on you disciples to make the Iron Bone sect famous in the mainland. How can I be lazy? Famous in the mainland? Lu Qianqian pouted and said softly, You are dreaming again. Chapter 34. Jun Changxiao wanted to personally teach the disciples, but he was only at the 10th stage of the meridian opening realm. His understanding of the martial Tao was only that of a small novice. He had no experience in the martial Tao, and his cultivation was not high. He could only rely on the most powerful sect system. Unfortunately, there was a damned restriction that prevented him from buying insight talismans. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged in his room and rubbed his temples. I can only let the eldest and second disciples teach the disciples first. When I can buy insight talismans, I'll personally teach them. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Li Qingyang led the male disciples to the martial arts practice field and began to practice. Since their cultivation was at the 2nd or 3rd stage, most of them were practicing the basics. Not long after, Lu Qianqian arrived with 20 female disciples. She was dressed in white and looked like an otherworldly fairy. Because the color of her clothes had changed, the frost on her face had weakened a bit. The daily training was handed over to the 2 disciples. Sect leader Jun sat in the hall and opened the system panel out of boredom. Seeing that the sect mission was still not available, he said gloomily, System, when will this damned mission be released? Wait. The system panel replied cleanly. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He could only operate the meditation technique and absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to condense it. He still had 50 contribution points. He did not consider exchanging them for experience points, nor did he consider exchanging them for goods. He planned to use them in an emergency. Sect leader. After a while, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Does our sect have a unique heart technique?" "Yes, the qi condensation technique." Jun Changxiao replied. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. The qi condensation technique is an unorthodox heart technique. How can we let the disciples practice it? That's true. Jun Changxiao began to think. Should he write down the meditation technique and let the disciples practice it? No. This was the heart technique practiced by the elders of the Tsang Mountain sect. It was not appropriate to use it as the sect's heart technique. Shua. Jun Changxiao pulled open the system panel, opened the beginner's store, and thought to himself, the store has a martial technique like the 9-stage collapsing fist. There should also be a mental cultivation method, right? Unfortunately, when he opened the beginner's store, other than the 9-stage collapsing fist, there wasn't a single mental cultivation technique manual. What should I do? Jun Changxiao suddenly felt depressed. The system reminded, the host can pull down the menu and the old goods will be replaced by the new goods. There's a refresh function? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed and was about to use his mind to pull down the item panel. The system reminded, the next time you scroll down, 10 sect contribution points will be automatically deducted. Please consider carefully. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. No wonder it reminded him out of goodwill. It was a paid function. What to do? Pull it down or not? Jun Changxiao was troubled by the fact that there are many good products out there. For example, the basic grade Insight Talisman and Aptitude Modification Elixir. Once they were replaced with new products, it would be impossible to buy them anymore. The system said, host, please rest assured. All purchased items will be stored in the purchased goods inventory. Even if the store refreshes, you can continue to purchase them. Is that so? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Of course, he understood that the system's careful explanation had only one purpose, and that was to encourage him to spend contribution points. As you wish. Jun Changxiao's thoughts moved, and he pulled down the store's panel. He saw that the old goods had disappeared from the grid and were replaced by new ones. Ding! Sect contribution points, 40100. Jun Changxiao had not only spent 10 contribution points, but the Purchase Goods button had also appeared on the right side of the beginner store. He clicked on it and saw that the beginner's healing pills and other items that he had previously purchased were all listed there. However, most of them were grayed out. It could be seen that although the items were refreshed, the time limit for purchasing them would not be refreshed. Jun Changxiao retrieved the Purchased Goods panel and began to examine the beginner store. After the refresh, there was a wide variety of new goods. However, almost all of them started with the beginner store. The exchange price was also generally 10 contribution points. Jun Changxiao's heart grew colder as he continued to drag down the list of goods. This was because among the refreshed goods, there wasn't even a single fist technique manual. It's over. 10 contribution points have been wasted in vain. If he had known that this would be the result, he might as well have exchanged for a beginner's cold-edged sword. Jun Changxiao continued to scroll down the list. He found a grid where there was a yellowed ancient book with the words I Jing Jing written on it. There's such a thing? As far as he knew, I Jing Jing was one of the best shallow martial arts books in the world. It was simply inconceivable that it was being sold in the store. It would be even more awesome if it could be replaced with a 98K. His mind moved, and he clicked on the item's introduction. Item, I Jing Jing. Description, one of the 2 scriptures left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma when he was facing the wall at Mount Song. Function, strengthens the muscles and bones, unclogs the meridians, tempers the willpower, and tempers the body. Advantage, suitable for channel opening stage martial artists. After successful practice, not only can it improve the body, but it can also increase the success rate of breaking through the channels by 50%. Disadvantage, only suitable for channel opening stage martial artists. Price, 10 contribution points. Grade, Beginner's Divine Level Mental Cultivation Method. Looking at the last grade introduction, Jun Changshao was stunned. He subconsciously slapped his face and said in disbelief, "This Yi Jin Jing is a beginner's divine level mental cultivation method?" He thought he saw wrongly. In fact, it was indeed a beginner's divine level. According to the Falling Star Continent's classification of martial skills, Yi Jin Jing was only a beginner's divine level mental cultivation method. F***CK. After confirming that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, Jun Changshao directly jumped up from his chair. 10 contribution points for a low-grade divine grade body metamorphose scripture cultivation method. This was absolutely a terrifying thing, Even the system couldn't stand it anymore, saying, "Host luck is really good. The probability of this kind of divine level mental cultivation method being refreshed in the beginner store is less than 1%. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao threw his head back and laughed loudly, roaring in his heart. This luck, I'm definitely going to enter Europe. What was he waiting for? Definitely buy. Sect leader Jun clicked on Yi Jin Jing and bought it without hesitation. Ding. Host spent 10 contribution points and obtained Yi Jin Jing X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 30100. Jun Changshao hurriedly entered the spatial ring and held the Yi Jin Jing manual in his hand, excitedly saying, "Success in cultivation, increasing the success rate of opening channels by 50%. This is definitely a divine level mental cultivation method. What was the most difficult thing in the Falling Star Continent's early stages of martial arts? Of course, it was to open the channels. The original owner of this body, after entering the second level of the channel opening stage, challenged the third level of the channel opening stage. In the end, he failed every attempt and failed until his death. As long as one succeeded in cultivating Yi Jin Jing, even if one's aptitude was lacking, there was still a 50% chance of opening the channels. Sect leader Jun couldn't wait to succeed in cultivating Yi Jin Jing. That way, he wouldn't have to rely on contribution points to exchange for experience points, and could use spiritual energy to open the channels. Chapter 35. Jun Changshao spent 10 contribution points to refresh the beginner store. He had indeed found a treasure, because the divine grade Yi Jin Jing could be cultivated as long as one was at the channel opening stage. What was even better was that Yi Jin Jing not only provided a 50% success rate in breaking through the channels, it could also strengthen the tendons and bones, clear the meridians, temper the will, and temper the body. Jun Changshao thought. The introduction said that this is one of the 2 scriptures left behind by Patriarch Bodhidharma when he was facing the wall. Could it be that there's also cleansing marrow scripture? Shua. He continued to scroll down, but he didn't see the words cleansing marrow scripture at the end. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's already very lucky to get a divine grade mental cultivation method. How could there be another scripture at the same time?" Ding. Host has exchanged for a mental cultivation method. The Sect's cultivation method function has been automatically activated. The system's voice rang in his ears. Jun Changshao was startled and hurriedly opened the strongest Sect system's attribute panel. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changshao. Sect level, 9th rate. Sect construction, level 1. Sect cultivation method, Yi Jin Jing, divine grade beginner level. Sect members, 99100. Sect contribution points, 30,100. Sect achievement value, 0 out of 100. Sect mission, none. Sect main mission, within 100 years. Omitted here. Sect cultivation method. Host Su has the system to exchange for a cultivation method. It will automatically match and become the Sect's cultivation method. What's the use? With the Sect's cultivation method, any disciple, including the Sect leader, can cultivate it. Without a matching Sect's cultivation method, I can't cultivate it. Yes, the system added. The Sect cultivation method is only limited to the Sect leader and disciples. Outsiders cannot cultivate or steal it. If a disciple is expelled, betrayed, or abandoned, told, or revealed to others, the cultivation method's memory will also be forcefully erased. So it's like that. Jun Changxiao was still considering whether to give the divine grade Yi Jing 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 to his disciple to cultivate, but thinking that the level was too high if others knew, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so he gave up on the idea. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. He understood this principle. Now that the system had explained that outsiders were not allowed to cultivate or steal it, and the disciples were not allowed to tell or reveal it to others, he had nothing to worry about. Sect Master, are you all right? Li Qingyang waved his hand in front of Jun Chang's eyes. For no reason at all, the sect leader was conflicted, slapped himself in the face, and even jumped up and laughed foolishly. He must be worried. Jun Changxiao got down from the chair and said seriously, it's fine. After thinking for a while, he said, let me continue to cultivate the basics first. As for the matter of the sect's mental cultivation method, I need to consider it carefully. Yes. Li Qingyang retreated. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and decided, let's use Yi Jing Jing as our sect's unique mental cultivation method for now. The system said, the host can click on the sect's cultivation method and copy it to the disciple for cultivation. Copy? Jun Changxiao clicked on the sect's cultivation method, and a separate data panel appeared. The first column wrote Yi Jing Jing, divine grade, early level, and below it was a copy button. Clicking on the button, a small box appeared. The content was, please fill in the number of copies of the secret manual. Including myself, there are only 99 people in the sect. Let's copy 99 first. Jun Changxiao's heart moved. He filled in the number 99 and then confirmed to submit. Ding. The host has spent 10 contribution points to copy Yi Jing Jing Secret Manual X99. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 20100. Jun Changxiao was startled. He immediately roared, copying a secret manual and still fucking spending contribution points. The system said, what else? Jun Changxiao continued to roar. If I knew that I had to spend contribution points, even if I, Jun Changxiao, had to copy them one by one or jump off a mountain outside, I still wouldn't exchange them. The system said, no one can copy a cultivation method purchased from a store, including the host. So it's like that. Jun Changxiao sat down, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, so fragrant. Out of 50 contribution points, he spent 30 points to obtain a divine grade, Yi Jing Jing, and 99 copies. Overall, it was quite profitable. Next, Jun Changxiao murmured, let the disciples each have a copy and quickly comprehend Yi Jing Jing so that they can open up more meridians. If the martial artists of the various sects knew that a divine grade cultivation method was in the hands of everyone in the 9th-rate sects, they would definitely be envious. The next day, Jun Changxiao once again gathered the disciples in the training field and announced, after painstaking research, I have finally created a unique cultivation method suitable for my Iron Bonzheng sect. Gah! The disciples were dumbfounded. The sect leader created a cultivation method? Nonsense again. Lu Qianqian whispered. It was true that the cultivation methods of the Falling Star continent were created by people. But which one of them wasn't a martial Dao master? With his cultivation, it was difficult to create an unrated fist technique, let alone a cultivation method. The other disciples didn't think so. They had seen the sect leader guide, the martial artists of the various sects, so they recognized his experience in martial arts. Come. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and placed 99 copies of Yi Jing Jing on the table in front of him, saying, 1 copy each. Take it and cultivate. Yes. The disciples went forward in an orderly manner and returned to their original positions after receiving books. They couldn't wait to flip through them. Li Qingyang also opened it. But after studying it according to the incantation written on it, his face suddenly changed, and his hand that was holding the secret book began to tremble. The incantation seemed mysterious, but it was easy to understand when comprehending it. combining Xian and Di perfectly. This Yi Jing Jing cultivation method was definitely not comparable to the middle-grade cultivation method that his father spent a lot of money to buy for him. Could it be? Li Qingyang held his breath and tried to stop his hands from trembling. He was secretly surprised. Could it be a high-grade cultivation method? The other disciples didn't have his high-grade spiritual root, so it was difficult for them to notice the mystery of Yi Jing Jing. But since it was created by the sect leader, it must be good, so they all treated it as a treasure. Lu Qianqian was the last to come up. She held the secret book in her hand and said lightly, "Sect leader, if the cultivation method you created is not as good as the one I'm cultivating, can I not learn it?" Jun Changshao lowered his head and whispered, "If the cultivation method you're cultivating reaches the divine grade, you can choose not to learn it." This guy was very close to her, and the tip of his nose was almost touching her earlobe. The fragrance of her body hit him, making his mind move. Lu Qianqian's starry eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment, and she hurried down. Although she left, the fragrance was still there. Looking at the woman who fled in panic, Jun Changshao touched his nose and shook his head. "Are you shy? Looks like you're not cold enough." Lu Qianqian returned to her original position. Although she was expressionless, there was a faint feeling of heat on her face. Phew! She took a deep breath and calmed her mind. Looking at the secret book, she thought, sect leader's words just now, could it be that this Yi Jing Jing is a divine grade cultivation method? Nonsense again. Lu Qianqian muttered and opened the secret book out of boredom. Then, she couldn't read it. Her expression was the same as Li Qingyang's. After a long time, she looked at Jun Changshao and asked doubtfully, "Was this cultivation method really created by sect leader? Do you think there's a need for me to lie?" Jun Changshao could stand in front of his disciple and shamelessly say that he created this cultivation method from the system store. It was really shameless. Lu Qianqian didn't speak, but her heart was in turmoil. She said, "A meridian-opening martial artist can create a divine-grade cultivation method?" Chapter 36. Lu Qianqian simply flipped through Yi Jing Jing and confirmed that although the mental cultivation method seemed easy to understand, it was actually mysterious and unpredictable. It was definitely a genuine divine-grade mental cultivation method. The sect leader created it? She did not believe that a meridian-opening stage martial artist could create a divine-grade mental cultivation method. After all, it was too shocking. Lu Qianqian did not pursue the matter because the sect leader did not want to tell the truth. He must have his reasons. Thus, she quickly returned to her residence and began to study it carefully. Li Qingyang also returned to his room to comprehend the mental cultivation method. The two of them comprehended Yi Jing Jing at about the same time. Sometimes they were silent, sometimes they were ecstatic. Their expressions changed every second. This Yi Jing Jing is much stronger than the clear heart technique that I cultivate. It can completely replace it. Father, I rejected Blue Mountain Sect and joined Ironbone Clan. What a wise choice I made. Li Qingyang was sure that the Five Streams Blue Mountain Sect would not have such a magical mental cultivation method. Humph! He took a deep breath to calm his mind and began to cultivate according to the mnemonic. The Yi Jing Jing secret manual that the system exchanged for had the advantage of being easy to understand, even though it seemed mysterious. With Li Qingyang's talent, he entered the state of cultivation after a few circulations. Lu Qianqian was even faster. She had already circulated Yi Jing Jing several times. The more she cultivated, the happier she was. This mental cultivation method focuses on tempering the body. It does not conflict with my Taishian Ice Heart technique. We can cultivate it together. How could the sect leader have a divine-grade mental cultivation method? It's even a rare body-tempering mental cultivation method. Could it be that Ironbone Clan is really a declining ancient sect? Divine-grade mental cultivation methods were rare in the Falling Star continent. They only existed in the super sections. She did not think that Jun Changshao could casually pick it up or buy it. The only possibility was that it had been passed down since ancient times. It seems that I have underestimated Ironbone Clan and the sect leader. Lu Qianqian clenched her fist. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "With a divine-grade mental cultivation method, perhaps it can help me take revenge." The first and second disciples were focused on cultivating the I Ching Jing. The great sect master Jun was pacing back and forth in the bedroom. He was on the verge of collapse as he said, "I've been meditating for half an hour, but there's not even the slightest reaction. Is this a fake?" The host's spiritual root aptitude is too poor. Even though the Tendon Metamorphosis scripture is easy to understand, it is still more difficult for you to cultivate than others. "You mean if I don't have the system, I'm nothing?" The system was silent for a long time before it said, "The host's ability to understand is very special, but you can indeed say so." Jun Changshao hugged his head and roared, "Lu Qianqian attacked me, and the system attacked me as well. How am I supposed to live? No, I'm going to waste my energy on I Ching Jing. If 2 hours wasn't enough, then a day. If a day wasn't enough, then a year. If a year wasn't enough, then a lifetime." He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to cultivate it without external help. Jun Changxiao's temper flared up. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began meditating. He meditated for the whole night until dawn. He lay down on the bed and said tiredly, "I can finally revolve the big and small circulations." Being able to revolve the qi didn't mean that the cultivation would be successful. He then handed over the affairs of the sect to Li Qingyang and devoted himself to cultivation. Hard work pays off. 2 days later, Jun Changxiao finally mastered the I Ching Jing. He could easily revolve the big and small circulations as long as he calmed his heart down and achieved an endless cycle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Heaven rewards the diligent. The reward is 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Diligence makes up for stupidity. The reward is 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Earn your own living. The reward is 10 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 50100. The contribution points increased by another 30 points. However, Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It seems that the system doesn't want me to rely on it too much. That's why it left such a hidden task. It's just that, first, it's to get rid of evil for the people. Now, it's to reward the diligent and earn your own living." Could it be that the hidden task is related to the four-word idiom? The I Ching Jing's effect was to refine the body, but it was also a mental cultivation technique. After Jun Changxiao cultivated for another day, he realized that the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than meditation art. As expected, a divine-grade mental cultivation technique is better. At this speed, even if I only have mortal-grade aptitude, I can condense enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians in a few days. Jun Changxiao, who had tasted the sweetness, focused even more on cultivation. Even with his mortal-grade aptitude, he could achieve success through hard work. Naturally, other disciples with mortal-grade aptitude would also succeed. It was a little tragic for disciples with low aptitude. Because of a lower grade, they were separated by a mountain. They could only barely comprehend it after 7 or 8 days of hard work. 10 days later, all the disciples of the unyielding Ironbone sect had gained a preliminary understanding of the I Ching Jing. During this period of time, Li Qingyang did not manage the sect on behalf of the sect. This was because the juniors were so immersed in cultivation that they sometimes did not eat for the entire day. "Junior brother, how's your comprehension these 2 days?" "Senior brother, it's all right. I've already condensed enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians." "Haha, I've also condensed enough. Our unique mental cultivation technique is really powerful. If it was in the past, I would need at least 2 to 3 months to condense enough spiritual energy to break through my meridians. Now, I only need 3 to 5 days." When the sect disciples were not cultivating, they would gather together to discuss the I Ching Jing. If they knew that mental cultivation techniques could increase the success rate of breaking through their meridians, they would definitely be excited. The next day, one after another, disciples began to attempt to break through their meridians. I succeeded just like that? A disciple at the fourth stage of the channel opening realm sat cross-legged on his bed. He could feel the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. His expression gradually froze. His aptitude was only of the common grade, and he had been stuck at the third stage of the channel opening realm for a year. During this time, he had failed many times. This time, when he had just started, he heard a pop sound and the blocked meridians were opened. The disciple swore to himself that he had not even used any strength, and the thick and heavy wall of meridians had already collapsed. Ha 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 ha! I've opened the third meridian. I've opened the third meridian. He laughed and shouted in ecstasy. His eyes were filled with tears. This kind of situation played out in the inner courtrooms one after another. Regardless of the aptitude of the disciples, as long as they relied on the I Ching Jing to condense spiritual energy to break through their meridians, there would be people who successfully broke through. The next day, Li Qingyang stood in the hall and reported. From a second stage of the channel opening realm to the third stage, 9 people succeeded and 8 failed. From the third stage of the channel opening realm to the fourth stage, 5 people succeeded and 6 failed. From the fourth stage of the channel opening realm to the fifth stage, 1 person succeeded and 1 failed. After reporting, he took a deep breath. The shock in his heart was still difficult to calm down in a short period of time. Li Qingyang, who lived in a clan, knew that opening meridians was extremely difficult. For example, if 3 to 5 young clansmen succeeded in opening their meridians in a year, the entire clan would be happy. But now, just yesterday alone, 30 junior brothers had broken through their meridians. This number was extremely terrifying. Li Qingyang did not even dare to think about it. What was even more terrifying was that 15 out of the 30 disciples had successfully broken through their meridians. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's all right. It's all right." The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched violently. He said, "Sect Master, 10 junior brothers successfully broke through their meridians on the same day. How shocking is that?" "Qingyang." Jun Changshao walked down and patted his shoulder. "This kind of thing will be very common in the future. As the second disciple, you have to learn to adapt." Looking at the departing figure of the sect master, Li Qingyang said in a daze, "This kind of thing will be very common in the future."